It can be a bright impressions received from an unforgettable adventure, or for example, a long-awaited vacation from boring life, somewhere on the Azure coast under the shade of palm trees. But what about when you go on your wedding trip only to commit a real crime, or not to commit it, but only to be accused of it? Would the honeymoon be as bright and carefree in such a case? I don't think so. Unforgettable, of course. Isabella Rodriguez, hereafter Hellman, was born in 1975 in Colombia. It is a country where everyone speaks only Spanish, but Isabella literally dreamed the American dream. She bought books in English, listened to songs on the radio, and all just to learn the language, and as soon as possible to leave to conquer the northern part of the continent. However, the language to learn Isabella succeeded, but the southern accent remained with her forever. But this did not prevent the young woman to move to Florida, get a job there as a real estate agent, and help in renting or buying homes like her people who speak only Spanish. In 2002, Isabella, although not to say that she was lucky, but still married William Hellman, and despite the fact that the couple lived in marriage for 10 years, their entire union a series of continuous quarrels and domestic disputes. Finally, when the patience of the spouses finally burst, they filed for divorce. The divorce process lasted a very long time, as long as 2 years. During these 2 years, Isabella even managed to find a new man with whom, as it seemed to her, she will certainly find happiness. The new lover's name was Louis Bennett, and he was from Great Britain. As a child, his family moved to live in Australia, thanks to which Louis received dual citizenship and was able to return to his native country and graduate their quite prestigious Camborne School of Mines. But Louis never managed to work in his specialty. It is impossible to say whether this is good or bad, because just a couple of years after graduating in the UK, he returned to Australia and opened his own solar panel manufacturing company. And it is worth noting that it was quite successful because just 4 years later, he was able to enter the American market. And in view of the fact that his main office was in Florida, the young and promising Louis began to look for a wife there via the internet. It would seem that today it is easy to get acquainted with someone on the internet and much easier than to do it in person. But Louis had no luck with this for a long time. He flipped through the profiles of women, not even paying much attention to them. Those who wrote to him first either scared him off or did not arouse his interest. But when he saw Isabella in the photo, she seemed to him a copy of Jennifer Lopez, and he decided to write to her. It should be noted that they corresponded for quite a long time and very often. Isabella told him about how she always wanted to move to America from Colombia, how long she had been learning the language, how she was looking for a job, and finally, she even confided in him and told him about her past relationships. Especially since Isabella and William's divorce is only a matter of time. As for the young woman herself, she was apparently tired of past relationships and the long divorce, which ate up all the inner strength. She herself took the initiative to meet in person and began to come to Louis wherever he was, whether it was England, Australia, or even Thailand. And Louis, trying to strike his new lover, bought a catamaran on which he planned to travel the Caribbean Sea with Isabella. It was his childhood dream because of frequent moves, quickly find new friends could not manage, and had to spend his free time reading adventure books such as Jules Verne or Louis Stevenson. Yes, Bennett has noted that Treasure Island was his favorite book, perhaps for good reason, and it would still play a role in his life. Isabella spent all her free time, whether it was vacation or a long weekend, traveling with Louis. And she noticed that during these expensive trips, Bennett practically forgot about work. Yes, of course, it could be reduced to the fact that all the processes in his company were so automated that he could live for himself. But nevertheless, Isabella was alarmed. She even once tried to talk to her lover on this topic, but the man either joked away or in full earnest said that he got a huge inheritance and nothing to worry about. Isabella was satisfied with such an answer. In July 2016, the couple had a joyful event. They had a daughter. For Louis, as well as for Isabella, it was the first child, the girl they named Amelia. And here the young parents began the first disagreements, which Isabella, because of the past sad experience, experienced extremely hard. They could not decide how right they should bring up their daughter. Then, in what country the daughter would be better to grow up. Louis insisted with all his might that Amelia grew up in Australia, next to his parents. And Isabella, on the contrary, did not want to go anywhere from America. Finally, the young father gave in, and in 2017 the whole family moved to Florida, where they, despite the already born daughter, decided to finally get married. Isabella begged her now husband to go on a honeymoon, as she hoped that this sea voyage would bring them back to the state when they first got to know each other and carefree sailing around the islands on the high seas on his catamaran. Lewis heard his wife's whims and promised her that there would definitely be a honeymoon, but a little later. And Lewis wasn't lying. In late April 2017, he returned from Australia, and the couple headed out on their romantic cruise. Yes, at first, judging by the posts on social media, everything was indeed as Isabella wanted. In all the photos they are smiling, clasping each other in their arms, and traveling around the Caribbean islands. However then, after those endless honeymoon photos, a lull began. A long one, for 2 weeks. When Isabella reappeared online, she told her family that she and her husband were in Cuba and were planning to return to Florida, but didn't know which way yet. She also added that they have a very bad connection here, so in the next few days, they may not expect a call from her. On the night of May 15th, the Coast Guard received a call for help from Lewis. He said he was alone on a raft in the open sea. Rescuers immediately went in search of him. The man was found near the Bahamas, and he was indeed alone on a boat that was filled to the top with various things and provisions. On the shore, Lewis told the following story. On May 14th, after a tiring day, he asked Isabella to give him a few hours of rest, and entrusting his wife with the management of the catamaran, went to take a nap in the cabin. Lewis was awakened by a heavy thump from below, and he called out to his wife, but she did not respond. Then he went upstairs, looked around, and realized that Isabella was nowhere on board, and the very blow that had awakened him had created a hole in the bottom of the catamaran, through which water began to enter his vessel and the boat began to sink. Lewis decided that his wife was simply carried overboard by the blow, and since she was wearing a vest, she was fine, and in order not to go to the bottom with his child, he gathered all his belongings and moved to the rescue boat. Meanwhile, the rescuers, having taken a look at the contents of Lewis's life raft, were surprised, as the man took only those things that belonged to him, as if he had no hope that his beloved Isabella was alive and would soon be found. He even brought his tea set with him. Also in his backpack were found aluminum tubes, inside which were hidden silver coins, but this discovery was not paid attention to, because it was necessary to move urgently to search for Isabella. The Coast Guard used absolutely all the equipment they had, including helicopters, and surveyed the entire area, but all to no avail. But they found the very catamaran which, according to Lewis's statements, crashed on underwater rocks, but there were no underwater rocks or reefs in the vicinity, nor had the boat itself gone completely to the bottom. It was decided to inspect the boat. For this purpose, several divers were sent to it. Again, the results of their examination did not coincide with Lewis's story. As I said earlier, there were no underwater rocks at the wreck site. The boat simply could not have collided with anything, and the holes that were on the bottom were made from inside the boat, not outside. Another literally shocking oddity in this case was that the boat had all the escape hatches open, which of course increased the rate of sinking of the catamaran, and Lewis mentioned in his story that he left the boat over the side, as he was supposed to. The fact is that escape hatches are strictly forbidden to be opened, and they are needed only when there is no other way to leave the sinking vessel. Also, Lewis, being an experienced seafarer, did not use a beacon or satellite phone, which would have helped rescuers to find travelers in time in case of disaster. That is, from the outside, it looked as if Lewis deliberately sank the ship and made it look like an accident. But then, where is his wife? On May 17th, the search for Isabella continued. Although 120 hours had passed since the catamaran wrecked, while the possibility of finding a woman alive in the middle of the open sea is only 13 hours. On May 18th, the search stopped. Isabella has not been found to this day. Lewis himself returned home on May 15th, as if he wasn't really worried about missing Isabella. And what's more, he bought just one ticket to Australia for May 19th, so he didn't even hope that the rescue team would be able to find his wife, dead or alive, but he tried his best to get his wife's death certificate as soon as possible so that he could get the insurance he was entitled to as a close relative. This was denied. After the insurance company refused, Lewis visited Isabella's parents and tried to take his daughter away from them. They blamed him for Isabella's death and did not want to give Amelia away. He was able to take his daughter only after calling the police. On May 28th, he left Amelia with his parents in the UK and returned to Florida to try again to get the insurance payment, which by law was entitled to him. To the police, Lewis's behavior seemed extremely suspicious. They were literally sure that he was to blame for his wife's disappearance, but they had no evidence. Even the catamaran on which the murder could theoretically have taken place, and on which it was possible to find evidence confirming it had gone to the bottom, to a great depth, and it was impossible to get it out of there. But the search of the house where Louis and Isabella lived, as well as Louis's own cell phone, proved fruitful. Yes, the fact that the husband and wife could not communicate with each other for weeks, and the husband himself could periodically disappear from home and not appear there for a long time, is not considered any evidence. But the fact that in the house were found recording devices on which Isabella recorded constant threats of her husband already pushed the investigation to the idea that not everything in their relationship was smooth, because judging by these records, Louis repeatedly promised to kill his wife. Isabella even told her friends about it and shared with them that she wanted to leave her fierce husband and cruel tyrant, but only try one more time, now the last, to save their relationship. But as we already know, she never succeeded. The main reason for quarrels were debts. Louis, real estate, credit cards. He literally drowned in debt, and get out of this pit, it seemed impossible. Moreover, he did not try to solve his problems, but only continued to travel on his catamaran, still did not work anywhere, and in addition spent some of the rest of his savings on such things as Thai boxing lessons in Thailand. Of course, Isabella didn't like it, and in the meantime, Louis even forced his wife to give up child rearing and get a job so that she could pay off his debts, while he was doing more important things. Looking into Louis Bennett's debts, the investigation also found that between 2014 and 2016, the man engaged in international transfers totaling about $160,000. As it turned out, the very coins that rescuers found in Louis's backpack were very rare and collectible. Later, the investigation will establish that the coins were stolen in 2016, one of Louis's acquaintances, who at that time was a member of the crew of the ship, Kitty, and when the crew went to town, this acquaintance stole the coins and gave them to Louis for further resale. Yes, it was for smuggling that the investigation managed to put Louis behind bars, because during a search of the house, in addition to those tape recordings, the police found some of the coins. For smuggling, Louis received 7 months in prison. There, while behind bars, the man also received a second charge, just for the involuntary manslaughter of his wife. The investigation carefully checked all the facts that they had on their hands, and which they so scrupulously collected piece by piece, and came to the conclusion that during their trip Isabella found in her husband's things those very collectible coins, and between them there was a scandal. But it was not entirely clear whether Isabella had been killed on the boat or in the water. Could either not calculate the force of the blow, or throw the woman into the water, and then do not provide her with any help. And so Isabella drowned while her husband watched her torment, being on board. During the tragedy, Louis realized that his wife's death was a good thing for him, and if he made it look like a sinking boat accident, he would get an additional payout for the sinking catamaran in addition to the money for Isabella's death, since it was also considered an insured event. But only the whole story on the part of the prosecution was just a fantasy of the grief-stricken relatives. Louis was never charged with premeditated murder. For lack of evidence, he was offered a deal that if he pleaded guilty, he would only get 8 years. Louis accepted, but should he have agreed to it, if he really is not guilty, and all the evidence against him is only a tape recorder where he threatens his wife? Isabella's relatives were, of course, furious at this verdict, but also realized that otherwise, Louis Bennett would serve the rest of his time for the smuggling article and be released very soon. In November 2018, Louis Bennett received 8 years in prison, and all of the insurance payments and all of his wife's assets, which he had claimed and for which he had arranged all of this, will go to Amelia. Also, the court ordered Louis to pay monetary compensation to his daughter, who has yet to experience such serious psychological trauma. As she grows up. Story 2. The case of Gabriella Alcano. Teens' rejection leads to tragedy. Teenagers can sometimes display aggression towards their peers, behavior often dismissed as part of growing up, with hopes they'll outgrow it. Yet we sometimes overlook the severity of such actions, as a violent teenager can pose a serious threat to their surroundings. This unstable age often coincides with first loves, and when those feelings are not reciprocated, it can lead to tragedies. Such was the case with Gabriella Alcano, a schoolgirl whose story shocked not only Chile where the tragedy took place, but all of Latin America, leading to the enactment of the Gabriella Law. The girl met a tragic end at the hands of her boyfriend, a fellow teenager. She had broken up with him due to his temper and controlling behavior. The boy didn't take it well, resolving the matter in the most drastic way. He assaulted and took the life of the girl to whom he had recently professed love. He also took the life of the girl's mother, who became an accidental witness. Family and friends of the victim later claimed the tragedy could have been avoided, as the suspect had been stalking and harassing his victim. He broke into her home, stalked her in various places, and threatened to take her life if she didn't return. Dozens of witnesses heard these threats, but no one imagined he would follow through. Who is Gabriela Alcano? Gabriela Alcano Donosa was born on May 17, 2001, in the capital of Chile, Santiago. She was the only child of Federico Alcano and Carolina Donosa Campos, and the first grandchild in a large, loving family. Her paternal uncle Rodrigo became her godfather and doted on her, just as her grandfather Carlos saw her as the center of his universe. Gabriela grew up surrounded by love and care. Her family wasn't wealthy, but they belonged to the middle class, doing everything they could to provide Gabriela with a good life, a solid education, and a good upbringing. When she was only 5 years old, her parents decided to divorce. Gabriela lived with her mother, who didn't remarry and devoted herself to raising her only child. Her father soon remarried, and Gabriela gained 2 younger half-brothers. Despite his new family, Federico continued to support his ex-wife and daughter financially, and stayed involved in Gabriela's life and upbringing. Gabriela was a kind, open, and friendly child. She was somewhat shy and modest, but this didn't prevent her from making friends and getting along with her peers. She had an angelic appearance, which elicited admiration and delight from all who knew her. Gabriela excelled at school, loved music and dancing, and was also good at drawing. Her parents did their best to nurture her talents. She adored her younger brothers, spending weekends and holidays at her father's house, which was nearby. Her childhood overall could be described as a happy and carefree time, surrounded by loving family members. First love. At 15 years old, Gabriela, like most of her peers, fell in love for the first time. The boy's name was Fabian Cesaris Eravon, a fellow student at her school who was only a year older. Their romantic relationship was initially innocent. They would walk hand in hand, eat ice cream at cafes, steal kisses, and generally appeared to be a happy couple. Fabian came from a respectable and intelligent family. His parents were well regarded and sought to provide him with a solid education and raise him to be a good person. However, Fabian himself was considered withdrawn and secretive, speaking to others reluctantly, avoiding direct eye contact, and always looking away. Given his non-confrontational nature, many assumed he was shy or had adolescent timidity, but it's more likely he suffered from social anxiety. Gabriela even introduced Fabian to her father, who approved of her choice, finding the young man calm, dependable, and rational. He had a serious conversation with the boy, asking him to take care of his daughter, and Fabian promised not to harm her or let others harm her. Initially, their relationship was harmonious, with Fabian genuinely trying to be attentive and caring. However, this harmony didn't last long. After a few months, his controlling and cruel side emerged. Cesare sought to control every aspect of Gabriela's life, exhibiting jealousy, deciding who she should and shouldn't associate with. He checked her phone, demanded immediate responses to his calls and messages at all hours, and when this didn't happen, threw tantrums. A young tyrant and tormentor. For the first 6 months of the relationship, Gabriela tried not to give too much importance to her boyfriend's outbursts of anger and jealousy. She was madly in love, tried to comply with all his demands, and naively believed that things would soon change, and her beloved would become the same sweet and caring boy who had recently won her heart. However, Fabian only grew more irritable, volatile, and aggressive. He began to wear Gabriela down emotionally, but over time, he stopped at mere verbal abuse. He might slap her, grab her hair or her hands. In most cases, these actions didn't leave noticeable marks, but sometimes friends began to notice bruises on her wrists and shoulders, the places where Fabian had gripped her roughly and shaken her forcefully. Alcino tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was happening, but her friends and family began noticing her depressed state and her eyes perpetually wet with tears. She was no longer the smiling, open, and sociable girl she once was, gradually distancing herself from friends, avoiding contact with those Fabian forbade her from speaking to. Repeatedly, Gabriela tried talking to her beloved, but to no avail. She also broke off the relationship several times, only to return under Fabian's pressure. This went on for over a year. Breakup, stalking, and threats. Fabian found himself in trouble for attacking a classmate. Although the incident didn't occur at school, it wasn't clear what happened. He was accused of mistreatment and assault, facing possible jail time, but the case was settled out of court. Fabian was still expelled and had to complete his education through homeschooling. After this incident, Gabriella decided to end things with Fabian for good. However, he wasn't pleased. At first, he apologized, promised to change, and asked her to come back. But after her refusal, he began stalking, blackmailing, and threatening her if she didn't resume their relationship. Fabian lurked around Gabriella's school or home, even trying to climb into her room through the window. He called her dozens of times from different numbers, sent texts, voice messages, and social media messages, harassing Gabriella. His messages ranged from tearful apologies to threats, but Gabriella remained resolute in ending the relationship. Sometimes Fabian would disappear for a week or more, giving Gabriella hope he had moved on, but he'd reappear, terrorizing her and refusing to leave her alone. He followed her everywhere, like a shadow, and could show up at the most unexpected places, screaming and causing a scene. Gabriella grew fearful of being alone, always going places with friends or family. After school, she went to her mother's work, and they'd go home together. When she needed to travel, she asked her father or uncle to accompany her. This continued for several months, and Gabriella was exhausted, though she tried not to complain. The beginning of a series of tragic events. At the beginning of 2018, a terrible tragedy struck the Alcano family when a burglar broke into the home of Federico's second wife and took her life. The children were at school and Federico was at work, leaving her alone. The perpetrator, a previously convicted neighbor, was caught immediately. Gabriella and her mother did everything they could to support the grieving Federico and help him with the children. This tragedy temporarily distracted Gabriella from thoughts of Fabian, who disappeared during this period. Gabriella also focused on preparing for entrance exams, dreaming of becoming a student at one of the most prestigious universities in Santiago, with aspirations of studying journalism or advertising. However, the tragedy was just the first in a series of heartbreaking events for the Alcano family. By May 2018, Fabian reappeared, beginning to stalk Gabriella obsessively. She felt unsafe everywhere, as her ex-boyfriend could climb over her home's fence or show up near her at the supermarket or mall. In early June, Gabriella sent her two closest friends screenshots of her messages with Fabian, along with some voice messages where he threatened her, demanding she resume their relationship. Gabriella admitted she feared for herself and her loved ones. However, she didn't tell her family about the stalking and threats to avoid worrying them. The last family celebration. On June 10, 2018, the Alcino family gathered at grandfather Carlos' house to celebrate his 80th birthday. Sadly, this joyous family event turned out to be the last day of life for Gabriella and her mother Carolina. The evening seemed happy and uneventful. The house was filled with laughter and music, and the large family enjoyed a big meal together, celebrating Carlos' milestone and wishing him good health. Many more years. Gabriella played with her younger brothers and the children of her uncle Rodrigo, though she appeared somewhat troubled and distant. Her uncle decided to talk to her, asking if everything was all right and if anything was bothering her. Gabriella only gave a sad smile, shrugged, and said she was nervous without specifying why. The uncle chose not to press, thinking she'd share when ready, but later regretted this decision deeply. After the party, Federico drove his ex-wife and daughter home. He kissed Gabriella on the forehead, told her he loved her, and assured her she could count on his support in any situation. Then he returned home with his younger children. This was the last time he saw his eldest daughter and his first wife alive. A brutal crime. Around 4 a.m. on June 11th, Fabian, armed with a hunting knife, climbed over the fence of his ex-girlfriend's house. He intended to enter Gabriella's bedroom through the window and attack her, but suddenly the lights went on. The back door opened slightly, and Carolina appeared. She couldn't sleep and came to check on the noise. Fabian pounced on the unfortunate woman, pushed her back inside, and began stabbing her furiously. In total, he stabbed her 36 times, with most wounds landing on her chest, neck, and head, leaving her no chance of survival. Carolina managed only a couple of screams, but the noise woke Gabriella, who ran downstairs to find out what was happening. As she descended, she saw a bloodied and enraged Fabian, who caught and dragged her down. Gabriella held her phone, desperately trying to call emergency services, but couldn't, then stabbed her forcefully in the chest, piercing her heart. The single blow ended her life. He then moved her to the kitchen, where Carolina's lifeless body lay. He tried to erase his traces, wiping fingerprints and cleaning bloody footprints. He then washed himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom and quietly left around 5:30 a.m., leaving the house unnoticed by neighbors. In the following days, he acted as though nothing had happened. The grim discovery and the first suspect colleagues began to worry when Carolina missed work for 2 days and didn't answer phone calls. She was responsible and wouldn't disappear without reason. Her boss contacted Federico to find out what had happened. Federico was shocked and tried calling Carolina, but her phone didn't answer and Gabriella's was off. He called his brother Rodrigo, who hadn't seen or spoken to Gabriella or Carolina since they parted ways after Carlos's birthday. Federico then left work and headed to Carolina's house. The house seemed empty, but their car was in the garage. Federico circled the house twice, knocking on doors and peering through windows, but hesitated to go in, even though he had a spare key. He called the police asking them to check the house. The officers, upon learning he had a key, wondered why he hadn't used it. Federico expressed fear of what he might find inside. At 11 a.m., he opened the door and entered with the officers. They saw 2 lifeless bodies in pools of blood on the kitchen floor. Carolina and Gabriella had been dead for over a day, but Federico, overcome with grief, screamed for an ambulance, demanding someone save them. They calmed Federico, but his behavior aroused suspicion, and he was led outside to a police car for questioning. When he tried to leave the car and found the door locked, he demanded an explanation. Realizing he was now the main suspect in a double homicide, Federico was devastated. Federico couldn't understand how he could be suspected of taking his own daughter's life. Rodrigo soon arrived and was also shocked that his brother wasn't released. He couldn't believe his niece was dead, asking why there wasn't an ambulance and why no one was trying to help. Both men were taken for questioning and their alibis were thoroughly checked. Both were cleared, as they were with family at the time of the crime. Then, friends of the deceased were questioned, revealing that Gabriella had been stalked by her ex-boyfriend. They provided screenshots of his messages and voice recordings with threats. Easier to take her life than let her go. Federico recalled his daughter's obsessive suitor, whom she had tried unsuccessfully to break up with. He never imagined the seemingly pleasant boy Gabriella introduced to him could commit such a heinous crime. The police went to Fabian Cesaris' house to investigate. After the double homicide, the young man lived a normal life, interacting with family and friends, visiting familiar places, and even posting a photo on social media, playing guitar at a party. When arrested on suspicion of murder, Fabian feigned surprise and grief, claiming he loved Gabriella and would never harm her. Fabian had disposed of the murder weapon and discarded some blood-stained clothes, but his shoes still had small drops of blood and prints from his soles were found at the crime scene. Moreover, 4 of Gabriella's classmates testified that they had heard Fabian threaten her, shouting that it would be easier to take her life than let her go. Under pressure from evidence and witness testimonies, Fabian confessed to the crime, but tried to portray himself as a heartbroken lover. He claimed he hadn't intended to harm Gabriella, only talked to her, but things escalated and he dealt with her mother as an unwanted witness. Yet he couldn't explain why he brought a hunting knife just to talk. Will he get the minimum sentence? After the autopsy and necessary tests, Fabian was released from the hospital. The bodies of the victims were returned to their family for burial. Hundreds gathered at the funeral to honor the deceased and offer condolences to their loved ones. Gabriella was buried in the white dress she had dreamed of wearing, but never got the chance to. Carolina was laid to rest in a closed casket as her face had been mutilated beyond recognition. Fabian's family hired a skilled lawyer, and who crafted a strong defense and promised a minimal sentence for his client. During preliminary hearings, he emphasized Fabian's youth and clean record, arguing that the attack on his classmate had been settled out of court. The victim's relatives pushed for a femicide charge, but it was denied by the prosecution, as Chile's law only applied it in cases where the victim and perpetrator were married or lived together. Since the teenagers hadn't been in a close relationship at the time of the crime, the case wasn't classified as femicide during the investigation. Additionally, the lawyer argued that Fabian acted impulsively and in a state of distress. Consequently, he faced a potential 15-year sentence for double homicide and assault. The Alquino family, understandably, demanded the harshest punishment for him. The judge allowed both prosecution and defense 6 months to gather evidence. Fabian's lawyer requested his release pending trial, but the judge denied this, keeping Fabian in custody. Gabriella's father was outraged. In a short span, he had lost 3 women close to him, all to violent deaths. Now the person responsible for the deaths of his ex-wife and daughter might get away with a minimal sentence. The lawyer tried to shift the blame onto the victims, and the authorities seemed ready to accept this. So Gabriella's father and uncle, together with women's rights organizations, developed a proposal for Gabriella's law, which would expand the definition of femicide to include romantic relationships, even if the perpetrator and victim weren't married or living together. They were soon joined by the National Office for Women and Gender Equality, which actively advocated for the law. The bill faced opposition, as the proposed amendments would mean that perpetrators already serving time for similar offenses could face new charges and lose eligibility for early release. However, feminist organizations across the country supported the Alcano family, staging marches and demonstrations in favor of Gabriella's law. In late August 2019, a year and 3 months after the tragic murders, amendments to the femicide law were presented at the highest legislative level. Gabriella's law included 15 amendments, eventually approved by Congress. Now, in the Republic of Chile, femicide includes any violence, injury, or murder of a woman due to gender-based hatred, regardless of the relationship between victim and perpetrator. Furthermore, if the victim is a minor or has health issues, these are considered aggravating circumstances. Trial and fair sentence. The trial of Fabian Cesareis took place in April 2022, for years after he attacked his ex-girlfriend and her mother. Following the adoption of Gabriella's law, the defense was powerless. Fabian was charged with femicide under aggravating circumstances due to one victim being a minor, as well as double homicide and assault. On April 20th, Fabian was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. After the verdict, Federico and Rodrigo addressed the court, thanking the judges for their fair decision. They acknowledged that no sentence could bring back their daughter and niece, but that a life sentence for the perpetrator would protect other women from the same fate as Carolina and Gabriella. Story 3. Twins Daniel and David have always made all the important decisions together since they were kids. They both chose to work as mechanics, cheered for the same sports team, and often finished each other's sentences. No one could have guessed that one day the brothers would plan an almost perfect crime together. After all, even if the police had managed to find traces of DNA, the prosecutor would not have been able to convince a jury of Dan or David's guilt. Standard forensic DNA analysis, as of today, cannot distinguish between identical twins because they have virtually identical genetic profiles, and a jury will always have room for reasonable doubt. It took law enforcement officials 10 years to catch the brothers. It was only because David decided to make a deal with the prosecutor and testified against Daniel that the police were able to solve the case that will be discussed today. On July 22, 2003, the car of her husband, with whom the 30-year-old woman was in the process of divorce, drove up to the house of Heather's parents. The final divorce hearing was only a week away. The man got out of the car with a huge bouquet of flowers and a card with a touching picture, heading toward the house, hoping that he would still be able to reconcile and avoid divorce. The reason to keep the marriage alive was not because of his great love for his spouse or his desire to keep the family cozy. Daniel realized the court decision to pay alimony will not leave money for his usual life. Perhaps he even lost the house. The man was desperately looking for a way out and expected to solve the problem with a bouquet of flowers and promises. The plan failed. Heather firmly rejected Daniel's proposal. The conversation turned violent, and Heather's father, Dave Springer, even had to intervene. Only after Dave promised to call the police did Daniel angrily yell that Heather was ruining his life and leave the house. Springer, a former member of the Denver Police Department, realized by some special instinct that his son-in-law was dangerous to his daughter. He asked her not to see him for the rest of the divorce proceedings. He would later say, "I was worried about what my son-in-law Dan DeWild might do as the final divorce approached." He wanted to keep things under his control, but control was slipping away from him, and he was becoming more and more desperate, more and more hostile. "I told Heather not to date him, and I didn't think she would, but she did." 2 days later, Dan called Heather and offered to pick up the children's medical records and a signed child support check. The now almost ex-spouses agreed to meet at McDonald's. The young woman did not want to be alone with her ex-husband and planned to meet in a crowded place, taking her 2 children, who were 5 and 3 years old at the time. She didn't say anything to the father, alerting only the mother to the meeting. Obviously, something went wrong. The plan changed, or she originally named the nearest fast food restaurant as the meeting place to appease her mother. But Heather went not to McDonald's, but to Daniel's home in Edgewater, Colorado, where he lived at the time with his identical twin brother David and David's then girlfriend, Roseanne. Heather felt that in the presence of the children, Jacob and Hannah, their father would not be aggressive, and he was not alone at home. And then the young woman disappeared. She was never seen alive again. Heather Springer was born on April 21, 1973 in Arvada, Colorado. The head of the household, David Springer, who worked for the Denver Police Department, was respected by his colleagues and was highly regarded as a professional in his field. The man did everything possible to make sure that his beloved wife Carol, Heather, and her two older sisters, Rebecca and Jennifer, nothing needed. The family had a friendly, warm atmosphere of mutual understanding. For her sisters, their father was a model of masculinity, responsibility, and care. In her youth, Heather tried to build relationships with her peers, but nothing much came out. When she met Dan DeWild, who was 10 years older than her, she saw in him an adult, responsible, caring man and felt as calm and safe as with her father. Daniel, being a mature man, was winning in Heather's eyes compared to his peers. The 23-year-old young woman fell in love without looking back. The couple began dating in 1996, and a year later, Dan made an offer, which Heather gladly accepted. She grew up in a family where her father, due to his professional activities, always showed control, and the same quality in the groom she automatically considered a manifestation of love and protection. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. The young couple moved to the town of Edgewater, Colorado, where Dan owned a home. 2 children were born to the DeWild family, Hannah and Jacob. Heather devoted herself completely to her daughter and son, doing the household chores. Dan, as the main breadwinner of the family, worked as a mechanic in the transportation department. However, in family life was not all cloudless. Gradually, the young woman realized that Dan's excessive control is not a manifestation of care and love. Over time, he only became more overwhelming and restrictive. Dreams of a happy union did not materialize. After 5 years of marriage in 2002, Heather began to complain to her parents about her husband. She said that she was tired of Dan's constant control. It was simply unbearable to live with him in the same house. A year later, in the spring of 2003, the young woman informed Dan that she wanted a divorce. She packed her things and moved with her children to her parents' house in Arvada. Dan reacted very negatively to her still legal spouse's actions and even threatened her, which only strengthened her decision to protect her interests and those of her children. She filed for divorce, sought custody of the children, and had her husband pay child support. The situation became stressful for Daniel because he was not prepared for the additional considerable financial obligations. He was afraid that he would not be able to pay the bills and would likely lose his home. In early summer, his brother David came to Dan's aid along with his roommate Roseanne to provide support and help. The difficult situation. Dan and David DeWild, identical twins with only a minute and a half difference in age, have been inseparable all their lives, helping each other, constantly keeping in touch. Friends of the twins noted that Dan always acted as a leader, making key decisions, while David preferred to stay in the shadow of his brother and occupy secondary positions. After arriving, David started working as a mechanic at the same place where Dan worked and gave a significant amount of money to his brother to pay the house bills. It was David who suggested that Dan try to prevent a final divorce and supported his idea of going to see Heather on July 22, 2003. The trip, as is already known, ended in failure and almost calling the police. The brothers then devised a new plan, inviting Heather to their home on July 24th. It was only a few kilometers. The daughter, who had only gone to pick up her papers, should have returned long ago. When an hour passed, Heather's mom, Carol Springer, became concerned. Her daughter wasn't picking up her cell phone, and Carol called her son-in-law to find out where Heather was. Dan reported that she had arrived at his house, left the kids, and drove off in her car to the store. All of this seemed alarming to Carol, since she knew her daughter's wallet and credit cards were left at home. She couldn't go shopping without the money and cards, and she certainly would never leave her grandchildren with Dan. Freezing with a bad feeling, an agitated Carol dialed Dave's number and told him who their daughter had gone to see and when. Dave Springer immediately went to his former son-in-law's house. Heather wasn't there, and her car was nowhere to be found either. Dan still maintained that Heather had gone away on her own business, leaving the children with him, and should be back soon. The grandchildren couldn't tell their grandparents where their mom was, or where she had gone. And Dave called the emergency services. With his experience as a police officer, he sensed that his daughter was in trouble. Soon patrol officers arrived at Dan DeWild's house. The officers inspected the area near the house and the house itself, which Dan allowed to enter, but found nothing suspicious outside or inside, then left. The only thing the officers were able to find out was that the medical records Heather had come for were at Dan's house, and the child's support check was still unsigned. Dave Springer got behind the wheel of his auto and began driving the city streets, hoping to find his daughter alive. Passing intersections, he stopped his gaze on passers-by, looked at the faces of women, interviewed local residents, but the search was fruitless. The next morning, July 25th, Heather DeWild was officially reported missing. Detective Mark Kreider of the Denver Police Department joined the search for the woman. The detective took Dave's suspicions seriously. No one believed that Heather simply decided to run away on vacation from her family. Already after the trial, Kreider told reporters, Dave was obviously extremely concerned. The case was unusual because the daughter of a Denver police officer was missing, and that personalized the situation a little bit. Mark Kreider's first stop was the DeWild home. The detective arrived at the address, rang the doorbell. Dan DeWild himself appeared on the doorstep. He wouldn't let the detective into the house. Without DeWild's cooperation, Kreider had no right to inspect the house, which meant that important evidence could be missed. The detective asked what the reason for the refusal was, and why DeWild was unwilling to help the investigation if things were as he said they were. Dan replied that he had a personal attorney and would only answer questions in his presence. At that moment, David, Dan's twin, drove up to the house. Dan immediately called out to his brother, telling him not to engage in conversation with the detective. As Kreider watched, he realized that Heather's father was right. Daniel DeWild was hiding something. Why did he hire a lawyer if Heather just got tired of the family and left? He's not at all worried about the woman or looking for her, even though he swore his love for her a few days ago. Everything seemed as strange as possible, but the detective couldn't do anything without a warrant, and he had to leave. By the time police obtained a search warrant for DeWild's home, Heather had been missing for 6 days. Inside the home, Kreider said, the task force found no evidence of a crime weapon, nor was there any indication that Heather had been in the house. But investigators soon learned that on the day the young woman disappeared, David drove his Chevrolet car to an auto repair shop about 15 miles from the house. Why would David drive that far when the twins worked for the transportation department and could have handled the car repairs themselves? Kreider got a warrant to look at the Chevrolet. Detectives speculated that perhaps Heather was dead and David had managed to hide her body away from home. To conduct an inspection of the car, they brought in specially trained dogs that reacted to the odor of a decomposing body. While checking David's car, the dogs began barking near the driver's side, rear side door, indicating that Heather's body may have been in the car for some time. Detective Kreider met and spoke with David and described the search dog's reaction. At one point, the detective looking directly into David's eyes asked, "Did you kill Heather?" The man lowered his head, and you could see how nervous he was. The man said he needed to talk to his lawyer and left. After talking to David, the detective had no doubt that both twin brothers were involved in Heather's disappearance. A day after receiving news that the dogs smelled decomposition, David and Roseanne married, solidifying the police's suspicions. Roseanne later revealed that it happened so suddenly, just in case, because spouses are not required to testify against each other. Then, on August 4, 2003, 2 weeks after Heather's disappearance, police found a white Nissan Sentra belonging to the missing Heather in the parking lot of an apartment complex in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, about 5 miles from Dan's home. According to locals, the car had been parked there for several days, with the passenger side window completely open. Detectives spent all day scrutinizing the car. It appeared so clean that there was no evidence that even Heather had ever ridden in it. We found no evidence of Heather's DNA inside or outside the car. We also found no fingerprints or anything else that would indicate that Heather had used the vehicle, the expert explained to Detective Kreider. Apparently the perpetrator or perpetrators were careful and wiped out all traces qualitatively. Investigators searched the wooded area south of the apartment complex where the car was found. They used trackers, thermal imaging cameras, and a police helicopter. The search, to their dismay, yielded no clues that could lead to Heather. It was at that moment that Carol and Dave realized they had lost their daughter forever. Exactly 1 month later, on September 4, 2003, Heather's body was discovered by a road worker shoveling dirt on the road to the canyon. He noticed a large trash bag in the ground, and when he got closer, he called the police. In the meantime, the body had decomposed so badly that dental records had to be used for identification. The woman's face was covered with a mask made of duct tape, and rope was wrapped around her neck and wrists. The body was wrapped in garbage bags and secured with duct tape before being placed in a shallow grave. Family members identified the clothing as the one Heather left in to meet Daniel on July 24. The medical examiner was unable to determine Heather's exact cause of death, but the nature of her injuries suggested that she was strangled or died of asphyxiation. Investigators realized that the twins were involved. The location where the body was found was in the same neighborhood as the workshop that David visited the day Heather disappeared. The trash bags in which the body was wrapped matched the general class characteristics of the bags taken from the DeWild home. But it was circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence was lacking, and Kreider couldn't apprehend even one of the brothers, let alone both of them. Dave Springer felt crushed by the impossibility of doing anything. Heather was buried. Her parents placed a note in their daughter's casket with the phrase, "All she wanted was to love and be loved." There was a languid wait. No one told Heather's parents and sisters about the details of the investigation. It even began to seem to them that no one was dealing with the case at all. In fact, the investigation understood who was guilty, but the lack of evidence tied the hands of detectives. After 2 years, in 2005, in Denver changed the district attorney, who promised the Springer family to help in the investigation of the case. The formed investigation team once again thoroughly reviewed 1,500 pages of documentation and re-examined all the evidence and details of the case. However, these efforts yielded no new results. There was no physical evidence. DNA analysis did not reveal any links between the brothers and Heather's death. Detectives believed that in addition to the brothers to the case could be involved in David's wife, Roseanne, who also lived in the house. But as an official spouse, she had the right not to disclose information about her husband, and so another 4 years passed. Heather's family still did not find a place. The father of the deceased admitted that sometimes he screams at night. He was sickened by the fact that Dan was sleeping peacefully on the loose, while their entire family was facing daily injustice. In 2009, the Heather DeWild investigation was taken over by Russ Bootwright. The new prosecutor took the task with the utmost seriousness. In 6 years, the volume of documentation grew from 1.5 to 30,000 pages. There were 15 additional boxes with important details. After a while, a DVD of home movies caught the attention of the new investigative team. It turned out that during their marriage, Dan and Heather had engaged in unusual practices. Dan played the dominant role, and Heather willingly submitted. Dan liked to tie Heather up. When detectives examined the home videotape, they discovered an important coincidence. The way Dan was tying Heather up in this footage was very similar to the way the woman was tied up when her body was discovered. Detectives also identified Dan's profile on a dating site where he listed himself as a widower, even though Heather was reported missing at the time and her body had not yet been found. During the investigation, they were able to find a witness who had seen Dan, David, and Roseanne early one morning near the spot where Heather's body was later found. In addition, thanks to new technology that has emerged in recent years, experts were able to reinvestigate phone conversations between David, Daniel, and Roseanne on the day of the crime. All three made 14 calls to each other, and detectives have now been able to find out the geographical location of each caller. David's cell phone was used right near where Heather's car was found, and from there he called his brother and then Roseanne. Combining all of the information obtained, detectives brought the perpetrators to justice. With only circumstantial evidence, more than 8 years after the crime was committed, Dan, David, and Roseanne DeWild were arrested on December 14, 2011. Each was charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As prosecutors prepared for trial, investigators hoped to somehow provoke the DeWilds. They hypothesized that Roseanne might be the weak link and tried to turn her against the brothers. It didn't work. The woman continued to claim that neither she nor the twins were involved in the crime. David and Roseanne spent 8 months behind bars awaiting trial. The first to break down was David. 9 years after the crime, the man confessed that Heather took the life of his twin brother Dan. Maybe it was the arrest, the billing records, or maybe he really loved Roseanne and wanted to get her out of harm's way by making a deal with the prosecutor. Or maybe he just analyzed everything and chose freedom after 12 years, rather than waiting a lifetime for sentencing. Either way, David took the deal. If it wasn't for his testimony, the brothers probably would have gotten away with the crime. David gave all the gruesome details. According to the man, his brother Dan began planning the crime back in April 2003, after he was ordered to pay child support. He carefully thought out every move he made. When Dan told David about his plan and asked for help, he said that in case of refusal, he would still get rid of Heather, but only alone. David admitted that he was afraid for his brother. He thought that Dan couldn't do it alone. He would be caught and put in jail immediately. So David agreed to help. According to the plan, Heather and the children arrived at noon on July 24, 2003. When Dan went to meet them, David allegedly tried to stop his brother, but he didn't listen. While the children played in the house, Dan took Heather to the garage, promising to return the now almost ex-wife's joint videos, which were allegedly stored there. In the garage, Dan grabbed Heather by the shoulders and threw her to the floor. According to David, he could have prevented the crime but didn't, continuing to just stand there and watch in silence. His brother took a hammer from the shelf and struck Heather several blows to the head, rendering her unconscious. Immediately after that, Dan took a rope, tied his wife up the same way he had tied her up during their intimate game. But this time, he made a noose around her neck as well, and then suspended her from the garage roof. Dan's plan was that he wanted to make it look like his wife's death was an accident during their role-playing session. Leaving Dan in the garage, David drove Heather's car back to the apartment complex parking lot and thoroughly wiped the car down inside and out. By the time David returned to the garage, his brother had already wrapped his wife's body in garbage bags and placed it in the back seat of David's car. David checked the woman's pulse and made sure she was dead. He then got behind the wheel of the Chevrolet and drove to the pre-planned location where he was going to bury the body. Heather might never have been found if it hadn't been for a transmission problem in the car that forced him to hide the body elsewhere on the way to the canyon. Because David had to stop by an auto repair shop to get his car fixed, the investigation got clues about the car's movement. When asked by the investigators how the brothers managed to get rid of all the evidence, so David said that they regularly watched crime programs on TV, and they gave a lot of information on these issues. For example, they used double gloves to leave no traces. David DeWild had to take a polygraph to confirm the veracity of his testimony. After the test, prosecutors offered him a deal. David pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder and received 12 years instead of life in prison. In November 2012, Daniel's trial began. At the Jefferson County Courthouse, David testified, blamed the crime entirely on his brother, rehabilitated his wife Roseanne through his testimony, apologized for all the pain he had caused to Heather's family, and received 12 years. Daniel pleaded not guilty and continued to insist he did not know where Heather went after she allegedly left the house. His defense claimed that Heather took his brother David's life. He was the one who disposed of the car and the body, but the jury didn't believe that version. They found Daniel guilty of conspiracy to commit a first-degree felony, but couldn't decide if he actually did it. Because of this, the judge set a new trial date. Just a month later, fearing he would end up in prison with no chance of parole, Dan accepted a plea deal, pleaded guilty to a second-degree felony, and waived his right to appeal. He was sentenced to 74 years in prison, which he continues to serve in Colorado State Prison. He will become eligible for parole in May 2045. His mandatory release year is 2084, when he will be over 100 years old. Daniel DeWild will likely not live to see that date. After the trial, prosecutor Razboot Wright said at a press conference, looking at the dynamics of what happened, it's pretty clear that Daniel set David up. He was in control of the situation. As for Mary Roseanne DeWild, we ultimately concluded that her knowledge of the events was less than previously thought. The case against her is dismissed as there is no reasonable likelihood of her conviction at trial. Roseanne continues to maintain that she didn't suspect anything and is waiting for David to be released. After Dan's arrest, Hannah and Jacob were taken into foster care by their own grandparents, Heather's parents. Dave Springer, Heather's father, has finally begun to sleep well at night. Story 4. Australia is a continent known for its natural beauty, sandy beaches, deserts, and in some places bushland. At the same time, Australia is one of the most highly urbanized countries with megacities such as Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and Perth. Near Catherine Hill Bay, New South Wales, the area around Cape Snapper Point attracts intrepid tourists who climb it in search of unforgettable shots, as it is made up entirely of steep, uneven volcanic rocks. On April 24, 2016, at 10:30 a.m., a group of hikers walking at the foot of the promontory noticed something large floating on the surface of the water. They reported the find to law enforcement. The police arrived on the scene and removed an unknown package. Upon examining the find on shore, they discovered the body of an unknown woman with multiple injuries, indicating that the victim had been brutally assaulted. She was not identified, but news accounts described her as an Asian female between 20 and 35 years old of average height. 5 years earlier, a major airport in northern Sichuan province in the People's Republic of China saw off 20-year-old Meng Mei Lung in a torrential downpour. The girl tearfully said goodbye to her beloved mother. After the death of her father in 2008, her mom became the closest person to her. She flew from her native China to faraway Australia, where she had dreamed of studying since her childhood. It was the first time Meng Mei had made such a long journey alone, but she was in a hurry to achieve her dream, so she easily overcame any difficulties. She was met at the airport by her own aunt and her son, who was only 2 years younger than Meng Mei. The oldest and most populous state in Australia is New South Wales. 1 in 3 Australians live in its territory. It was here that Meng Mei's early years were spent after moving here. Meng Mei has lived happily with her 48-year-old aunt, her young husband, Derek Barrett, and with her cousin in their camping house. The girl had a private room where she spent almost all of her free time. Meng Mei loved to read and draw, so she would spend hours in her room pursuing her favorite hobby. For the convenience of living in another country, Meng Mei changed her name to Michelle. Michelle Lang enrolled at the University of Technology in Sydney, where she successfully studied economics and hospitality management. Michelle was very intelligent and motivated. She was not afraid of anything new and easily made new acquaintances. Like many girls of her age, she often posted photos in social networks, on which she drank cocktails with friends, as well as shots with extreme outings to dangerous places. By nature, Michelle was an adventurous person who could easily travel to Hobart for a vacation and regularly took day trips around New South Wales. In recent weeks, she posted videos from West Head Lookout near Sydney Harbour, photos from Resolute Beach north of the city, from Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park, and from Berry Beach on the south coast. On June 13, 2013, she visited Snapper Point, where she fearlessly photographed herself on the edge of a cliff and posted this prophetic photo to her Instagram account. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Wishing to arrange her personal life, Michelle regularly communicated with guys on dating sites and went on trial dates. The girl had an active and busy life, where she attended classes during the day and then hurried to work. On her weekends, she was sure to meet friends and visit unusual places. On April 21, 2016, Michelle met up with a friend at the mall. They had lunch together, did some shopping, then Michelle boarded a train at the train station. She got off at Campsie Station around 4:30 in the afternoon and was never seen again. 2 days later, Derek went to the train station to meet his wife, who had returned from a business trip. Aunt Michelle asked Derek about his niece, and he said he had not seen her in 2 days. Derek Barrett had been unemployed for a long time, so he often stayed up late at the computer and woke up only in the afternoon, so it was obvious that he might not have seen Michelle. But the situation was such that nobody had seen Michelle since April 22nd, and her phone was switched off. Having called all Michelle's acquaintances and friends, the aunt became even more worried. She inspected the girl's room, but it was in complete order as always. The family concluded that Michelle had not returned from her date, and perhaps something had happened to her. Michelle's absence was quite unusual, as she was in daily contact with friends and family members living in China and Australia. The next day, Michelle's aunt and her husband Derek went to the police station and filed a missing persons report. They also reported Michelle Lang's disappearance to the Chinese embassy. The body of an unidentified woman wrapped in a plastic bag was found by a group of tourists at Snapper Point. As Michelle's relatives in China and Australia searched for her, local news channels carried a report of the woman's body being found. A compiled sketch of the victim aired left no doubt. Michelle had been found. It took the police 3 days to identify her after they made a sketch of her. From that point on, Michelle Lung was officially listed as a missing person. An investigation was launched. After interviewing close relatives living with Michelle, the first theory was that Michelle had been attacked by an unknown guy who Michelle had planned to meet that day. On CCTV cameras restored the movements of the girl on the day of disappearance, but on surveillance cameras and on a short train journey, Michelle was alone. According to her friends, she had no plans to meet anyone that day and was in a hurry to get home. Reviewing social networks and correspondence of the girl did not confirm the presence of a young man with whom she could meet. The version about a secret stranger who could have committed the crime was not confirmed. The results of forensic examination were expected. The autopsy confirmed that Michelle's body had multiple injuries. She had most likely tried to fight off her attacker and suffered multiple stab wounds. Said the interpretation of the situation is that Michelle was brutally assaulted before her death, but she was spotted on her way home and did not go out anywhere else. So who could have attacked her with such atrocity? The inspector also noted that most likely the perpetrator had deliberately chosen a very lonely area of such a beautiful place. After all, the body was found in an area frequented by tourists and fishermen, but the place was somewhat isolated. Forensics found that Michelle Lang's body had been in the water for no more than 48 hours and more likely much less, meaning that the body had been dumped quite recently. The chief inspector of police said that although the location where the body was found was far from the entrance to the national park, there was a parking lot near the tourist attraction, and so it was possible that the body had been taken there by car. Homicide detectives studied CCTV and traffic cameras to determine Michelle Lang's last movements. They continued to contact her family members, friends, and co-workers for additional information. Also, in addition to the search efforts, interviews continued with relatives and acquaintances in the hope of reconstructing a picture of the event and establishing the full picture of relationships in the family where Michelle lived. Police Inspector Gary Jubilin said with certainty that from all the information that has been collected about Michelle, she was very responsible, always stayed in touch with her family, informing them where she was going, so there were serious fears that there was trouble when she disappeared. However, for 2 days, none of the family noticed the girl was missing or simply didn't want to notice. Police called Derek Barrett in for questioning as the last person to see Michelle alive. Investigators were skeptical of his accounts of nightlife and long daytime naps, so he was re-interviewed. The investigators began asking questions about his relationship with Michelle and asked him to remember the last time he had seen her. Unable to withstand the pressure of the interrogation, Derek refused to answer the questions and demanded a lawyer. Such strange and uncertain behavior led to a number of doubts, and Derek was arrested as a suspect. The arrest had grounds. On the eve of the interrogation, investigators checked his cell phone signal and found that he was in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. When police obtained surveillance footage from a parking lot that captured a car matching the description of Derek Barrett's vehicle in the early morning hours of April 24th, there was no doubt that he was there. Derek denied and claimed to the last that it was just a coincidence and the car was not his, but the footage was clear enough to prove his presence in the parking lot. Police have charged a man in the death of 25-year-old Michelle Lang, whose naked body with multiple stab wounds was found in a blowhole on the central NSW coast. A 27-year-old man has been arrested and charged with murder. The news of the arrest and charge against Derek has left Michelle's entire family in shock. Police spoke to Michelle's mother, who was devastated by the news of her daughter's death. She rushed to Sydney to see the very scene of her only daughter's dream and death. The woman was still unable to comprehend her death. Derek Barrett, 27, married to Michelle Lang's aunt, was charged with the 25-year-old student's murder after police released CCTV footage capturing her last shopping trip in Sydney's central business district on April 21st and her drive home. The footage shows her shopping at a Pitt Street mall before boarding a train at St. James Station for a ride to Campsie in Sydney's southwest. Police believe Michelle returned to her family home in Campsie in the afternoon, where she lived with her uncle, aunt, and cousin. She is presumed to have been murdered in her home. Recall that the autopsy revealed that Michelle tried to fight off her attacker and was stabbed several times in defense, stabbing her more than 30 times in total. CCTV footage is believed to have captured a vehicle entering Lake Momarek National Park at around 7 a.m. on April 24th. Police claim Michelle Lang's body was inside the vehicle. Despite Derek Barrett being detained and charged, the investigation continued. Gradually, other details of Michelle Lang's final minutes of life surfaced. Further charges were laid, including 5 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of installing a filming device, and murder. The investigation revealed that the suspect had an unhealthy sexual interest in his wife's young niece. When Derek Barrett's cell phone was seized and handed over to specialists to analyze and recover previously deleted data, the files found on the phone left no doubt that he was not only involved in Michelle's death, but had an unhealthy interest in her. It transpired that Derek had set up a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, hidden behind toiletries, and regularly reviewed the footage. The phone also contained images taken just before Michelle's death. Following these images, it was apparent that Michelle had returned home on April 21st, around 5 p.m., and around midnight, she sent her last text message from her phone and had not been heard from since. Derek Barrett began to put his devious plan into action. He entered Michelle's room again when she was asleep to perform the now customary shoot in satisfaction, but the girl woke up and Derek attacked her. He tied her up and put duct tape over her mouth to keep her quiet. The pervert kept her tied to the bed for 2 days and periodically abused her. In photos on his phone, investigators saw Michelle bound and naked, lying on the bed with a look of horror on her face. However, in these photos, Michelle did not yet have the injuries from which she died. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. on April 23rd, and at that time Michelle was alive. During the day of April 23rd, Derek's stepson Derek came home twice and did not hear Michelle's quiet moan. Derek was taking a shower at the time. Surveillance cameras determined that Derek left the apartment 4 times to take out the trash. Presumably by this time Michelle was already dead and Derek, having showered and washed off traces of blood, thoroughly cleaned the house hiding traces of the crime and Michelle's disappearance. On April 24th at 7 a.m., Derek drove to Snapper Point. On his way, he stopped at a gas station where he bought drinks and filled his car with gasoline. That's where he was caught on CCTV cameras. Upon arriving at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some pictures around 9 a.m. Afterwards, Derek visited his parents, who noticed nothing unusual in his behavior, and then returned home to await his wife's return. With absolute equanimity, he reported several times that he had not seen Michelle, that the girl had not returned home, and cynically accompanied his wife to the police station to file a missing persons report. 2016, the first court hearing was held. Barrett's lawyer, Bill Whitby, told Burwood local court that Barrett was pleading not guilty, and he was as shocked and upset by Michelle's death as the rest of the family. Michelle Lung's friends and family were in the packed courtroom, but Derek Barrett did not need to be present. He appeared later via video link. The fact is that the day before, the defendant reported that he didn't remember much in the hours before he killed Michelle Lung because he had taken illegal drugs the day before. He also told the court that he had only vague memories of the 2-hour trip to Snapper Point, where he threw Michelle Lung's body off the cliff. On this basis, before attending the court hearing, Derek Barrett was examined by a psychologist. However, forensic psychologist Dr. Richard First disputed the defendant's claims of memory loss. He testified and found Derek Barrett mentally fit to be punished to the full extent of his sentence. Dr. First testified that the drugs the suspect was taking did not cause memory loss. The doctor claimed that all of his actions were clear and purposeful, from the murder to the disposal of the body. Concentration and memory were within normal limits. He also did not believe Barrett's claims of memory loss, and said the number of stab wounds indicated sadistic tendencies rather than memory lapses and acting on emotions. The psychologist also rejected Derek Barrett's claim that he did not feel sexually attracted to the victim. He bound, gagged, and stabbed the girl 30 times, but Derek Barrett claimed he had no memory of this. Dr. Richard First also told the court that the accused faked amnesia to mitigate his responsibility for the crime after he claimed he could not remember the period when he apprehended and killed Michelle Lang. Speaking at the trial, Derek Barrett tried to explain his crime by claiming that he was addicted to illegal drugs. However, this fact was also challenged by the doctor. Richard First pointed out that Derek's claim was self-defeating, because it was obvious that the suspect had gained weight during that time period. Judge Wilson said that in his 30 years as a criminal defense attorney, he had never seen an obese, substance-dependent person. But unfortunately, there was nothing sincere about Derek Barrett's behavior in the courtroom in Sydney. Derek Barrett's behavior in court gave the impression of a psychopath. His crime was not the result of a drunken night out, some poor life choices, or childhood abuse. In August, at a retrial hearing, Derek Barrett pleaded guilty to murdering and kidnapping Michelle Lang, as well as twice sneaking into her room while she slept and making videos. He also admitted taking 19 explicit photos of Michelle Lang shortly before her death. Barrett said he could not remember the 48-hour period during which he killed the girl, including cleaning up the crime scene and dumping her body, because he was under the influence of illegal substances. He said his only memories were of an argument, blood in the bathroom, and the terrified face of his niece screaming at him. However, Judge Wilson said she did not believe Derek Barrett was telling the truth about his memory loss, nor did she believe he was truly sorry for what he had done. The Lang family consoled each other while Derek Barrett wiped away tears, telling them, "I deserve to live. This should never have happened." Passing sentence, Judge Helen Wilson went even further. She said it was a depraved and sadistic act committed by a person in a position of trust with Mrs. Lung. As the judge detailed Derek Barrett's fantasies and actions in front of a packed courtroom, he stared at the floor. He was no longer enjoying the attention, and it was abundantly clear that he had failed to fool anyone. Obviously, the events that had occurred must be seared into his brain, but the killer claimed they were nothing more than flashes in his memory, because he had taken drugs a day or two before. He never flinched once in the court sessions, repeating his victim's name over and over again. Speaking to the court, Chief Inspector Gary Jubilin of the NSW Police Homicide Unit said the crime was horrific and senseless. "From an investigative point of view, it's nice that we got justice, but there's no joy in a case like this," he said. Judge Helen Wilson sentenced 28-year-old Derek Barrett to 34 years and 6 months in prison for his crime, with a maximum term of 46 years. He will be eligible for parole in 2050. Barrett showed no emotion when he was sentenced. Michelle's mother, Mrs. Zhang, thanked the Australian and Chinese communities for their support at a time when she is suffering greatly. She also thanked the NSW police, including Detective Inspector Gary Jubilin of the Homicide Squad, for investigating her daughter's death. A fund has been set up to pay for Ms. Lung's funeral and to support her mother when she returns to China. But Michelle Lung's sad story did not end there. For years after the crime, inexplicable events occurred in one family. A woman often visited her elderly mother, and on one of these visits she found her sitting in a chair in the kitchen with an unknown USB when the daughter plugged the USB drive into her computer. She saw that it contained graphic videos and photos of obscene content and contacted the police. The thumb drive contained 9 video files that lasted more than an hour and 13 files, with photos of Michelle Lung being abused shortly before she was murdered on April 23, 2016. The woman had no discernible connection to Derek Barrett, lived about 4 miles from his former home in Campsie, and it is not known where the USB drive came from or how it came into her family home. Police were able to match the photos to those that Derek Barrett deleted from his phone before his arrest in an attempt to hide his crimes from police. In 2020, Derek Barrett was charged with a number of sex offenses after videos of him abusing Michelle Lang were found on the USB drive in November 2019. But police and prosecutors admitted they were at an impasse over the discovery of the device, which led to the new charges. Prosecutor Hugh Baker told the court that the elderly woman with dementia was confined to the house and only went out into the yard. There is no explanation as to how the USB drive ended up in the woman's hands at the house in Strathfield, Baker told the court. Based on new facts and evidence, Derek Barrett has had his sentence extended without parole after images found by chance revealed the full extent of his abuse of Michelle before he murdered her. This horrifying, depraved secret, found by chance in the hands of an elderly woman in a leafy Sydney suburb, resulted in the convicted criminal receiving additional years of deserved punishment to his already lengthy sentence. Friends and acquaintances honored Michelle Lung on Chinese and Australian social media. Every story wants to be summarized, to break it down into its components in order to approach and understand whether it is possible by changing the chain of events to prevent bullying, fear, and crime. Obviously, unemployed Derek Barrett had nothing to do. The young man was in the active phase of puberty and physical strength, lying at his computer all day and night, doing nothing, and demons took hold of his rotten soul. Perhaps if he had been working, there would have been no strength or desire for lust. But in this story, Derek's laziness, Aunt Michelle's pity, and her cousin's indifference played a cruel trick on her that cost her 2 days of humiliation, fear, and pain. Dear friends, cherish life because you never know which day will be your last. Story 5. In the early months of 2001, the United States was gripped by a shocking crime that would go on to capture national attention. The crime took place in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Washington, D.C., where a series of brutal murders transpired, shattering the sense of security that residents had long taken for granted. At the center of this chilling series of events was a man who, for months, had been terrorizing the city without leaving a trace. The criminal mastermind responsible for these heinous acts would later be known as the DC Sniper. But his reign of terror began in the early days of March 2001. The first incident, which would set off a chain of events leading to one of the most extensive manhunts in U.S. history, occurred on March 19th. On that day, a victim was shot while sitting in his car outside a gas station in the D.C. suburbs. The victim, a 54-year-old man named James Martin, was struck by a single bullet that came from an unknown direction. His body was discovered by a passerby, and there was no apparent motive for the killing, which left investigators baffled. Martin's murder seemed like an isolated incident at first, but it quickly became apparent that something much more sinister was unfolding. Over the next few days, authorities received multiple reports of similar shootings occurring in various parts of the city. In every case, the victims were shot without warning, seemingly at random, and the shooter was never seen. The methodical and calculated nature of the killings suggested that the perpetrator was well organized and had a clear understanding of how to remain undetected. In each case, the shooter appeared to be using a high-powered rifle, taking aim from a distance and retreating into the shadows before law enforcement could respond. As the death toll began to rise, panic spread throughout Washington, D.C. and its surrounding suburbs. Residents found themselves living in fear, unsure of when or where the next attack would take place. The shootings were random, and there was no apparent connection between the victims. Some were killed while pumping gas, others while walking in public parks, and some even while working in parking lots. The fear that gripped the city was palpable. No one was safe, and no one knew where the next shot would come from. In the early stages of the investigation, law enforcement struggled to piece together any clues. The shooter, who was later revealed to be a sniper with military training, had carefully covered his tracks. No physical evidence was found at any of the crime scenes, and the lack of a clear pattern made it difficult for detectives to form any leads. As the weeks went on, the shootings continued. By late March, the sniper's actions had escalated to the point where the authorities were forced to declare a full-scale investigation, hoping to bring an end to the terror that had already claimed several lives. The fear that had gripped the city was now extending across the entire metropolitan area, as people began to take extreme precautions to protect themselves and their families. There was no safe place, no guarantee that someone could go about their daily life without the looming threat of an unseen killer. The sniper had a terrifying level of precision and expertise. His ability to strike quickly and retreat without leaving a trace baffled investigators. Ballistics reports confirmed that a .223 caliber rifle was used in the shooting, but no other clear evidence could be found to connect the crime. The DC Sniper, as the media would later call him, seemed to be operating with an unsettling level of calmness and strategic thinking. No one had any idea who he was or what his motives could be, and each new shooting raised more questions than answers. As law enforcement searched for clues, a pattern began to emerge. The attacks were happening during daylight hours, often in public spaces where large numbers of people gathered. The sniper was a master at blending in and appearing unnoticed. In one case, a woman was shot while walking in a supermarket parking lot. In another, a man was struck while sitting in his truck at a bus stop. Each shooting was deliberate and precise, with the sniper never leaving any signs of his presence other than the victim's lifeless body and the bullet hole that had ended their life. By the end of March, there were already 5 victims, and the city was in a state of constant anxiety. Investigators were working around the clock, but the sniper remained elusive, with no witness testimony or physical evidence that could help in identifying him. The local news stations reported daily on the killings, but there was little that could offer the public reassurance. Authorities were at a loss, and the pressure to solve the case was mounting. As the fear spread, residents became more cautious and more paranoid. People began to modify their daily routines, avoiding public areas, staying inside, and even driving in groups to reduce the risk of being targeted. Schools implemented lockdown drills, and businesses encouraged employees to take extra precautions when traveling to and from work. It was an unprecedented situation for the city, one that left a collective sense of unease in its wake. The sniper had achieved exactly what he intended. He had paralyzed a major U.S. city, forcing the residents to question whether they could trust their own sense of safety. The authorities quickly realized that this was no ordinary crime spree. The killings were calculated and systematic, and there were signs that the shooter was meticulously planning his attacks. At one crime scene, investigators found an empty shell casing that seemed intentionally left behind. This small clue, however, was not enough to make a breakthrough. The shooter was methodical. Each shot was placed with such precision that it seemed impossible for him to make a mistake. The sniper's calmness and professionalism in carrying out the attacks made it clear that they were dealing with someone who was highly skilled and capable of evading law enforcement for an extended period. Amidst the growing frustration of investigators, the community was becoming increasingly desperate for answers. Every time a new victim was discovered, the panic only deepened. The DC police, FBI, and other federal agencies were working around the clock, but no leads were forthcoming. It wasn't just the citizens of Washington, D.C., who were feeling the weight of the fear. The law enforcement community was under immense pressure to solve the case, as public demand for action reached a fever pitch. Time and again, the sniper had struck, leaving only chaos in his wake. In the days following each new attack, law enforcement scrambled to follow up on any potential leads, but the sniper's elusive nature made it feel as though he was always one step ahead. Some reports indicated that there were sightings of a white van in the vicinity of the shootings, but these leads proved to be fruitless. At one point, a composite sketch of a potential suspect was released to the public, but it too failed to bring in any credible tips. There were a few moments when investigators believed they were close to a breakthrough, only for those leads to fall apart under scrutiny. The sniper's unpredictability became part of the terror he inspired. Unlike many criminals who follow identifiable patterns, the DC sniper's attacks appeared to be randomly chosen, and his attacks were increasingly widespread. Law enforcement tried to predict the sniper's next move, but the unpredictability left them grasping at straws. There were moments when the sniper would strike several times within a single day, only to disappear for weeks without any further attacks. This pattern of sudden bursts of violence followed by long periods of inactivity added to the uncertainty, as no one knew if or when the next shooting would occur. As the investigation grew in complexity, the sniper continued to evade capture, further fueling the terror and uncertainty. Little did anyone know that this was only the beginning of what would become one of the most intense and harrowing manhunts in U.S. history. By the end of March, the authorities were still no closer to finding the sniper, and the residents of Washington, D.C. remained on edge, living with the constant fear that they might be next. As April approached, the D.C. sniper's reign of terror showed no sign of stopping. The fear and anxiety gripping the city were palpable, as residents and visitors alike found themselves on edge. The sense of unpredictability surrounding the attacks created a pervasive atmosphere of paranoia. The sniper, now infamous for his precision and ruthless execution, seemed to be watching from the shadows, his next victim chosen at random, without warning. Every time someone left their home or went about their day, they were forced to ask themselves, "Am I safe?" The sniper had already killed 10 people by early April, and authorities were growing more desperate by the day. Media outlets were covering the case relentlessly, with reports emerging that some people had begun to cancel their daily activities altogether. In response, police ramped up their efforts, coordinating with the FBI and other federal agencies to try to track down the shooter. They set up command centers, analyzed surveillance footage, and painstakingly sifted through witness reports, hoping to uncover any new leads. But every time they thought they were getting closer, the sniper would vanish into the ether, leaving behind only devastation in his wake. One of the most troubling aspects of the investigation was the sniper's ability to adapt and learn from every attack. Law enforcement had noticed that each subsequent shooting seemed to be more calculated than the last, as though the sniper was refining his technique with each kill. He continued to take advantage of the city's geography, using a mix of elevated positions and tight spaces to keep himself hidden while executing his attacks. It was clear that the sniper had some level of military training, likely in sniper tactics or guerrilla warfare. His ability to remain undetected and quickly disappear was unparalleled. On the 24th of April, however, something changed. The sniper made a critical mistake that would ultimately bring him to the attention of law enforcement. It wasn't a physical slip-up, but a psychological one. A clue surfaced from a phone call made to a local news station, which turned out to be the first direct communication from the killer. The sniper, it seemed, was not only calculating and elusive, but also eager for attention. He wanted the world to know he was in control. In his call, he taunted authorities, speaking cryptically about his motives and the power he held over the city. He claimed that he had a larger plan, and his attacks were just a part of it. He wanted to prove that he could kill at will from anywhere without fear of being caught. The call sent shockwaves through the police department. While they were accustomed to threats and boasts from criminals, the sniper's message was particularly disturbing. It provided a glimpse into his psyche, and it was clear that he derived satisfaction not only from the killings themselves, but from the fear he was able to instill in the city. The authorities knew they needed to find a way to track down the sniper before his next message, or worse, his next attack, came. While investigators had few leads to follow from the phone call, they started to re-examine the evidence with fresh eyes. One thing became abundantly clear as the case progressed. The sniper's attacks were not random acts of violence, but part of a larger plan. The sheer methodical nature of the shootings, the use of a powerful rifle, and the apparent ability to track and target his victims with military-like precision suggested the work of someone with a clear understanding of tactics and an almost clinical detachment from the act of murder. The pattern was unmistakable: a calm, calculated killer who would strike quickly, with no warning, then vanish into the shadows. Detectives began to turn their attention to people who might have had the training and the psychological disposition to carry out such calculated acts. Many suspected that the sniper might be former military or law enforcement, individuals who had the technical know-how to carry out the shooting. One theory that began to gain traction was that the sniper could be a former member of the armed forces, someone with specialized training in marksmanship. Given the sniper's ability to remain hidden and the precision with which the shots were taken, it seemed logical that he could have received formal training in shooting. In the following weeks, investigators began to cast a wider net, looking into possible suspects who fit the profile of an experienced marksman. Still, there were no concrete leads. The sniper, it seemed, had anticipated the scrutiny and adjusted his methods accordingly, always staying one step ahead. As the investigation continued, the attacks began to slow, leaving the community to wonder if the sniper had finally grown tired, or if he was simply biding his time. The attacks were not as frequent, but the sniper's chilling presence still loomed over the city. Authorities remained vigilant, but with each passing day, there was growing frustration. Despite their best efforts, they had no idea who the sniper was or where he was hiding. It was as though he had mastered the art of elusiveness. In early October, after 6 months of terror, the authorities finally had a breakthrough. 2 key pieces of evidence were discovered. One was a distinctive piece of the sniper's rifle, which had been discarded at the scene of a shooting. The second was a tip from a local resident who had observed a suspicious vehicle near one of the crime scenes. This tip, in combination with the forensic evidence, led investigators to the breakthrough they had been hoping for. They identified the vehicle's owner, and with further investigation, uncovered connections to the sniper's crime. The man at the center of the investigation was John Allen Muhammad, a 41-year-old former Army soldier who had been living in the area at the time of the killing. Together with his accomplice, Lee Boyd Malvo, a 17-year-old Jamaican immigrant, Muhammad had planned and carried out the attacks in a calculated manner. Muhammad had taken on the role of the mastermind, using his military training and knowledge of sniper tactics to guide Malvo in carrying out the killing. The duo was eventually apprehended after a nationwide manhunt, and their arrest marked the end of one of the most terrifying chapters in U.S. criminal history. After Muhammad and Malvo were arrested, the details of their motives and their preparation for the killings were revealed. Muhammad had a deep sense of resentment towards society and wanted to cause widespread chaos, while Malvo had been manipulated and brainwashed by Muhammad. Together, they had orchestrated a series of shootings that terrorized an entire region, ultimately culminating in their capture. In the aftermath of their arrest, the impact of their crimes was felt across the country. The DC sniper attacks left deep scars in the community, and the events of that year would be remembered as one of the most disturbing and impactful criminal cases in U.S. history. The terror, the fear, and the relief that came with their capture all marked a turning point in the lives of many people in Washington, D.C. and beyond. Story 6. In March 2001, the world was stunned by the shocking and tragic kidnapping of Daniel Pearl, a reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Pearl, a seasoned journalist known for his investigative work in Asia, had been in Pakistan to cover a story related to the growing links between Al-Qaeda and Pakistan's intelligence services. Little did he know, this assignment would lead him into the heart of a conspiracy that would not only cost him his life, but also ignite a series of global events that would define the early 21st century. Pearl had arrived in Karachi in January 2002 to investigate ties between Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, and members of Al-Qaeda. The story was critical to understanding the rising threat of Islamic extremism, and as a journalist dedicated to uncovering the truth, Daniel Pearl had no idea the investigation would lead him into mortal danger. On the morning of January 23, 2002, Pearl arranged to meet with a man named Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, a British-born Pakistani who was believed to have ties to terrorist organizations. Pearl had been in contact with Sheikh, who posed as a potential source for the story, promising insight into the mysterious relationship between Pakistan's intelligence community and Islamic extremists. Unbeknownst to Pearl, Sheikh had other plans, ones that were far more sinister than merely offering information for a news article. The meeting was supposed to take place at a restaurant in Karachi, but as soon as Pearl arrived at the rendezvous point, he was ambushed. Sheikh, who was waiting for Pearl with a group of associates, abducted him. Pearl was forced into a vehicle and driven away to an undisclosed location. The kidnapping was swift, but the motive behind it was much more complex. In the days that followed, news of Daniel Pearl's disappearance sent shockwaves throughout the journalistic community. Pearl's colleagues at the Wall Street Journal, along with friends, family, and colleagues from across the world, were thrown into a state of worry and confusion. The Pakistani government, which was already under intense pressure due to its alliance with the United States in the war on terror, quickly launched an investigation into Pearl's abduction. However, at the time, the authorities in Pakistan had little understanding of the scale of the threat they were dealing with. While Pearl's family and friends remained hopeful that he would be released unharmed, his kidnappers had other plans. Shortly after the abduction, a series of demands were issued. Pearl's captors, who identified themselves as members of a militant group with ties to Al-Qaeda, demanded the release of certain prisoners held by the Pakistani government. The group also issued a series of political statements, claiming that the kidnapping was in retaliation for the US-led war on terror, which had escalated after the September 11th attacks. In the days that followed, videos were released, showing Pearl blindfolded and bound, begging for his life. The footage sent a chilling message to the world about the growing influence of radical Islam and the willingness of extremists to use the media to send their messages of terror. As the situation escalated, Pearl's fate seemed increasingly grim. His captors continued to demand the release of prisoners and threatened to kill him if their demands were not met. Amidst the growing uncertainty, the world held its breath, waiting for any sign that Daniel Pearl might be set free. The Pakistani authorities, desperate to save him, worked tirelessly with the FBI and other international intelligence agencies to track down his captors. Yet, as each hour passed, the chances of a positive resolution grew slimmer. As the days stretched on, the sense of urgency grew stronger. Daniel Pearl's abduction had not only garnered worldwide media attention, but it had also become a symbolic flashpoint in the global battle against terrorism. For many, it underscored the new kind of warfare being waged, one in which the media was not only reporting the events, but, in some cases, being used as a pawn in the larger political and ideological conflict. The kidnappers had made it clear that they intended to use Pearl's life to send a powerful message to the world. Their demands became more specific, and their rhetoric increasingly violent. On January 25, 2002, just 2 days after Pearl's abduction, a video surfaced showing Pearl, looking visibly distressed but still alive, in the hands of his captors. The chilling footage, which would later become one of the most haunting visual documents of the early 21st century, showed the journalist sitting on the floor, blindfolded and wearing a red t-shirt. He was forced to read a statement from his captors, who were demanding the release of Pakistani prisoners and the cessation of U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan. This video served as a clear signal to the world that Pearl's life hung in the balance, and the kidnappers were taking full advantage of the moment to gain political leverage. In the video, Pearl seemed calm but frightened. He spoke softly and slowly, reading the message word for word as directed. The statement was filled with the kinds of demands one might expect from a terrorist group: demands for the cessation of American military actions in the region, the release of prisoners, and the political acknowledgement of their cause. The message was a chilling reminder of the extent to which terrorist organizations were willing to go to make their point. The video also contained a message of hate directed at the United States, symbolizing the power struggle between militant Islamists and Western powers. But it also conveyed something even more sinister. The captors were not interested in negotiation, but were rather looking to use Pearl as a tool in their broader war on the West. The release of the video intensified the sense of dread and confusion. The FBI, alongside Pakistani intelligence, quickly tried to track down the group responsible for Pearl's abduction. As they pored over the footage, experts in kidnapping and terrorism began to speculate about the identity of the captors. They noticed that the group appeared well organized and was operating with a clear agenda. They also began to connect the dots between the abduction of Pearl and several prominent Islamist militant groups known to have a presence in Pakistan, including Al-Qaeda. On February 1st, 2002, another video surfaced. This one showed Pearl again, but the tone had changed. The captors' demands were now more ominous. They announced that unless their conditions were met, including the release of prisoners and a cessation of U.S. operations in Afghanistan, they would kill Pearl. The pressure mounted on Pakistani authorities, who were now under international scrutiny for their failure to protect one of the most prominent Western journalists operating in the region. The Pakistani government had to balance the demands of the kidnappers while managing a delicate diplomatic situation with the U.S. and its allies. They worked feverishly behind the scenes to track down the militants, but each time they thought they had a lead, it turned out to be a false alarm. The situation had become a global media spectacle. Journalists from around the world followed the case closely, desperate for any information that could lead to a breakthrough. Pearl's family, including his wife, Marianne, was thrust into the public eye. The personal and professional stakes were high. The pressure on the Pakistani government to ensure Pearl's safe return only increased as time went on. At the same time, Daniel Pearl's colleagues at the Wall Street Journal were doing everything in their power to spread awareness and keep hope alive, coordinating with diplomatic channels and intelligence agencies. For weeks, the world watched as this drama played out, with Pearl's captors making cryptic demands and slowly tightening the noose around his fate. As the deadline for the captors' demands passed and the negotiations went nowhere, it became clear that the militants were using Pearl as a pawn in their ideological struggle. However, with no concessions from the Pakistani government, the situation was growing increasingly dire. On February 21, 2002, after weeks of tense negotiations and failed attempts at securing his release, another devastating video was released. This one, however, was the most harrowing of all. In the video, Pearl's captors had gruesomely killed him, and his murder was shown in graphic detail. The brutal execution was carried out by a group of men, one of whom, identified as one of the kidnappers, read a final message aloud, announcing that Daniel Pearl had been killed in retaliation for the actions of the United States. The video's release was a cruel and final blow to his family, his colleagues, and the world. The manner of Pearl's death was horrifying in its brutality, but it was also indicative of the increasing violence and extremism that were beginning to define the early 2000s. It was a tragic demonstration of how terrorists were using Western targets to further their political and religious aims, and the death of Daniel Pearl symbolized a violent turn in the conflict between radical Islamic militants and the West. The video, widely circulated online and by media outlets, showed not only the brutality of the act, but also the grotesque message it was meant to send. Pearl's murder was not just a personal tragedy. It was a deliberate and calculated act of terrorism, meant to strike fear into the hearts of those who opposed their cause. The world reacted in horror and disbelief at the murder of Daniel Pearl. Public outrage poured out across the globe, with many condemning the violence in the strongest terms possible. Internationally, there was a renewed focus on combating terrorism and protecting journalists working in conflict zones. The event brought attention to the growing danger faced by journalists, particularly those covering war zones or the rise of extremism. Pearl's tragic death led to changes in how journalists reported from conflict areas, with a greater emphasis on safety protocols and the risks involved in such dangerous assignments. The murder also intensified the international community's resolve to combat terrorism and prevent the spread of radical ideology. The aftermath of Daniel Pearl's murder reverberated around the world, sparking international condemnation and a renewed commitment to the fight against terrorism. The barbaric execution of a journalist who had dedicated his life to uncovering the truth shocked people from all walks of life. Pearl's death was not just a tragic loss for his family and colleagues at the Wall Street Journal. It also marked a dark moment in the global struggle for freedom of the press and the fight against radical extremism. Immediately following the release of the video, the Pakistani government was under immense pressure to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice. The country, already grappling with its role in the war on terror and the presence of militant groups within its borders, now found itself facing an international outcry over its inability to prevent the killing of a foreign journalist in such a brutal manner. There were widespread calls for accountability, and the Pakistani authorities faced increased scrutiny over their handling of the case and their failure to prevent the growing presence of extremist groups within the country. Within days of the video's release, Pakistani authorities, working in conjunction with the FBI and other international law enforcement agencies, launched an extensive manhunt for those responsible for the abduction and murder. The investigation quickly centered around the figure of Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British-born Pakistani militant who had orchestrated the kidnapping. Sheikh had a long history of involvement with extremist groups and had been previously convicted for his role in a 1994 kidnapping of foreign tourists in India. He had been released from prison in 1999 as part of a controversial prisoner exchange deal between India and Pakistan, which allowed him to go free despite his violent history. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Sheikh was not working alone. Several other individuals were implicated in the plot to abduct and murder Daniel Pearl. Among them was a group of men who had helped facilitate the kidnapping, including a man named Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who would later become infamous as the mastermind behind the September 11, 2001 attacks. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's involvement in the murder of Daniel Pearl was a revelation that further underscored the ties between extremist networks, showing how deeply entrenched the ideology of violence was within certain militant groups in Pakistan and the broader region. The nexus between the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and local extremist organizations was becoming increasingly apparent in the months after Pearl's murder, complicating international efforts to combat terrorism. On February 12, 2002, less than 3 weeks after Pearl's abduction, Pakistani authorities arrested Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh along with several others involved in the crime. The arrest was a critical breakthrough in the investigation, as Sheikh's capture provided law enforcement with the opportunity to unravel the network of individuals responsible for orchestrating the kidnapping. While Saeed Sheikh initially denied involvement, mounting evidence, such as phone records and witness testimony, suggested that he was the central figure behind the plot. The investigation revealed that Sheikh had carefully planned the kidnapping for several weeks, with the goal of using Pearl as a bargaining chip to extract political concessions. Despite the arrest of several individuals linked to the murder, the investigation was far from over. The capture of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, however, would prove to be a key moment in the wider war on terror. As authorities pieced together the roles of each individual involved, it became clear that Pearl's murder was part of a much larger ideological and political agenda. The perpetrators saw themselves as part of a global jihadist movement, fighting not only against the West, but also against those who they viewed as traitors to their cause within Muslim-majority countries. While Saeed Sheikh and others were arrested and brought to trial, the trial process itself was complicated and fraught with political tension. Sheikh was charged with kidnapping and murder, along with other co-conspirators. In 2002, he was initially sentenced to death by a Pakistani court, but the case went through several appeals and legal challenges over the next few years. In 2006, his conviction was overturned by a court, and he was instead sentenced to life in prison. This controversial decision was met with outrage both in Pakistan and internationally, as many felt that justice had not been served for the brutal murder of a journalist who was simply doing his job. However, in 2011, Sheikh was once again arrested and later held for his role in the murder as part of renewed efforts to secure justice. Daniel Pearl's murder had far-reaching consequences, both in terms of international relations and the protection of journalists worldwide. In the wake of his death, the global journalistic community was forced to confront the dangers faced by reporters working in conflict zones and authoritarian regimes. Pearl's family, along with many organizations advocating for press freedom, became vocal advocates for the protection of journalists. They highlighted the risks faced by journalists operating in hostile environments, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding the ability of reporters to conduct their work free from violence and intimidation. Pearl's widow, Marianne Pearl, became a key figure in the fight for justice and the preservation of Daniel's legacy. She went on to write a memoir titled A Mighty Heart, which chronicled her experience during the kidnapping and its aftermath. The book became a testament to Daniel's character, his dedication to his work, and the resilience of his family in the face of unimaginable tragedy. The memoir was later adapted into a 2007 film of the same name, which further expanded the public's awareness of Daniel Pearl's story and the broader issues surrounding the dangers of reporting in conflict zones. On the broader political stage, Daniel Pearl's murder underscored the brutal tactics of radical Islamist groups that sought to use fear and violence to achieve their goals. The murder also illustrated the increasing use of the media by terrorist organizations as a tool for propaganda, signaling a shift in the way violence was being used in the 21st century. Pearl's case would come to symbolize the perils faced by those who sought to expose the truth in an era where terror and extremism were on the rise. Daniel Pearl's death, while tragic, spurred changes in the way the world approached terrorism and the protection of journalists. His legacy lives on through the Daniel Pearl Foundation, which works to promote cross-cultural understanding, press freedom, and the ethical reporting of news. The foundation also awards the annual Daniel Pearl Award for Courage and Integrity in Journalism, ensuring that Pearl's commitment to truth-telling and the pursuit of justice is remembered. Pearl's death was not just an isolated tragedy. It was a turning point in the global fight against terrorism. It marked the moment when the world came to realize that journalists like Daniel Pearl were on the front lines of a much larger battle for freedom and the truth. The story of Daniel Pearl remains a powerful reminder of the risks journalists face, the sacrifices they make, and the importance of preserving their ability to tell the world's stories, no matter the cost. Story 7. In March 2002, a wave of terror gripped the Washington, D.C. area as a series of seemingly random shootings began to occur with chilling regularity. The perpetrators, later identified as John Allen Muhammad and his accomplice, Lee Boyd Malvo, carried out what would come to be known as the Beltway sniper attacks. These attacks, which lasted for over 3 weeks, would instill a pervasive fear in the community and lead to one of the largest manhunts in U.S. history. The killings left 10 people dead and several others critically wounded, and the sense of fear and anxiety would last long after the arrests were made. The first attack took place on February 28, 2002, when a 55-year-old man named James Martin was killed outside a grocery store in Montgomery County, Maryland. Initially, the police were uncertain whether the shooting was an isolated incident or part of a larger pattern. However, on March 9, 2002, the situation escalated dramatically. A 72-year-old woman named Sarah Ramos was shot and killed in a parking lot outside of a shopping center. The randomness of the shootings, coupled with their proximity, began to raise suspicions that a serial killer was at work. As the days passed, the attacks continued. On March 19, 2002, a 34-year-old man named Kenneth Bridges was killed while filling up his car at a gas station. Then, on March 21, 2002, another man, 43-year-old Dean Harold Myers, was shot and killed outside of a restaurant in Virginia. By this time, it was clear that the shooter, or shooters, were not just targeting random individuals, but had a specific pattern, using a high-powered rifle to kill from long distances. The victims were typically killed while engaged in ordinary, mundane activities like pumping gas or shopping, making the attacks feel all the more unpredictable and terrifying. At first, the police had few leads. Witnesses often described the shooter's vehicle as a white van, but this lead proved to be unreliable. The sniper appeared to have an uncanny ability to strike quickly, leaving little trace behind and disappearing into the night. Local law enforcement, along with the FBI and other federal agencies, quickly joined forces to investigate the growing list of attacks, but the lack of clues made it increasingly difficult to pin down the shooter. The psychological impact of the attacks was profound. Residents of the Washington, D.C. area began to feel as though they were living under a constant threat of violence. People began to change their daily routines, avoiding outdoor activities, staying inside when possible, and taking extra precautions when going out. Local businesses, particularly those with gas stations or parking lots, were forced to increase security measures. The fear spread quickly. The media dubbed the perpetrator the Beltway sniper, and coverage of the attacks became a 24-hour news cycle, further fueling the panic. The fear that had gripped the area was compounded by the fact that the shooter was seemingly able to evade detection at every turn. With each new attack, the police grew more desperate. They began setting up roadblocks, installing surveillance cameras at known locations where the shootings had occurred, and conducting widespread searches of the surrounding neighborhoods. Yet, the sniper remained elusive. He appeared to have an almost supernatural ability to remain hidden, using his knowledge of the area's geography and his shooting expertise to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. Meanwhile, the number of victims continued to grow. On March 22, 2002, two people were killed in separate attacks on the same day. One outside a Michael's craft store in Silver Spring, Maryland, and another near a gas station in the same area. The sniper's brutal efficiency and lack of remorse were evident in the growing body count. The public began to call for the immediate capture of the killer, and police turned to the FBI for assistance in analyzing the pattern of the attacks. As the police struggled to identify any potential suspects, it was becoming increasingly clear that they were dealing with a highly organized and methodical individual or group who was well versed in long-range shooting techniques. The sniper's ability to strike without warning and leave no trace of his identity led to speculation that he had military or law enforcement training. This theory gained traction when it became clear that the shooter had a precise understanding of how to use the terrain to his advantage, firing from concealed positions and disappearing before the police could respond. By the end of March 2002, the number of victims had risen to at least 10 dead and several others injured. The shootings had spread across a wide area, with victims from Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. The fear and uncertainty were now palpable, and there was mounting pressure on law enforcement to apprehend the sniper before the body count grew any higher. As the manhunt continued, the FBI and local police collaborated with military experts and snipers, attempting to piece together the sniper's likely route, the possible locations from which he was firing, and any other clues that might reveal his identity. At this point, the attacks had not only become a public safety crisis, but a media spectacle as well. The nation watched as news outlets provided live coverage of the developments, with updates streaming across the country in real time. The images of worried citizens peering out from behind their windows and keeping their children indoors became symbolic of the widespread panic that had swept through the capital region. The public clung to every scrap of information they could get, hoping for any sign that the sniper would be caught. Despite the mounting evidence that the sniper was highly organized, the police were still struggling to make significant progress in the case. At the same time, new attacks continued to occur, deepening the sense of dread and helplessness felt by residents. The killer seemed to be able to strike anywhere at any time, without warning. This unpredictability was one of the sniper's most effective tools, as it made it nearly impossible for people to feel safe. Those who had been lucky enough to survive an attack wondered why they had been spared. The general public, unsure of when or where the next attack would happen, faced an ever-present threat. As the sniper's reign of terror continued into April 2002, law enforcement intensified their efforts to identify and capture the perpetrators behind the killing. The attacks had taken a toll on the psychological well-being of the public. People were becoming increasingly afraid to go about their daily activities, particularly in open areas such as parking lots, gas stations, and public spaces. The Washington, D.C. area had never witnessed a crime spree quite like this before, and the ongoing fear spread like wildfire. People avoided going outside unless absolutely necessary, and businesses were closing earlier than usual, with people heading home well before dark to avoid being caught in the sniper's deadly path. The sniper's tactics seemed to evolve with each attack, adding to the complexity of the investigation. Early on, investigators had believed that they were dealing with an individual or group of individuals who were working alone and who operated from a fixed location, potentially from a secluded part of the Washington metropolitan area. However, as the attacks continued, it became increasingly clear that this might not be the case. Some shootings took place in the early hours of the morning, while others occurred late at night. A few attacks took place on weekdays, while others were on weekends. The unpredictability of the timing made it difficult for law enforcement to predict where the next attack might occur, even though they began to narrow down the likely locations based on past patterns. The sniper's ability to strike in such varied locations and at different times seemed to defy logic. His weapon of choice was a Bushmaster XM-15, a high-powered assault rifle, which allowed him to fire from a distance with remarkable accuracy. Ballistics experts noted that the rifle used was capable of delivering devastating shots from hundreds of yards away, and it seemed that the sniper was intentionally selecting locations that provided optimal vantage points. In response, law enforcement agencies began to put together a composite sketch of the sniper's likely behavior and profile. They worked tirelessly to analyze the pattern of the shootings, trying to pinpoint areas where the sniper could be hiding. Surveillance teams were set up in strategic locations, and helicopters equipped with infrared cameras patrolled the skies in hopes of spotting any unusual activity or movement. Despite these efforts, the sniper remained elusive, and as the attack spread further, the FBI began considering the possibility that this was no longer just an isolated spree by an individual, but part of something larger, possibly a terrorist act or a coordinated series of killings designed to instill widespread panic. As the search continued, a breakthrough came on October 2nd, 2002, when the sniper's identity was finally uncovered. Investigators, working off of ballistic evidence and information gathered from witnesses, were able to track down the sniper's vehicle, a Chevrolet Caprice. A concerned citizen had reported seeing the car parked in a wooded area in suburban Maryland. This tip led police to a series of leads that eventually brought them to the prime suspects, John Allen Muhammad and his teenage accomplice, Lee Boyd Malvo. Muhammad, a former soldier in the U.S. Army, was revealed to have a deeply troubled past. He had been involved in a series of violent incidents in the years preceding the attacks, including domestic violence and a custody dispute with his ex-wife. It was soon discovered that Muhammad had been radicalized by extremist views and had been plotting violent acts for years. He had groomed Malvo, a Jamaican-born teenager who had lived with him, into his accomplice in a series of murders. Malvo, at just 17 years old, had been deeply influenced by Muhammad and followed him without question. The pair traveled across the country, committing the sniper attacks as part of a larger plan to kill as many people as possible. Muhammad and Malvo's crimes had escalated in severity, culminating in the Beltway sniper attacks. They had created a web of terror across the Washington, D.C. region, operating from various locations and often using the cover of nightfall to launch their attacks. The duo's mobility made it difficult for authorities to track them, and their planning was meticulous, making it nearly impossible for anyone to anticipate their next move. On October 24, 2002, Muhammad and Malvo were finally apprehended in a parking lot in suburban Maryland. The arrest was the result of a public tip after police released the suspect vehicle's description, and the FBI quickly moved in. The capture of the two men brought an end to the sniper's killing spree, but it was only the beginning of the lengthy investigation that would follow. As the investigation unfolded, the details of their lives and the planning behind the attacks began to emerge, painting a picture of a chilling, methodical, and highly manipulative duo who had meticulously planned every step of their campaign of terror. Following their arrest, authorities discovered that Muhammad and Malvo had been living in a mobile home and had been preparing for a much larger series of attacks. Evidence recovered from their home and vehicles revealed that they had considered other sites for potential attacks, including schools and shopping malls. In fact, some of the surviving victims later revealed that they had heard the sounds of shots fired from a vehicle moving at high speeds, suggesting that the shooters may have been deliberately targeting people in moving cars or in public spaces. Muhammad and Malvo were soon charged with multiple counts of murder, attempted murder, and terrorism-related offenses. As the investigation deepened, it became clear that Muhammad had been using Malvo as a pawn in a larger scheme, manipulating the teenager into believing that their actions were justified. Muhammad's influence over Malvo was frightening, with the older man exerting considerable control over the younger, more impressionable individual. Throughout their time together, Muhammad painted a distorted view of the world for Malvo, attempting to turn him into a willing participant in his violent vision. On November 17, 2003, the trial for John Allen Muhammad began. The prosecution argued that Muhammad was the mastermind behind the killings, manipulating his accomplice into carrying out the murders. They painted a picture of Muhammad as a cold and calculating individual, driven by a desire for vengeance and a twisted sense of justice. In contrast, the defense team attempted to argue that Muhammad was suffering from mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a result of his service in the military. Despite these claims, the court found Muhammad guilty of 6 murders and sentenced him to death. Malvo, meanwhile, was tried separately. In his case, the defense focused on his age, arguing that he was a victim of Muhammad's influence and manipulation. The court ultimately found Malvo guilty of several murders and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His conviction drew significant attention to the issue of juvenile offenders and their ability to be rehabilitated, given that Malvo was a minor when he committed the murders. The conviction of John Allen Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo marked a somber conclusion to one of the most terrifying and publicized criminal cases in U.S. history. However, the aftermath of the Beltway sniper attacks continued to leave its mark on the victims, the community, and the larger discourse on terrorism, gun violence, and juvenile offenders. Following their convictions, the sniper attacks continued to be a subject of widespread media attention, as the public sought to understand the motivations and actions of the perpetrators. The question of how two individuals, one an adult, the other a teenager, could carry out such a series of senseless killings remained a puzzle to many. How did John Allen Muhammad, an ex-soldier, and Lee Boyd Malvo, a young man manipulated by Muhammad, become so entrenched in a violent and twisted ideology? What was the connection between Muhammad's radicalization and the targeting of innocent civilians? These questions were explored during the lengthy court proceedings, offering a disturbing window into the psyche of the individuals involved. One of the most notable aspects of the case was the psychological manipulation of Lee Boyd Malvo by Muhammad. Despite being the younger and less experienced individual, Malvo's role in the attacks was seen as integral to the execution of the plan. It became clear that Muhammad had groomed Malvo, using psychological tactics and emotional control to make the teenager not only participate in the killings, but to believe in the justification of their actions. Muhammad was able to use Malvo's vulnerability to his advantage, creating a sense of dependency and making the teenager an accomplice in his deadly scheme. During the trial, it became evident that Malvo had been deeply influenced by Muhammad's teachings. He had been exposed to Muhammad's radical and violent views, which the older man presented as a form of empowerment. Malvo, at the time of the attacks, had already endured a troubled and tumultuous childhood, including a strained relationship with his mother and difficult living conditions. Muhammad appeared to take advantage of Malvo's sense of isolation, offering him a distorted sense of family and purpose. The relationship between the two men raised difficult questions about the nature of manipulation and the ability of a young person to make independent moral decisions. The trial of John Allen Muhammad, which began in 2003, was marked by intense media scrutiny and public interest. His defense team attempted to argue that Muhammad had suffered from mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a result of his service in the military. Muhammad's past was scrutinized, revealing a series of violent incidents, including a custody battle over his children, which had escalated to threats of violence. His history of anger and aggression painted a picture of a man who was capable of extreme violence. In addition to the sniper killings, Muhammad had been involved in other violent crimes, including a 2001 shooting in Alabama, which was believed to be part of a larger campaign of violence he was planning. Muhammad's ability to manipulate others into joining him in his violent worldview further underscored his dangerous tendencies. Despite the defense's argument that Muhammad was suffering from PTSD, the prosecution presented a compelling case, focusing on his calculated actions and meticulous planning. Muhammad had not only carefully selected his victims, but also used the sniper attacks as a means of controlling Malvo and carrying out his twisted vision. The prosecution described him as a cold and calculated individual, bent on spreading fear and terror, not just in Washington, D.C., but in other parts of the country. The jury found him guilty on multiple charges, including the murders of 10 people, and in November 2003, he was sentenced to death. In contrast, Malvo's trial took a different approach. Because he was a minor at the time of the killings, the court took into account his age when determining his punishment. His defense attorneys argued that Malvo was a victim of Muhammad's psychological manipulation, and that his youth should be a factor in his sentencing. The case also sparked wider debates about juvenile offenders and the possibility of rehabilitation. Malvo had shown signs of remorse and regret for his actions, and his defense team argued that, as a young man, he could still be rehabilitated. However, the court ultimately sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentencing of Malvo, in particular, prompted intense public debate about the nature of justice for juveniles involved in violent crimes. His case raised questions about the legal system's approach to minors and whether individuals like Malvo, who were drawn into violence by manipulation, should be treated differently than adults. In 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that mandatory life sentences without the possibility of parole for minors were unconstitutional, which resulted in a reconsideration of Malvo's sentence. In 2017, after spending more than 15 years in prison, Malvo's case was revisited. Although his original sentence was upheld, the new legal ruling sparked a broader conversation about juvenile justice in the United States. The lasting impact of the Beltway sniper attacks was felt beyond the courtroom. The fear generated by the shootings altered daily life in the Washington, D.C. area and beyond. Many people who lived through the attacks experienced lasting trauma and anxiety, and the attacks reshaped the way people in the area viewed their safety. The sniper panic left a deep scar on the collective psyche of the region. Parents were reluctant to let their children play outside, people avoided outdoor activities, and many residents felt as though they could not trust anyone, not even strangers passing by. In response to the attacks, law enforcement agencies introduced new measures to combat similar threats in the future. The FBI and local police departments revised their strategies for tracking serial killers and snipers, relying more heavily on surveillance technology, including the use of satellite tracking and advanced forensics. They also emphasized the importance of community awareness, encouraging residents to report suspicious activity and work together with law enforcement to identify potential threats. The Beltway sniper attacks also contributed to broader discussions about the role of firearms in society. The high-powered rifle used by the attackers was legally purchased, raising concerns about gun control laws and the accessibility of weapons to individuals with violent tendencies. The case highlighted the need for stricter regulations on firearms and the importance of preventing dangerous individuals from obtaining lethal weapons. Gun violence in the U.S. became a key issue for lawmakers, and although the Beltway sniper case did not directly lead to major legislative changes, it contributed to the growing dialogue on the subject. The case also brought to light the vulnerability of public spaces to acts of terror. The sniper had been able to carry out attacks from the cover of parking lots and other public areas, demonstrating how easily ordinary citizens could become targets. This created a sense of vulnerability that impacted not only those in the D.C. area, but across the country. People became more cautious in public spaces, and security measures in many locations were enhanced in an attempt to prevent similar attacks in the future. Though the attacks ultimately ended with the capture and conviction of Muhammad and Malvo, the Beltway sniper case left an indelible mark on American society. It raised troubling questions about the nature of violence, the vulnerability of the public to acts of terrorism, and the complex issue of juvenile offenders. The events of 2002 would continue to shape conversations about criminal justice, gun control, and public safety for years to come. The victims, too, were not forgotten. Families who had lost loved ones in the attacks carried the emotional scars with them for years, each one a reminder of the horrific events that had unfolded in their lives. While the justice system had responded with convictions and sentences, the emotional toll of the sniper attacks would linger long after the legal proceedings had concluded. In the end, the Beltway sniper case serves as a tragic reminder of the fear that can grip a community when senseless violence occurs, and the profound impact it has on those caught in its wake. It also underscores the need for vigilance, preparedness, and support for those affected by such crimes, emphasizing the importance of both justice and healing in the aftermath of trauma. Story 8. On the morning of January 26, 2000, a tragedy unfolded in the small community of Red Lake, Minnesota, a quiet area inhabited by the Red Lake Band of Chippewa Indians. The community, which had previously been known for its relative peace and strong cultural ties, would soon become the scene of one of the most devastating mass shootings in the history of the United States. The crime was committed by 16-year-old Jeff Weiss, a high school student who had lived in the town for most of his life. What made this particular case all the more horrific was the senselessness of the violence and the extent of the tragedy, especially as it involved young victims. Jeff Weiss, the perpetrator, had been a troubled teenager who had grown up in a household filled with pain and dysfunction. His early life was marked by a series of difficulties, including the loss of his mother when he was just a child. Weiss's father, who had been absent for most of his life, had been a significant figure in his early struggles. Weiss was often bullied at school and had developed a reputation as a troubled and isolated individual. Although there were signs of mental health issues, including a history of depression and emotional instability, those around him were often unaware of the growing darkness within him. The catalyst for the massacre began the evening before the attack. On January 25th, Weiss went to the home of his grandfather, a former police officer named Leroy. The next morning, he retrieved several firearms from his grandfather's collection, an act that would have deadly consequences. It is unclear whether Weiss planned the attack in advance, or whether it was the result of a sudden burst of rage, but by the time authorities responded to the scene the next day, the extent of his violence would leave the community reeling. Jeff Weiss first shot and killed his grandfather, Leroy, in cold blood. The details surrounding the murder of Leroy Weiss were chilling. He had been asleep in his home when his grandson shot him multiple times with a .22 caliber rifle. Weiss then turned to his grandfather's weapons, which included a .22 caliber rifle and a 9mm handgun. After murdering Leroy Weiss, he set off in his grandfather's car, driving to Red Lake Senior High School, located about 10 miles away from his home. Once at the school, Weiss's plan escalated. Upon entering the building, he immediately opened fire. The first person to fall victim to his attack was a security guard, who was stationed at the school's entrance. The security guard, 28-year-old Derek L. Sutherland, was shot and killed as he attempted to intervene. The violence unfolded rapidly, and the shooter made his way through the school, targeting students and teachers alike. Reports suggest that Weiss did not appear to be targeting any specific group of people, but rather shooting indiscriminately. He would later shoot and kill 5 students, including 1 teacher, and wound several others, all before law enforcement could arrive on the scene. As the attack unfolded, many students and staff members fled the school in a panic, trying to escape the chaos. Some barricaded themselves in classrooms or attempted to find hiding places as Weiss continued his rampage. The attack at Red Lake Senior High School was carried out with a cold, calculated precision. The shooting spree seemed to have no clear motivation other than sheer violence. Weiss had no history of previous school shootings, and it is unclear what, if any, specific grievance he held against his classmates or the teachers. The event lasted only a matter of minutes, but the carnage was profound. When police eventually arrived at the school, they found that Weiss had barricaded himself inside one of the classrooms. It was unclear whether he intended to kill more people, or if his motives had shifted in the heat of the moment. As officers closed in on the classroom, Weiss turned the gun on himself and ended his own life. The tragic scene left the Red Lake community in shock. In total, he killed 9 people, including himself, and injured several others. His victims included students ranging in age from 14 to 17, as well as an elderly school worker. The aftermath of the tragedy left both the local community and the nation stunned. For a small, tight-knit community like Red Lake, the massacre was a devastating blow. Families who had lived in the area for generations were left grieving, and the violence seemed almost incomprehensible. The close-knit community of Red Lake had never witnessed such brutality before, and the horror of the massacre sent shockwaves through the region. The investigation that followed sought to understand why a 16-year-old boy would commit such a brutal act. Law enforcement officials noted that there had been troubling signs in Jeff Weiss's behavior in the years leading up to the attack. While he had been known to have an interest in violence and had displayed disturbing tendencies in his behavior, it was unclear to what extent he had planned the attack in advance. A report from the FBI indicated that Weiss's background played a significant role in the development of his violent tendencies. His father had been absent for most of his childhood, and his mother had died when he was young, leaving him without a stable parental figure. Additionally, Weiss had struggled with depression and isolation, and his performance in school had been poor. He was often described as a quiet, withdrawn teenager who struggled to connect with others. At the same time, some reports suggest that Weiss had developed an intense fascination with past acts of violence, including other school shootings, and had engaged in violent fantasies. He had spent considerable time on the internet researching such events, and had expressed admiration for past shooters. In the weeks leading up to the attack, Weiss had reportedly been troubled by the death of his grandfather, and some have suggested that his mental health deteriorated rapidly in the final days before the massacre. While there was no clear warning sign that Weiss would engage in such an act, his tragic outburst of violence has become a grim reminder of the mental health struggles that many teenagers face, particularly those who feel isolated or alienated. In the years that followed, the Red Lake shooting would become a focal point in discussions about youth violence, mental health, and the challenges faced by Native American communities in addressing these issues. The tragedy also raised questions about gun control laws and the accessibility of firearms in the U.S. Weiss was able to obtain weapons from his grandfather's collection, and it was clear that access to these guns played a central role in the execution of the killing. In the aftermath of the shooting, local and national leaders began discussing the need for stricter gun laws, particularly concerning minors having access to firearms. Many felt that had the weapons been secured properly, the tragedy might have been avoided. For Red Lake, the memory of the massacre would haunt the community for years. Grieving families, stunned classmates, and devastated educators were left to grapple with the aftermath of the attack. Support services were brought in to help those affected by the violence, but the scars left by the tragedy would not easily heal. The attack at Red Lake became a painful chapter in the story of school violence in America, and it contributed to the broader dialogue on how to prevent such senseless killings in the future. In the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, Red Lake was left in shock, grappling with a profound sense of disbelief and grief. The small, close-knit community was ill-prepared to cope with the enormity of the violence that had unfolded within its midst. Red Lake was a remote, rural area on the Red Lake Indian Reservation in Minnesota, and for the people who lived there, the massacre felt like a violation of their home and their way of life. Many residents had lived in the area for generations, and the event marked a dark moment in the community's history. The response from law enforcement and emergency services was swift. Once police arrived at Red Lake Senior High School, they immediately secured the building and began to assess the situation. The school, which was largely deserted by the time authorities arrived, had been turned into a crime scene. Inside the building, investigators found the bodies of 9 victims: 5 students, a teacher, the school's security guard, and Jeff Weiss himself. Many of the victims had been shot multiple times, making the crime all the more brutal. The local police, the FBI, and other law enforcement agencies quickly took charge of the investigation. They worked to understand how a teenager with no prior criminal history or indication of violent tendencies could be capable of such a horrific act. Interviews with family members, friends, and classmates painted a picture of a troubled young man, but none of them had anticipated the extreme violence he would ultimately carry out. As the investigation unfolded, it became apparent that Weiss had been harboring dark thoughts and emotions for some time before carrying out the attack. Authorities quickly discovered that Weiss's grandfather, Leroy, had been an integral part of the boy's life, and his death at Jeff's hands was a pivotal moment that seemed to ignite the violence that followed. Leroy Weiss had been a former police officer, and it was reported that Jeff had lived with him after his mother's death. There was a noticeable strain in their relationship, and Leroy had reportedly been trying to help Jeff overcome his emotional struggles. Despite this, Jeff appeared to have resented his grandfather for what he perceived as being a strict disciplinarian. It's unclear whether the killing of Leroy was impulsive or planned, but it was certainly the first sign that Jeff's deteriorating mental state had reached a breaking point. Jeff's access to firearms was another crucial aspect of the investigation. Weiss had used weapons from his grandfather's collection to carry out the massacre, a collection that had been stored in the home. The rifles and handguns were easily accessible to the teenager, who had no legal right to possess firearms at his age. Investigators later determined that the weapons had not been properly secured, which raised questions about the regulation and ownership of firearms, especially in households with minors. The case became part of the larger debate over gun control in the United States and prompted calls for stricter measures to prevent young individuals from accessing weapons. The shooting at Red Lake Senior High School drew national attention, not only because of the brutal nature of the attack, but also because it was one of the first high-profile school shootings of the new millennium. In the years leading up to 2000, the United States had already experienced several devastating school shootings, including the infamous Columbine High School massacre in 1999. Red Lake's attack was another tragic reminder of the growing problem of gun violence in schools. As the news of the attack spread, the country was once again forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that no school, no community, was immune from the threat of mass violence. In the days following the attack, counselors and mental health professionals were sent to Red Lake to assist the community, offering grief counseling to students, teachers, and families affected by the violence. The Red Lake community, which had already been dealing with high rates of poverty, unemployment, and social challenges, now faced the added burden of coping with the trauma of the massacre. The emotional toll on the survivors, as well as the families of those killed, was immeasurable. Many students who survived the attack were left with lasting psychological scars. The emotional wounds left by the shooting would take years to heal, and some victims would struggle with trauma, guilt, and anxiety for the rest of their lives. The Red Lake shooting also sparked a broader conversation about the challenges faced by Native American communities in addressing issues of mental health, violence, and youth at risk. While Red Lake was not unique in its struggles, The tragedy brought to light the difficulties many Native American communities face in providing resources and support to troubled youth. The high rates of suicide, depression, and substance abuse among Native American adolescents, compounded by the effects of historical trauma, left many young people vulnerable to emotional and psychological crises. There was a growing realization that greater attention needed to be paid to addressing the mental health needs of young Native Americans to prevent tragedies like the Red Lake shooting from occurring again. At the federal level, the Red Lake tragedy contributed to the ongoing debate about gun control in the United States. In particular, the case brought attention to the issue of minors gaining access to firearms, which had been a long-standing concern in the aftermath of school shootings. In response to the tragedy, several proposals were introduced at both the state and federal levels to strengthen laws governing the safe storage of firearms and the penalties for failing to secure weapons properly. Advocates for gun control argued that stricter regulations could help prevent young people from obtaining weapons and committing acts of violence. However, the push for stronger gun laws remained a divisive issue, with opponents arguing that such measures would infringe upon Second Amendment rights. Despite the outcry for change, the Red Lake tragedy did not immediately result in significant changes to gun laws or national policies on school safety. However, it did lead to increased awareness about the need for preventive measures and mental health support for at-risk youth. In the years that followed, efforts were made to provide more comprehensive counseling and behavioral health services in schools, as well as increased security measures to protect students from potential threats. One of the most significant outcomes of the Red Lake Massacre was its lasting impact on the community's efforts to heal. In the aftermath of the shooting, the Red Lake Reservation worked tirelessly to rebuild its sense of unity and strength. Tribal leaders, local educators, and community members came together to support the victims and their families. The massacre, while an unimaginable tragedy, also spurred efforts to create more supportive environments for young people, including initiatives focused on mental health, conflict resolution, and building strong relationships between the youth and their community. In the years since the shooting, the Red Lake Massacre has remained a painful part of the community's history. The event has been commemorated in various ways, including memorial services for the victims and educational efforts aimed at preventing future violence. The legacy of the Red Lake tragedy continues to serve as a grim reminder of the vulnerability of schools to violence and the need for a stronger emphasis on mental health services, responsible gun ownership, and the protection of at-risk youth. The massacre left an indelible mark on the lives of those directly affected, but it also contributed to a larger conversation about youth violence, gun control, and the importance of community-based solutions to prevent such tragedies. While the lessons learned from Red Lake are difficult to reconcile with the pain of the event, the hope remains that by addressing the root causes of violence and providing better resources for young people, future generations can be spared from the horrors that befell Red Lake in January 2000. The long-term impact of the Red Lake shooting rippled far beyond the immediate community. The massacre led to profound shifts in how schools and communities addressed mental health, safety protocols, and support for troubled youth. Although the Red Lake tragedy happened over 2 decades ago, it remains a case study for understanding the complexities surrounding school violence, gun access, and the mental health challenges faced by young people, particularly in marginalized communities. In the aftermath of the shooting, the Red Lake community worked tirelessly to rebuild not only physically but emotionally. The trauma of the event weighed heavily on the survivors, students, staff, and community members alike. For the victims' families, the loss was immeasurable, and their grieving process became a significant part of the community's healing. Many of the parents and siblings of the deceased struggled to come to terms with the inexplicable nature of the violence. These families found support from one another, as well as from national and local grief counseling organizations. Nevertheless, the scars from that day, particularly for those who witnessed the horrific events unfold, would take years to heal. One of the most significant areas that came under scrutiny after the Red Lake Massacre was the role of mental health. Jeff Weiss's history of depression, isolation, and the loss of both parents had been well documented. Yet it was unclear how deep these issues ran or how they went unaddressed until the tragic event. Weiss had been seeing a therapist in the months before the shooting, but there was no indication that his mental state had deteriorated to the point where he would act on violent impulses. The tragedy raised important questions about the accessibility and quality of mental health care for teenagers. particularly those in rural and Native American communities where resources were often scarce. Many mental health professionals, educators, and activists pointed out that, although Jeff's emotional struggles were well known, the support structures in place were not sufficient to prevent the tragedy. Schools and communities were urged to prioritize mental health education, implement more robust counseling services, and provide greater resources to identify and intervene with at-risk youth. In the years following Red Lake, there was a nationwide push to increase the availability of school counselors, introduce anti-bullying programs, and make mental health services more easily accessible to children and teens who might be struggling emotionally. Another major issue that was brought to the forefront was the role of gun access. The firearms that Jeff used during the attack had been legally obtained by his grandfather, who was a former police officer. However, the weapons were not stored securely, which made it easy for the teenager to access them. This raised critical questions about gun ownership, storage, and the safety of firearms in households, especially in families with minors or individuals showing signs of emotional distress. Following the shooting, there was an increased focus on securing firearms to prevent children and teenagers from using them in violent ways. Although the tragedy did not lead to sweeping federal gun control reforms, it did prompt conversations about responsible gun ownership, safe storage, and the role of mental health in preventing gun violence. At the state level, Minnesota lawmakers explored the possibility of stronger regulations concerning the storage of firearms. The shooting also led to calls for greater oversight in the distribution of firearms, particularly to ensure that firearms did not end up in the hands of minors, people with criminal backgrounds, or those with mental health issues. However, the debate over gun laws remained contentious, as both sides of the issue presented strong arguments about individual rights versus public safety. Despite these efforts, significant changes to gun laws in Minnesota, or on a national level, did not materialize in the wake of the Red Lake shooting. The national media attention surrounding the Red Lake shooting further deepened the public's awareness of the psychological and social factors that can contribute to school violence. The media portrayed Jeff Weiss as a troubled teen, but the complexities of his life and mental state were often oversimplified. While the media spotlighted his fascination with previous school shootings, it was important to acknowledge the larger societal issues at play. The pressures of living in a marginalized community, dealing with intergenerational trauma, and experiencing mental health crises all contributed to Weiss's descent into violence. In Red Lake, leaders worked to rebuild a sense of unity within the community. The devastation of the massacre left a profound sense of loss, but it also spurred efforts to create a more supportive environment for young people. The tragedy highlighted the need for mentorship programs, youth empowerment, and a broader approach to addressing mental health, substance abuse, and family trauma. Local initiatives were launched to provide support for families in need and to strengthen the ties between students, educators, and the broader community. For the families of the victims, the grief was unrelenting. While some of the survivors were able to return to school and eventually rebuild their lives, the trauma of the attack left lasting psychological scars. Mental health professionals noted that survivors of school shootings often experience symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, including flashbacks, anxiety, depression, and difficulty trusting others. In Red Lake, survivors were offered counseling and group therapy, but the long-term effects of such a traumatic event could not be easily undone. Many of the young people who had been directly affected by the violence struggled with guilt and questions about why they survived when their friends and classmates did not. In recognition of the victims and their families, memorial services were held to honor the lives lost in the massacre. The Red Lake community came together to mourn, and survivors used these gatherings as an opportunity to share their stories, seek comfort, and begin the healing process. The event also brought greater attention to the needs of the Native American community in terms of health, mental wellness, and social services. These issues, which were often underfunded or ignored, became a focus for Native American leaders and advocates. The Red Lake tragedy remains an important part of the larger conversation on school violence, gun safety, and mental health. Although the massacre occurred more than 2 decades ago, the lessons learned from the event continue to shape policy and conversations about how to prevent such violence from occurring again. Schools across the country have introduced more comprehensive programs on mental health awareness, and there has been a greater push to create safer and more supportive environments for young people. While the tragedy at Red Lake was a devastating moment in the community's history, it also served as a catalyst for change. The community of Red Lake, like many others affected by mass violence, continues to bear the scars of that dark day. However, it also strives to move forward, supporting the survivors, honoring the victims, and working to ensure that future generations of young people will have the resources and support they need to overcome adversity without resorting to violence. In the years following the shooting, the broader nation continued to grapple with the questions raised by the Red Lake Massacre. The attack underscored the vulnerability of schools to violence, the deep-seated issues of mental health, and the complexities of youth violence, particularly in communities like Red Lake, where generations of trauma had taken root. As a result, the conversation surrounding these issues has not been fully resolved, but the legacy of Red Lake remains a somber reminder of the need for compassion, understanding, and action when addressing the challenges facing troubled youth. For the survivors, the healing process remains ongoing. Although the emotional wounds will never fully disappear, their strength, resilience, and determination to create a better future for themselves and their community continue to inspire hope. The Red Lake Massacre, while a horrific tragedy, also sparked important conversations about the ways in which society can protect vulnerable individuals, prevent future acts of violence, and ensure that no young person feels so alone and desperate that they resort to such devastating action. Story 9. On January 1st, 2000, the world was still processing the shocking death of one of the most influential and controversial figures in hip-hop, Tupac Shakur. Although Tupac's death in 1996 was still a topic of intense media scrutiny, the case remained unsolved. As 2000 dawned, fans and law enforcement alike were still searching for answers regarding who was behind the murder of the iconic rapper and actor, and the questions surrounding the circumstances of his death were as pressing as ever. Tupac Shakur, known for his fiery personality, activism, and powerful lyrics, had been killed on September 13, 1996, following a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. The rapper, who was just 25 years old, had been traveling in a car driven by his record label boss, Marion Suge Knight, after attending a Mike Tyson boxing match at the MGM Grand. The vehicle was stopped at a traffic light when an unknown assailant pulled up next to the car and fired multiple shots at Tupac, hitting him several times. Tupac was rushed to the hospital and later died from his injuries 6 days after the attack. Despite numerous theories and rumors that circulated after the shooting, the case remained unsolved for years. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did not have a suspect in custody, and the investigation seemed to stall. In the years that followed, theories about the motive and identity of Tupac's killer continued to swirl. Some believed it was a result of gang rivalry, while others speculated that it was a continuation of the long-standing East Coast-West Coast hip-hop feud that had plagued the rap industry during the mid-90s. Tupac's death, alongside the unsolved murder of his rival, the notorious B.I.G., continued to fuel rumors and suspicions of a larger conspiracy within the music world. In early 2000, as the investigation into Tupac's death showed little progress, attention turned to the ongoing investigation into the murder of his close friend and fellow artist, Notorious B.I.G., who had been gunned down in a similar drive-by shooting in Los Angeles in March 1997. The overlap of these two unsolved deaths, which occurred in cities known for their rivalry between East Coast and West Coast rap scenes, made it seem like there might be a connection between the deaths of these two icons. However, despite the ongoing speculation, law enforcement continued to struggle with the investigation into Tupac's murder. There were no eyewitnesses willing to come forward, and the few who did offer information were unreliable, leading to a lack of solid leads. Some even questioned the involvement of Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records, who was driving the car during the shooting, but there was no evidence linking him to the murder. In the years after the shooting, several individuals in the rap community, including former associates of Tupac and Suge Knight, suggested that Suge himself had been involved in some way, but law enforcement was unable to substantiate these claims. By January 2000, the Tupac Shakur murder investigation had entered a frustrating limbo. Various individuals, including investigators, journalists, and private citizens, continued to speculate about the true motives behind Tupac's death. It was clear that the rapper's murder was more than a simple crime of passion. Instead, it seemed intertwined with a wider series of unresolved disputes, personal vendettas, and tensions within the music industry. Several theories began to emerge about the underlying reasons for Tupac's death. One theory centered around the gang affiliation of both Tupac and some of his close associates. Tupac was closely linked to the Crips and Blood Street gangs, and his involvement in these factions added an extra layer of complexity to the case. In Las Vegas, several theories suggested that the murder was a result of a confrontation between rival gangs, which had become commonplace in the early days of his rise to fame. There was also speculation that Tupac's controversial statements and actions, his outspoken nature, involvement in the Black Panther Party, and his criticism of the music industry had made him a target for powerful figures in the entertainment world. Additionally, some theorists argued that the East Coast-West Coast rivalry played a central role in Tupac's death. While this theory was not universally accepted, it was clear that the tension between artists associated with each coast had reached a boiling point by the time Tupac was shot. Tupac had been involved in public feuds with East Coast rappers, notably the notorious B.I.G., whose own shooting would remain unsolved as well. The media sensationalized these feuds, fueling the notion that the violence between the two coasts was more than just an industry rivalry. It was personal, deeply entrenched, and devastatingly dangerous. Another popular theory pointed to Suge Knight's possible role in Tupac's death. Suge Knight had long been considered a controversial figure in the music industry, with a reputation for intimidation, manipulation, and even violence. As the founder of Death Row Records, Suge had considerable power over his artists, and some believed that Tupac's death was linked to a deeper conflict within the label. Allegedly, Tupac had been planning to leave Death Row Records in the weeks before his shooting, an action that would have cost Suge a considerable amount of financial gain. This led to speculation that Suge may have had a motive to silence Tupac in order to maintain control over the label and its artists. Although law enforcement worked to piece together the timeline of events leading up to the shooting, they faced significant challenges in gathering concrete evidence. The witnesses to the shooting were either unwilling to testify or gave contradictory statements. Some claimed they had seen a white Cadillac pull up next to Tupac's car, but there was no clear identification of the shooter. In addition, despite numerous rumors, no physical evidence connected any particular person to the crime. The lack of forensic evidence further complicated the case, leaving police to rely heavily on circumstantial evidence and theories rather than hard facts. As the year 2000 progressed, both public and media interest in the case continued to grow. Fans of Tupac, as well as conspiracy theorists, became increasingly vocal about the lack of closure in the case. Websites, documentaries, and books began to crop up, each presenting its own theory about who was responsible for Tupac's murder. These sources often contradicted one another, with some claiming that law enforcement was covering up the truth, while others accused the media of sensationalizing the case and turning it into a spectacle rather than a serious investigation. The murder of Tupac Shakur, a man who had come to symbolize the struggles of the black community, was not just a personal tragedy, it was a cultural one. His music, poetry, and activism had earned him a devoted following, and his death left an indelible mark on the hip-hop community. The questions surrounding his death were not just about the identity of the killer, but also about the forces that had driven him into the world of violence and gang culture in the first place. Tupac's death became a larger symbol of the challenges faced by young black men in America, particularly those who sought to escape the cycle of poverty and violence that often defined their neighborhoods. At the start of 2000, many believed that the case would remain unsolved indefinitely, as it had become increasingly difficult to separate fact from fiction. However, despite the mystery surrounding Tupac's death, one thing was certain: the legacy of his music, activism, and influence on hip-hop culture would continue to endure. The investigation may have stalled, but Tupac Shakur's name would never fade from the public consciousness. As the year 2000 unfolded, the mystery surrounding Tupac Shakur's murder deepened. The case had already become one of the most high-profile unsolved crimes in recent history, drawing the attention of both the public and the media. Various theories continued to circulate, ranging from gang-related motives to personal vendettas, and even conspiracy theories involving larger figures in the music industry. Yet, despite the heightened interest, law enforcement found it increasingly difficult to pursue a concrete lead. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department had conducted a thorough investigation into Tupac's murder, but the lack of cooperation from witnesses and the challenges of gathering solid evidence had put a significant strain on the case. Much like other high-profile cases in which the suspects and potential witnesses were either unwilling or fearful of speaking out, the investigation quickly encountered significant roadblocks. Many individuals within the hip-hop community, as well as those who had been present at the scene of the shooting, remained tight-lipped, either because of loyalty to their respective camps or fear of retaliation. As a result, the case failed to make much headway. One of the most compelling aspects of the case that continued to intrigue investigators and the public alike was the connection between Tupac's murder and the notorious East Coast-West Coast rap rivalry. This rivalry had been escalating throughout the mid-1990s, with tensions between artists from each coast reaching their peak during the years leading up to Tupac's death. Tupac had openly criticized East Coast artists, especially the notorious B.I.G., and the media often fueled the animosity between the two sides. The infamous feud between Tupac and Biggie Smalls had gained significant attention, particularly after a shooting incident at Quad Recording Studios in New York City in 1994, in which Tupac was shot multiple times, an event that he believed was orchestrated by members of the East Coast rap scene. By the time of Tupac's death, the East Coast-West Coast rivalry had become more than just a musical feud. It had become intertwined with issues of power, control, and territory in the hip-hop world. Tupac's involvement in the West Coast's Death Row Records, under the leadership of Marion Suge Knight, placed him at the center of this high-stakes conflict. In addition to Tupac's personal animosity with East Coast rappers, his public statements and lyrics often contributed to the sense of escalating tension, with his music calling out the perceived hypocrisy and injustices of his rivals. The public nature of the feud between Tupac and Biggie Smalls made it difficult to ignore the possibility that their deaths were related. In fact, some theorists even suggested that the two shootings were not isolated incidents, but part of a larger, more sinister plot to eliminate the two most prominent figures in the hip-hop industry at the time. Both Tupac and Biggie had become larger-than-life figures in the rap world, and their deaths would ultimately be seen as a tragic representation of the violence that often accompanied the fame and power associated with the industry. However, as much as the East Coast-West Coast theory seemed to offer a potential motive, it was difficult to tie any concrete evidence to the idea that Tupac's death was directly linked to this rivalry. Theories suggesting that Tupac's murder was a retaliatory act from East Coast figures were widely circulated, but could not be definitively proven. There were also theories that Tupac's murder was tied to his personal relationships with certain individuals, both within and outside of the hip-hop community. One of the most controversial theories that surfaced was the potential involvement of Suge Knight himself. As the head of Death Row Records and one of Tupac's most influential figures, Suge Knight was always at the center of speculation surrounding Tupac's death. The fact that Knight was in the car with Tupac at the time of the shooting only fueled these suspicions. Some believed that Suge Knight had orchestrated the murder in order to gain control of Tupac's lucrative music career, or to retaliate against the growing rift between the two. At the time of the shooting, Tupac was reportedly planning to leave Death Row Records, a move that could have undermined Suge Knight's power and financial stake in the company. While Suge Knight was never formally implicated in Tupac's murder, the association between the two men, coupled with the lack of conclusive evidence, led to constant speculation. In fact, some investigators believe that Suge Knight may have been a target himself during the shooting, as he was grazed by a bullet in the attack. This fueled additional theories that the shooting may have been a failed assassination attempt against Knight, with Tupac merely caught in the crossfire. However, this theory was never substantiated by police investigations, and Suge Knight has always denied any involvement in the death of Tupac. The conspiracy theories surrounding Tupac's death only intensified after the release of documentaries and books that explored the unsolved case. Many of these materials presented different viewpoints, some of which suggested that Tupac was not murdered at all, but had staged his own death in order to escape the pressures of fame and the dangers of his lifestyle. This theory, known as the Tupac is alive theory, suggested that Tupac had faked his death to live a quieter, more peaceful life outside of the public eye. This bizarre narrative gained some traction over the years, with some fans continuing to believe that Tupac had been the victim of a vast conspiracy orchestrated by his allies in the music industry, who wanted to control his legacy. Despite the popularity of the Tupac is alive theory, law enforcement continued to maintain that Tupac had indeed been killed in the drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. However, there were others who believed that Tupac's death was merely a symptom of a larger problem within the entertainment industry, specifically the culture of violence and criminality that sometimes pervaded the world of hip-hop. The glamorization of gang life, the emphasis on street credibility, and the public feuds that often ended in tragedy had all played a role in shaping Tupac's own persona, which ultimately contributed to his untimely death. In the years following Tupac's death, the investigation faced many challenges. Detectives continued to explore new leads and interview potential witnesses, but they were often met with dead ends. In addition, the involvement of high-profile figures in the case, as well as the media frenzy surrounding Tupac's legacy, made it difficult for law enforcement to maintain objectivity. Public pressure to solve the case mounted, but the lack of hard evidence continued to stymie investigators' efforts to bring the killer or killers to justice. As the new millennium began, it was clear that the Tupac Shakur murder case would remain one of the most enigmatic and talked about cases in modern history. Despite numerous books, documentaries, and online forums attempting to piece together the facts, the truth about who was responsible for Tupac's death remained elusive. The murder would go unsolved for many years, with only occasional hints and revelations surfacing as new developments came to light. Though justice for Tupac Shakur's murder has not been served, the rapper's legacy endures. He remains one of the most influential figures in the history of hip-hop, and his music continues to inspire generations of listeners around the world. His death, one of the most tragic and unresolved in modern entertainment history, was ultimately a reflection of the larger issues facing the music industry at the time. The pressures of fame, the prevalence of violence, and the constant threat of betrayal. Tupac's life, music, and death would continue to provoke questions and discussions for years to come. As the investigation into Tupac Shakur's murder stagnated, public interest in the case only seemed to grow. With each passing year, new theories and speculations emerged, fueling endless debates about who might have been responsible for the killing. The fact that the case remained unsolved for so long only deepened the sense of mystery, with conspiracy theories surrounding Tupac's death still circulating even into the present day. Despite law enforcement's best efforts to pursue leads, the lack of concrete evidence and the reluctance of key witnesses to testify left them with little to go on. As mentioned earlier, many individuals connected to Tupac, including people present on the night of the shooting, were unwilling or afraid to speak up. Some of these individuals were connected to gangs or had ties to individuals who might have been involved in the feud, which led many to question the effectiveness of the investigation itself. The Las Vegas Police Department's inability to make significant progress in the case added fuel to the rumors that there had been a cover-up or that the investigation was being hindered by influential figures within the industry or law enforcement. In the years following Tupac's death, the investigation into his murder would take on a life of its own. Books, documentaries, and podcasts dedicated to the case were produced, offering fresh perspectives, piecing together evidence, and attempting to solve the mystery in ways that law enforcement could not. These documentaries, such as Tupac Assassination, Conspiracy or Revenge and others, often presented new theories and accused certain individuals of complicity in the shooting. One of the most prominent theories continued to focus on the involvement of gang members, who may have been involved in a retaliatory attack due to Tupac's association with the West Coast gang culture. Others still clung to the belief that the murder had been part of the ongoing East Coast-West Coast rap feud, with certain East Coast figures, namely those in New York, believed to be involved. Another theory that gained traction was the idea that Tupac's death had been orchestrated by figures within the music industry itself. Tupac, known for his outspoken criticism of the music business, had often clashed with the corporate powers behind major record labels. As a member of Death Row Records, Tupac had begun to show signs of discontent with the way he was being treated by the label, particularly with regards to his financial situation and creative freedom. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that Suge Knight, the powerful and controversial head of Death Row Records, had orchestrated the murder to maintain control over Tupac's career and legacy. Despite the growing popularity of these theories, the lack of substantial evidence meant that the case remained unresolved, and law enforcement was no closer to identifying a definitive suspect. In 2002, the case was formally classified as an open homicide, meaning that authorities were still actively seeking new leads, but had little to show for their efforts. Although there were sporadic updates over the years, the investigation gradually fell off the public radar as new cases and events overshadowed the mystery of Tupac's death. Despite the ongoing ambiguity surrounding Tupac's murder, the rapper's legacy remained strong. Even as fans continued to mourn the loss of the artist, Tupac's impact on hip-hop and popular culture was undeniable. His music, often focused on issues of social injustice, inequality, and personal struggle, continued to resonate with listeners around the world. Songs like Changes, Dear Mama, and Keep Your Head Up became anthems for a generation of people who saw Tupac not only as a rapper but as a voice for the marginalized. His outspoken activism, dedication to social causes, and unapologetic personality made him an enduring figure long after his death. Tupac's influence extended far beyond the world of music. He was widely considered one of the most politically and socially conscious figures in hip-hop, and his work continues to be studied and referenced in academic circles. His art often explored themes of systemic racism, poverty, and police brutality, topics that were not widely discussed in mainstream media at the time. In the years following his death, Tupac's role as a cultural and political figure became even more pronounced. Scholars, musicians, and artists look to his legacy as a way to understand the intersection between art, activism, and race in America. However, the unresolved nature of Tupac's death also left a significant impact on his legacy. The fact that no one was ever brought to justice for his murder meant that the unresolved questions surrounding his death became inextricably linked with his artistic persona. For many fans, Tupac's death symbolized the broader struggles faced by black men and women in America, particularly in the entertainment industry, where racial and economic inequality were rampant. His murder, while deeply tragic, became emblematic of the challenges faced by those who dared to challenge the status quo, both in music and in society. For law enforcement, the inability to close the case also led to broader reflections about how investigations into high-profile crimes are handled, especially in cases that are fueled by complex social dynamics, celebrity culture, and gang influence. Tupac's death was part of a larger pattern of unsolved murders in the hip-hop community, with his murder still standing as one of the most haunting and mysterious crimes in the genre's history. The failure to solve the case raised serious questions about the efficacy of investigations in such high-profile cases, especially when the involved parties are either unwilling to cooperate or come from a world where loyalty and secrecy often supersede the search for justice. In addition to his musical legacy, Tupac's murder played a major role in shaping the narrative surrounding the risks and dangers of fame. His death prompted many to reevaluate the culture of violence that was often glorified within certain segments of the hip-hop world. Some critics and activists saw Tupac's life and death as a tragic reflection of how the music industry exploited artists while simultaneously placing them in harm's way. This phenomenon became more apparent in the aftermath of his death, as other figures in the hip-hop community, such as Biggie Smalls and Jam Master Jay, also met untimely and violent ends, underscoring the dark side of the entertainment business. In the years since Tupac's death, there have been various attempts to solve the case, with renewed attention being given to the mystery from time to time. New documents and witness statements have come to light, but no new breakthroughs have led to an arrest or resolution. Some have speculated that the killers may have been gang-affiliated individuals, while others maintain that it was a result of the East Coast-West Coast rivalry, although the connection between these two theories remains unclear. Despite the uncertainty and the lack of closure, Tupac Shakur's legacy as one of the greatest and most influential artists in hip-hop history remains secure. His music continues to resonate with millions of people worldwide, and his life and death are often discussed in the context of broader social and political issues, making him an enduring figure in both music and culture. His murder may never be solved, but Tupac's work and his impact on the world will not be forgotten. Tupac Shakur remains a symbol of both the promise and the tragedy of his generation. His art continues to inspire activism, reflection, and dialogue, ensuring that his influence will be felt for generations to come. The mystery surrounding his murder, though unsolved, has only cemented his status as one of the most significant figures in the history of music, and his story, while tragic, is far from over. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life. A nighttime stroll turns into a tragic crime. Going anywhere with someone you barely know is generally a bad idea that often ends poorly, especially when you're in a foreign city and the acquaintance was made just a couple of hours ago at a local entertainment venue. It's not necessarily, though not excluded, that the casual friend will turn out to be a maniac, assailant, or robber. They might accidentally or intentionally draw you into troubles, or even lead to a disaster. An American student named Maricela Botella Valadez planned to simply have a good time at a popular nightclub, where she unexpectedly met an aspiring rapper who showed interest in her and suggested they continue the evening in a more intimate setting. However, the new acquaintance was already in a relationship, and a complicated one at that. He was part of a rather unusual love triangle, and the other participants did not appreciate the sudden appearance of the young beauty. Her naive trust cost the young woman her life, but the case turned out to be anything but straightforward. It involved insane jealousy, the desire to cling to fading youth, occult practices, and even an international search for fugitive criminals. Nevertheless, thanks to the Herculean efforts of the investigators, it was possible to find all participants of the crime and establish the role of each. What is known about Maricela? Maricela Botella Valadez was born in 1997 in Seattle, the largest city in the state of Washington. She was the eldest of two children in a family of Latin American descent, raised alongside her younger brother. People described her as a sweet, sociable young woman who always had many friends, performed well in school, and after graduating, became a student at a prestigious university. Furthermore, Maricela was considered truly beautiful, petite, slim brunette with big brown eyes, luxurious hair, and a flawless figure. She always had a host of admirers, loved being the center of attention, enjoyed lively parties where she could have fun, and cherished every day. On Saturday, October 3rd, 2020, the student flew to Dallas to meet up with old friends. However, by Monday morning, she planned to return. Her brother was supposed to meet her at the airport on October 5th, after which they would head to the university together, but the plane arrived without her. The search for the missing student. When all the passengers from the flight arriving from Dallas had left the airport, her brother realized that Maricela was not among them. Concerned, the young man tried to call his sister, but her phone was turned off. He then called their parents to inform them about the situation. Since Maricela was a serious and responsible young woman, it was out of character for her to disappear without warning and not show up for university classes. The family started calling her friends in Dallas, trying to find out where she might have gone and where she was last seen. It turned out that the night before, she had been partying at one of the city's most popular clubs where she met a black man named Chuck. The pair danced, enjoyed themselves, and had alcoholic drinks, after which they disappeared together. Maricela was not seen again, and her phone went unanswered. The information seriously alarmed and frightened her parents, so they immediately decided to report her disappearance to the police. It turned out that the young woman had indeed bought tickets for a flight to Seattle, but for some reason she had not boarded the plane. No one had seen her since that night, and no one knew where she might be. It was necessary to find out who Maricela's new acquaintance was, where they had gone, and whether she had gone with him willingly. Examining footage from external surveillance cameras located around the club, law enforcement officers saw the missing student leaving with a young man whose face could not be clearly seen on the video. According to the footage, she appeared to be walking with him voluntarily. The pair got into a black Audi car and drove off in an unknown direction. The mysterious new friend since the disappearance of 23-year-old Botella Valadez. Several days had passed, and she had still not contacted anyone, nor had she logged into her social media accounts, and there were no transactions on her bank card. The police needed to identify the stranger she had left with as soon as possible to understand where to look for them. One of her missing friends mentioned that her companion was possibly named Chuck, but that information was insufficient. Soon, thanks to the street camera footage, it was possible to determine the direction the car had traveled. It turned out that the pair had stopped at a supermarket, where they also appeared on camera footage. Both looked happy, smiling, and showing affection for each other. The young woman picked out several drinks and candies, and the young man paid for everything at the checkout using a card in the name of Charles Beltran. Thus, it became clear who Maricela had left with. However, the man had a criminal past, having been incarcerated twice for robbery and armed assault. He had served less than 3 years and was released on parole. Recently, the young man's career was on the rise, and he was even preparing to release his own music album. It was soon discovered where Charles lived, and by checking the cell phone carrier's data, it was revealed that the missing student's phone had been active at that fatal night's location. However, the house was owned by a woman named Lisa Dyke, and the musician was just renting a room from her. A very strange house. When police accompanied by an FBI agent assigned to investigate the girl's disappearance visited the address, the house was empty. They were only able to contact Lisa Dyke by phone, as she claimed to be out of state on business. She confirmed that Charles Beltran had been renting a room in her home, but claimed that he moved out a couple of weeks ago, and she had no knowledge of his whereabouts since. Since law enforcement was unable to locate or contact the sole suspect, they obtained a warrant to search the house where he had lived. What awaited them inside was a collection of unexpected and frightening discoveries. The house was in chaos, with disorder and unsanitary conditions prevalent, taking only the most necessary items and leaving everything else scattered around. The kitchen sink was piled high with dirty dishes, moldy food remnants sat on the table, and trash littered the corners. Notably, amidst all this mess, numerous empty bottles of cleaning and detergent products were found scattered around, with traces on the floors and carpets, as if something had been thoroughly scrubbed. In one of the upstairs rooms, a peculiar and even sinister black statue of death, draped in a black cloak and holding a scythe, stood. It could have been mistaken for a quirky piece of decor, but it was set up as a sort of altar with wax candles, dried flowers, and 2 metal bowls. It resembled the Mexican religious cult of Santa Muerte, translated as Holy Death, where a female deity representing death is worshipped. The house and the atmosphere within seemed more than just strange. It felt as if something terrible had happened here, and afterward the occupants hurriedly cleaned up, packed the essentials, and simply fled. To ascertain this, a more thorough examination was conducted using special tools to detect traces of blood. This revealed numerous wiped blood stains on the floor in one of the bedrooms, in the bathroom, and in the hallway. It was later discovered that the bedroom, where the carpet was practically soaked in blood, belonged to Charles, and it appeared that a violent crime had taken place there. But who was the victim? The missing girl, the tenant himself, or someone else? Despite all attempts to clean the traces, the blood had soaked into the covering, seeped under the baseboards, stained the wallpaper and furniture. And any last doubts were dispelled. The blood belonged to the girl. The house was sealed as a crime scene, but now the task was to find the main suspect, possible accomplices, and witnesses. This task was not easy. As it turned out, Charles had fled, and the owner, even before the police visit, had hastily put the house up for sale. Therefore, the police decided to learn as much as possible about everyone who had recently lived in this house. The love triangle. Neighbors revealed that 3 people lived in the house: 57-year-old Lisa Dyke, 48-year-old Nina Morano, and 31-year-old Charles Beltran. However, the nature of their relationship and their sudden disappearance remained unclear. It was necessary to investigate each individual's background and find and interrogate them as soon as possible. The house owner, who was the only one reachable by phone, had worked many years as a lawyer, known as a commanding, ambitious, and quite contentious woman. She had been married 3 times and, after becoming a widow several years ago, received a substantial inheritance. There was no financial necessity for her to rent a room to some guy, nor was Lisa known for her charity, suggesting she had some other interest in the matter. The young black man named Charles, or simply Chuck Beltran, who he dreamed of making it on the music scene to build a rap career, but he lacked both money and connections, and his criminal past hindered him. However, about a year ago, he met Dyke, who moved him into her house, helped set up a small recording studio there, and even sponsored the filming of several music videos for the aspiring rapper. Moreover, she even bought him a car, paid for his entertainment and fashionable clothes. While insisting that their relationship was strictly business and she saw great potential in this talented young man, the money she spent on him was an investment. The situation with Nina Morano was even more intriguing. She and Lisa had been in an intimate relationship for a long time, and after Dyke became a widow, she stopped hiding her affair with her lover. Moreover, several months ago, the women officially legalized their union by getting married. Nina moved into her spouse's house, where Charles was already living. According to a close friend of hers, Lisa had an intimate relationship with the young musician. Although she vehemently denied this, she secretly told her friend how amazing a lover he was. Apparently she was in love with him, because after their relationship began, Dyke desperately tried to look younger. She lost 55 pounds, changed her image, started wearing bright makeup, and even got several colorful tattoos. Most importantly, she evicted her own children from the home, who in her view were already grown enough and interfered with her personal life. Clearly, Chuck also had a vested interest in living with a wealthy, albeit older lover, as she solved all his financial problems and helped him build a music career. However, he was a noticeable, attractive man in good physical shape, so women did not ignore him. He often engaged in fleeting flings with young women, which drove Lisa insane with jealousy. But what role did Nina Morano play in this whole story, and specifically in the case of Maricella's disappearance? According to the same close friend, Lisa's spouse was part of this strange love triangle, and was the only woman with whom Dyke not only allowed her young lover to sleep, but even insisted on it. Nina was also a successful lawyer and a very affluent woman. Thus, this trio lived in pleasure, sparing nothing. Interestingly, after their wedding, both women took the boy's last name, so the house was occupied by Charles, Lisa, and Nina Beltran. Where did the house's inhabitants vanish to? It was discovered that since the student's disappearance, no one had been seen at the house where her blood was found. Lisa was only contacted once. She answered a few questions, stated she was in another state, and thereafter her phone went unanswered. Nothing was known about the fate and whereabouts of Nina, as well as the main suspect, Charles. By tracking mobile phone signals, it was determined that on the night of October 5th, all three inhabitants, as well as the missing Maricela, were in the house. By early morning, their device signals had moved to a suburban area of Dallas, in a fairly deserted wooded area. Then the signals disappeared, and a few days later, Lisa only responded from her second work phone, which later also became unreachable. The mutilated remains. Using geolocation data from the mobile devices, the route taken that night by the sought-after group was traced, and the stops they made were identified. It was presumed that somewhere in this area, they might have disposed of the missing student's body. This defined a broad search radius, but the area was vast and difficult to navigate, so progress was slow despite efforts. Closer to the new year, the search operation was halted as neither the body nor any clues were found. However, in March 2021, a local hunter wandering through the woods stumbled upon a human skull that appeared relatively fresh. He promptly reported his find to the police, and the remains were soon brought to a forensic laboratory for necessary examination. Dental records confirmed that the body belonged to the Seattle student who had been missing for nearly half a year. The advanced state of decomposition and damage caused by wild animals made it impossible to establish the exact cause of death. Notably, several characteristic marks on the bones suggested knife wounds, but it was unclear whether these were the fatal injuries. The arrest of the first suspects. Soon after the grim discovery in the forest, authorities managed to track down Lisa, who had moved to Florida with Nina and rented a house in Miami by the ocean. Unfortunately, only Nina could be apprehended while her spouse, learning about the situation, hurriedly went into hiding. There were no traces of Charles, although he periodically communicated with former girlfriends via messengers. In her last correspondence, Dyke mentioned that the young woman's body had been found and warned everyone to be extremely cautious as the police were on their trail. Nina, now incarcerated, refused to provide any information, claiming she knew nothing about Maricella's fate. Meanwhile, Lisa, using all her connections, attempted to hire a good lawyer for her spouse. It also emerged that while in Florida, Nina had put her house in South Carolina up for sale, trying to liquidate it as quickly as possible. It was likely that the women needed the money to continue hiding or to leave the country altogether. A month later, authorities successfully located and arrested Lisa, after which both women were transported back to Dallas. Initial interrogations yielded no results, and a bail of $500,000 was set for each suspect. They managed to post the significant amount and were released under house arrest. However, the women were fitted with tracking bracelets, which allowed their whereabouts to be monitored. A bold escape attempt. In August of the same year, police traced Charles to Utah, hiding at the house of one of his ex-girlfriends. The woman, who was raising a 5-year-old son fathered by Beltran, was so pleased that the child's father had returned to her that she didn't question the reasons for his unexpected decision. The arrested man initially refused to testify or cooperate with the police. He still hoped that his wealthy lover, using her money and connections, would hire a good, but soon the situation drastically changed. On Christmas Eve of December 2021, the tracking bracelets worn by Lisa and Nina, who had been released on bail, suddenly went offline. Due to holiday chaos and high activity, it took until the next day to send a squad to their location, but by then the suspects were nowhere to be found. It soon turned out that they had been meticulously planning their escape for months, and by the time the police went after them, they had already illegally crossed the border into Mexico. From there, they flew to South Korea, and their trail was lost in Cambodia. The FBI was once again involved in the investigation, working with the Cambodian police and immigration services to track down the fugitive suspect. The women came under law enforcement's radar after withdrawing a large sum of money from an ATM. They tried to pay in cash everywhere to avoid revealing their whereabouts. ATM cameras helped identify the fugitives, and another camera on a neighboring building captured the license plate number of the car they arrived in. This information led to the driver, who took the police to the house rented by the extravagant foreigners. The women were rearrested and extradited to the U.S. in February 2022, where justice was to be served. This time, bail was denied, and they were sent directly to jail. Charles's candid confessions. By then, Chuck had fully realized that his lover was not going to save him from prison and was only concerned about herself, leading him to express a desire to cooperate with the investigation and start providing information. His account of the events of that dreadful night horrified many. Beltran confessed that he had been in an intimate relationship with the homeowner, Lisa, and her spouse, Nina. According to him, he engaged in these relationships for money and the opportunity to advance his music career. He harbored no warm feelings towards these women and often indulged in affairs with young and attractive women, which he never hid. While Nina was indifferent to his actions, Lisa sometimes became wildly jealous. On the fateful night of October 5, 2020, Chuck met a young student named Maricela at a nightclub. The beautiful, slender girl immediately caught his attention, and it seemed he caught hers as well. After spending several hours drinking cocktails and dancing, he invited her over, and she agreed. When they arrived at his place late at night, Nina and Lisa were already asleep, so Charles easily took the girl to his room. There, the couple engaged in intimate activities and later fell asleep. Lisa entered his room, and seeing the young beauty asleep next to him, flew into a jealous rage. She went to the kitchen to grab a large knife, then returned and leaped onto Maricela, repeatedly striking her. Charles claimed he was awakened by the noise and was disoriented at first, still somewhat intoxicated. When he finally turned on the light, he was confronted with a horrific scene. Maricela's body had slid to the floor next to the bed, where she had bled out. At that moment, Nina entered the room. They just stood there for a few minutes, and nobody attempted to help the victim. When Chuck regained his composure, he realized that the crime might be pinned on him since he had a criminal record, and his influential lovers could escape punishment. That's why, he said, he agreed to help dispose of the body and cover up the crime. Charles stayed with friends for several days, and when he returned to collect his belongings, he noticed that the blood stains on the floor and carpet had nearly disappeared. Lisa told him that she and Nina had taken care of everything and destroyed the evidence of the crime. Nevertheless, all three decided it was best to leave town for a while and watch from afar what would happen next. Lisa Dyke Beltran's version. Lisa's lawyer insisted that his client had no motive to attack the girl and take her life. She claimed that her relationship with Chuck was strictly business, and she viewed his promising music career as a good investment. Who he slept with or flirted with never concerned her. As a key argument, the defender pointed out that Dyke had recently entered into marriage and was happy with Moran. However, no one could explain why after their wedding the women suddenly decided to take the surname of the young lodger, who, according to them, meant nothing to them. At the trial, Lisa claimed that Charles was hot-tempered and very cruel, and when drunk, he became a beast whom she feared. According to her, that night he brought a new girl from the club, but after they became intimate, an argument erupted and Chuck, in a fit of rage, grabbed a knife. She and Nina ran to the noise and tried to separate the couple, but it was too late. Maricela was dead. They helped dispose of the body and clean up the scene under the threat of becoming his next victims. Witness testimonies. Lisa's friend, who testified in court, claimed that Lisa was literally obsessed with Chuck and had repeatedly confessed to her an uncontrollable desire to eliminate any girl who got close to her young lover. Clearly, she was unable to manage her emotions that night. Additionally, the witness mentioned the odd statue of Santa Muerte at her friend's house. She recalled being surprised by the improvised altar during a visit, but the homeowner jokingly claimed she was into black magic and knew how to cast a spell to ensure a man could only have eyes for her. However, it seems the ritual failed, and the woman resorted to using a knife. Another witness, a real estate agent approached by the women shortly after the incident, testified that they were eager to sell several properties they owned as quickly as possible. They also wanted to put their Dallas home on the market, but since it was the site of the alleged crime, they couldn't while the investigation was ongoing. The situation escalated when the remains of the missing girl were discovered. after which Lisa and Nina were ready to sell the property at half price just to get the money quickly. Trial and sentences. The court took into account Charles's full confession and his cooperation with the investigation. However, the situation for the fugitives worsened after their attempt to flee to another continent. In March 2023, Lisa Dyke Beltran was found guilty of the brutal crime against 23-year-old Maricela, concealing evidence and attempting to flee. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As for Charles Beltran and Nina Morin, they fully admitted their guilt and agreed to cooperate with the investigation. They were only found guilty of concealing evidence. Nina was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but could be released in 3 years due to good behavior. Charles, previously convicted on multiple occasions, was sentenced to 12 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 8 years. Story 2. John and Susan Hamilton met in 1985 in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, when Susan, a single mother and devout Christian, worked as a nurse. John, a prominent OBGYN, was known for his charismatic personality and dedication to his career. Their paths crossed at a medical event, and they quickly developed a close relationship, with John drawn to Susan's kindness and strong values. The couple married shortly after, and despite some ups and downs, they remained together for over 15 years, with Susan supporting John in both his career and personal challenges. John Hamilton was already a father, which is why they didn't plan to have more children. They enjoyed life as much as they could, and they were able to afford many luxuries. They liked living at a high standard of living, enjoying expensive vacations, romantic dinners, and luxurious gifts. John spared no expense when it came to buying extravagant presents for Susan. He was very kind to her and took good care of her, and Susan returned his love. She loved him deeply. Less than 2 years later, in 1987, they married. They lived in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where John had a successful medical practice as an obstetrician and gynecologist. The couple shared a spacious upscale home in a well-regarded neighborhood in the city, reflecting John's success and their comfortable lifestyle. It seemed that Susan and John Hamilton were the perfect couple. Many people envied their lives, believing they had it all: love, money, and nothing was missing. They got along great, enjoyed each other's company, and had a lot of fun together. Susan's friends would often look at her with envy, seeing her as having everything. John was known for lavishing Susan with expensive gifts, the signs of his affection, and to maintain their relationship. Among the most notable gifts he bought for her were luxury cars, such as a Porsche and extravagant jewelry, including diamond necklaces and rings. To the couple's friends, it seemed their life was nothing but happiness, joy, and luxury. John worked as an obstetrician and gynecologist in Oklahoma City. He owned and operated his own medical practice, specializing in women's reproductive health. Alongside his practice, John was also involved in performing abortions at a local clinic, a role that occasionally drew controversy and threats from anti-abortion activists. This aspect of his work added significant stress to his life as he faced opposition and even received threats from extremist groups. He was seen as a kind and well-respected individual, and Susan also enjoyed a good reputation among their acquaintances. Initially, Susan worked as a nurse before meeting John, and her career was focused on caregiving and the medical field. However, after marrying John, Susan stepped away from her nursing career to focus on their marriage and home life. She became deeply involved in her church community, where she was well regarded and actively participated in various activities. Her role as a devoted wife and her involvement in the church shaped her reputation and relationships. Their beautiful home and John's clinic were located not far from each other, just about a 10-minute drive. In fact, John's women's health clinic was very close to their home. One dark cloud hanging over their days was the issue of abortion. John faced protests and backlash, primarily due to his work performing abortions at a local clinic in Oklahoma City. Anti-abortion activists frequently targeted him, making him a focal point for protests. These protests included picketing outside the clinic, distributing flyers with his name and photo, and in some cases sending threatening messages to him and his family. Susan reportedly received troubling phone calls and was even said to fear for her life due to these threats. Despite these pressures, they were still seen as the perfect couple, and they did everything they could to present a happy and untroubled image. John funded extravagant trips to exotic destinations for his wife, showered her with gifts, and frequently complimented her. They also hosted numerous parties and were well liked by many people. Unfortunately, This idyllic life came to an end on February 14th, 2001. So John hadn't forgotten about his wife, whom he loved very much. He always made an effort to ensure this day was special and romantic. Every year they exchanged heartfelt love cards, and despite being 14 years into their marriage, it seemed that 55-year-old Susan and 52-year-old John would spend another lovely Valentine's together. Unfortunately, it was to be their last Valentine's Day. On that tragic day, when John arrived home, he noticed the door was open, a rare occurrence. The house was eerily quiet. John looked around and eventually checked the bathroom, where he was met with a horrifying sight. His wife, Susan, was lying in a pool of blood. Despite the shock, he remained composed enough to immediately call 911. He said he had attempted CPR. "Please send somebody quick," he begged. When paramedics arrived, they were faced with a gruesome scene. John claimed he had returned home to find Susan lying in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor. She had been strangled with 2 ties belonging to John, and her head had been smashed with such force that parts of her brain were exposed. The weapon used was never found. John was covered in his wife's blood and was hysterical, staring at her disfigured face. Who could have committed such a brutal act? According to John Hamilton's version of events on February 14, 2001, the timeline unfolded as follows. Morning around 7 a.m. John left home to go to the hospital, where he had surgery scheduled. He was in regular street clothes, and changed into his scrubs at the hospital around 8:40 a.m. After the surgery, John briefly returned home. He said he dropped off flowers and a Valentine's Day card for Susan, but he didn't find her at the time. Around 9 a.m. John left again to return to the hospital for another scheduled surgery. After completing the second surgery, John claimed he returned home again and discovered his wife's body in the bathroom. He immediately called 911, reporting that he had tried CPR but was unable to revive her. When police arrived at the scene, they noticed 2 cars parked in the driveway, a white Corvette and a beige Jaguar XJ6. Upon entering the house, the officers were struck by the horrific scene, which seemed to suggest a crime committed by someone out of control, driven by intense hatred for Susan. They couldn't fathom who could have done such a thing, or why Susan would have been subjected to such a brutal death. At the crime scene, John's shirt and shoes were covered in blood, and blood was also found in his Jaguar. John became the primary suspect, as he was the last person to see his wife alive and the first to arrive at the crime scene. Later that day, on February 14, 2001, he was arrested. During questioning, John appeared extremely distressed, to the point where it was almost impossible to calm him. His erratic behavior and inability to sit still seemed odd, leading some to suspect that he was acting, though others attributed it to shock and stress. Law enforcement remained skeptical, unsure whether they were dealing with a murderer or an innocent person in shock. It's important to note that from the outset, police had ruled out the possibility of a robbery or a crime of opportunity, despite the fact that the Hamiltons' front door was left open, something that was unusual in their affluent neighborhood. Neighbors had never seen anyone suspicious lingering around or entering their home. Additionally, nothing appeared to have been stolen, despite the presence of many valuable items, including expensive jewelry. However, it was later discovered that a marble figurine was missing from the bathroom. It was suspected that this figurine might have been used as a weapon to strike Susan, but the figurine was never found. Nonetheless, the missing item didn't indicate a robbery, so the police turned their attention to other possible motives. One theory was that someone from the group of protesters regularly gathered outside their home and clinic might have had a vendetta against John because of his involvement in performing abortions. The protests had been ongoing, and there had been threats directed at the couple. However, no evidence was found to support this theory. Thoroughly searched the Hamilton home and John's car for any clues or evidence. During the search, they found a Valentine's Day card written by Susan to John. The message she wrote struck them as strange and unsettling. "Obviously, I bought this before last Monday, so I guess now it doesn't seem as appropriate. I do still love you, though. Have a good day, Susan." This note became a turning point in the investigation. It raised questions and made the police suspicious. They decided to look more closely into John Hamilton's behavior and whether everything in his marriage was truly as perfect as it appeared. It soon became clear that things weren't as ideal as they seemed. One of Susan's friends pointed out that John might have been having an affair. If this were true, it would mean that John had a lot to hide. It also emerged that sometime before her death, Susan had confessed to her daughter during a phone conversation that she was overwhelmed by her marriage. She felt that everything revolved around John, who always wanted to be the center of attention and ignored her opinions. She had even considered leaving him. Susan felt trapped in the marriage and longed for change, to feel appreciated and noticed. It seemed that John's perfect image was just a facade that painted John in a negative light. It appeared that Susan had likely discovered the affair several weeks before Valentine's Day, which may have been why the note she wrote to him seemed so odd. The police discovered that Susan had been collecting evidence of the affair. She had printed out a record of over 60 phone calls John had made to his lover, a stripper from a nearby club. One of Susan's friends revealed that Susan had told her husband that she knew about the affair and was planning to divorce him. John, however, denied the affair, claiming the woman was just a patient at the hospital. Susan didn't believe him, and she was determined not to let it go. This likely didn't sit well with John. A divorce and a public affair would ruin his reputation. John denied the affair, but the police found evidence to the contrary. He had visited the stripper at her workplace multiple times, and she had even performed private dances for him. John could no longer deny the affair. Despite this, John continued to claim that nothing physical had happened between them. However, the police, now more suspicious of his involvement in Susan's death, knew they needed more evidence to confirm their suspicions. Adding to the intrigue, the police found a letter that John had supposedly sent to his alleged patient, who was actually the stripper, telling her that he could no longer be her doctor. It raised the question, was John planning to remain a faithful husband, or was he just trying to lull Susan into a false sense of security? He seemed more concerned about the consequences of a divorce than preserving the marriage. The police were very suspicious of John, but it wasn't just them. Journalists and the media were also deeply interested in the case. They too felt that something wasn't quite right. One of the television stations even sent a recording of John's conversation with the emergency dispatcher to a stress analyst to examine his voice for signs of stress. The results of the analysis were revealing the stress in his voice was minimal, suggesting he was not agitated. It sounded as though he had rehearsed what he was going to say. The police also had doubts about whether John had really performed CPR on Susan. There was no blood around his mouth or face, and given Susan's injuries, there would have been a significant amount of blood. The blood found in John's car was also analyzed, and it was confirmed that it belonged to Susan. Moreover, there were her hairs present as well. The police wondered how this blood got there, since John had immediately called 911 after finding Susan. John explained this by claiming he had moved his car so that emergency responders would have room to park when they arrived. Now, turning to the blood found on John's shirt and shoes, the police sent them to one of the best forensic analysts specializing in blood spatter analysis. The expert thoroughly examined the distribution of blood on his clothes and compared it to the crime scene and John's movements. What they found was significant. The blood on John's clothes, as well as that in his car, all belonged to Susan, but there was much more blood in the car than initially thought, along with pieces of Susan's tissue. This pointed to the conclusion that John had tried to clean up the blood, attempting to remove traces, but he hadn't done so thoroughly. This was a clear indication that John had tried to cover up his tracks. As the investigation progressed, it became increasingly likely that John had murdered his wife. The motive seemed to be that she wanted a divorce, something that would ruin his reputation. Given the affair, a divorce would have caused significant damage to his public image. John likely believed that killing Susan was the only way to preserve the life he had built. It was believed that John initially tried to strangle Susan with his ties, but ultimately he struck her in the head. When she fell unconscious, he finished her off by crushing her head and face. This is not how a loving husband behaves. That much was clear. The investigation also revealed that John had lied when he said he had found Susan when he returned home after the second surgery. In reality, things had been difficult in their marriage for some time. The truth was that on the morning of February 14th, John had gone home after completing his first surgery. There he got into an argument with Susan which led to the murder. However, before he could finish cleaning up the crime scene, he was called back to the hospital for a second surgery, which disrupted his plans. At that point, he had to leave the house and head to the hospital, which gave him less time to cover up the crime scene. He quickly changed his clothes so that he wouldn't have blood on him, and then, as though nothing had happened, returned to the hospital to perform the next surgery. Later, he pretended he was going home to pick up his schedule, and his entire call to 911 was nothing but an act of feigned distress. This was all part of his elaborate lie. There was evidence to support this. A small gap in his hospital schedule was discovered. The second surgery was supposed to take place at 9 a.m., but it was noted that Dr. Hamilton was missing, so they sent someone to remind him. This delay in the schedule pushed back the surgery. John didn't arrive at the hospital until 9:30 a.m., half an hour later than scheduled. What had he been doing at home during that? Clearly, he had used those 30 minutes to commit the murder. A piece of evidence that suggests this happened at that time is the fact that Susan was supposed to leave the house before 9:20 a.m. She had an appointment with a friend at 9:30 a.m., but she never showed up. Moreover, she was found fully dressed, with her hair still wet, suggesting she had been getting ready to leave. That she must have been killed while John was still at home, as no one else would have had the opportunity to commit the murder while John had already left. It's important to note that they lived very close to the hospital where John worked, so it didn't take him much time to get there. When he returned to the hospital around 9:30 a.m., it meant he must have left the house before 9:20 a.m., before 9:20, so even if she had planned to leave just 5 minutes after John, it would still have been highly unlikely for someone else to murder her during that brief time window. With all the evidence pointing to Hamilton, the jury was convinced and ready to convict him. During the trial, a surprising turn of events occurred. Blood stains were found on the sleeve of John's shirt, discovered by an expert hired by Hamilton's defense team to examine the blood evidence on his clothes. To the surprise of many, when asked by the defense lawyer if there was anything the prosecution had overlooked, the expert, unable to avoid the truth, admitted that the bloodstains were likely caused by a blunt object strike. This revelation solved the case, as it came from someone who was meant to assist Hamilton in avoiding jail time. The expert's testimony led to the conclusion that the blood on the inside of the sleeve could only have been there at the time Susan was murdered. There was no other plausible explanation. Ultimately, John Hamilton was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, he was ordered to pay $11,104 to cover the costs of his incarceration in the county jail. This was the first case of its kind in the history of the county. Furthermore, he has previously requested a retrial, which has been denied each time. John Hamilton has never admitted to killing his wife, and still has supporters who believe he is innocent. What do you think? Do you believe Hamilton received the punishment he deserved? That's the end of this story. Story 3. I invite you to listen to the story of a relationship that seemed to be a dream come true until the whole truth came to light. Julia and Sven met in the summer of 2017. Julia lived in Hanover. She loved dogs and had 2 huskies with which she regularly walked in the forest. She belonged to a Facebook group that united owners of this breed of dog, and people in this group arranged outings and hikes together. Julia arranged to meet with a group of friends for an outing scheduled for the weekend. And that's how she met a man who also belonged to the group. This man's name was Sven. They had mutual Facebook friends, and during this walk, they talked for a long time, mainly about dogs and life. After this event, the couple started to meet regularly, getting to know each other, and they talked a lot and found common ground. It turned out that Sven Hildebrand was a millionaire, but he wasn't your typical millionaire. He didn't flaunt his wealth excessively, didn't boast about it, or show off luxurious things. His parents ran a business, and Sven helped them. Julia was 25 years old at this point, while Sven was much older than her. He was 40 years old, and despite this age difference, they got along great, and their acquaintance quickly turned into something more, into a romantic relationship. Sven was very caring, attentive, complimented Julia, and eventually even promised a future together. He dressed rather casually, drove a normal average car. It wasn't an expensive luxury car. He didn't do or buy anything for show. He also didn't attach too much importance to material things. He didn't want to spend his money on nonsense. Rather, he would like to invest it in something. After a short time, the couple decided to make a decision about living together. In the fall of 2017, Julia and Sven went to visit Julia's father. This was an opportunity for him to finally meet his daughter's partner, because he hadn't seen him once before. After her parents' divorce, Julia was raised by her father and was very close to him. During this visit, the couple informed Holger that they were engaged and wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. Julia's father wasn't entirely convinced, neither of this decision nor of his daughter's choice. According to him, 3 months of acquaintance is too short a time to get to know someone well, to see if they really get along, and if they are happy together, if they enjoy living together. When he was alone with his daughter, he explained to her that there was absolutely no malice on his part. He simply worried about her, cared for her, and he also presented arguments why he didn't really like all this. He also claimed that during this short visit, Sven talked too much about money, as if he wanted to show off, and according to Julia's father, you couldn't really see all that money on him. However, Julia brushed it off, saying that she and Sven were destined for each other, and that absolutely nothing and no one would change this decision. She had already made a definitive decision to marry this man. After some time, the loving couple went on a trip to Lapland. Sven organized the whole trip, so Julia was delighted. Julia loved snow, nature, dogs, hiking and walking in the forest. Moreover, she took her dogs with her on this trip and said she would like to live permanently in this place, that she would like to build a house there and spend the rest of her life there. Upon returning to Germany, the couple decided that maybe this was indeed a good idea, and they decided to move to Sweden and buy a house there. They weren't joking or throwing words to the wind, because in early 2018 they traveled to Sweden again. They found the perfect place for themselves, then even signed the appropriate documents related to buying this house, and already planned at that moment the fastest possible move. She participated in a television show about weddings. In 2018, when the couple planned to move to Sweden, someone from the program Goodbye Germany contacted Sven and proposed their participation in the program. Initially, Julia wasn't convinced about it and even refused, but Sven convinced her to participate, persuading her, and eventually she agreed. Therefore, when they went to see the dream house and finalized all the formalities related to the purchase, they also planned to record a few clips needed for this TV program. They told their story, showed the house and the surroundings, held hands, and were very happy. They said how much they loved each other and that they had finally found their other half and could fulfill their dreams together. Sven even confessed that he would like to have children with Julia, and it was a serious step for him because he had been in many relationships before and had never matured to this decision. Julia was moved because Sven told her that he had been waiting for the right person all that time, with whom he could start a family. However, Julia's father didn't share this happiness. He continued to worry about her, especially now, when they were about to move out with a stranger, to a completely different country. Julia's parents were divorced, and Holger shared his concern and thoughts with Julia's mother, informing her about all this. She told him not to interfere and not to spoil her daughter's happiness, explaining to him that he was probably overreacting, that Sven was a decent guy, and that he should let his daughter live her own life and make her own decisions after all. He wouldn't live her life for her, and if she wants to move abroad, well, why not? It's only her decision. While still in Germany, the couple thought about furnishing their new home, even ordered the first furniture, and in April 2018, they finally moved to Sweden. The move was accompanied by a television crew which recorded the entire process. Julia was very excited about the move and very excited about the further life in the new place, starting a new life in a new place. Gradually, the furniture ordered in Germany and various other household items were transported to the new home. However, at this point, the first problem arises, the first little friction between the fiancés, because Julia receives a letter from Germany, which came to her mother. She was supposed to pass on all the correspondence, and in this letter, there is specifically a demand for payment for furniture. The problem is that the company supposedly sent this furniture a long time ago, and it hasn't been paid for. Julia is confused because her fiancé, Sven, claimed that he had paid for everything and that it had all gone from his card, but the letter contains her details, her name and surname, and she received this demand for payment. Sven, however, believes that there is nothing to worry about, and that there is nothing to be concerned about, as he thinks there has been some big mistake and promises Julia that he will explain everything. After some time, Julia finally realizes that she may have overreacted and that it doesn't make sense to argue about such nonsense, that it's not worth it. She trusts her fiancé, and he will take care of the matter and simply clarify the whole situation. However, this is not the end of problems with furnishing their new home. It turns out that the kitchen equipment did not arrive. Initially, Julia's father, Holger, was supposed to oversee the company from Germany, which was supposed to take care of it, to complete the order on time. Later, however, Sven contacted him and explained that the kitchen did not arrive, but that he would take care of it, so Holger shouldn't worry about it. He shouldn't get involved, because Sven would handle everything. However, Holger contacts the company that was supposed to deliver the furniture, and it turns out that the order has not been paid for. A red flag appears, but he refrains from making any comments. He doesn't want to upset anyone, and doesn't want to spoil his daughter's joy of moving. So he decides to keep this information to himself, especially since apparently Sven dealt with the kitchen issue and had everything sorted out already. After some time, however, Julia's mother sends her more notifications, more demands for payment for most of the equipment they ordered for the house, and she becomes increasingly angry, increasingly worried. Something is not right, because everything was ordered in her name. And why would Sven order anything in another name when he had so much money? He was a millionaire himself and promised her that he would furnish this house, that he would pay for everything, so that Julia wouldn't have to worry about anything. Julia shows him all these letters, all these demands for payment. She asks why he didn't pay for the orders, and why he shops using her name and surname when it was supposed to be all on his account. Sven gets angry and once again claims that it's a mistake, that he has already taken care of everything and everything has been paid for. He also cannot understand why Julia accuses him of anything like that at all, because he claims he wouldn't have ordered anything in her name without asking. The couple starts to argue. Sven claims that it's all a mistake and misunderstanding. Julia, however, is confused and doesn't know what to think about it anymore, whether to believe her fiancé or not. She also has to make numerous phone calls and undo all these purchases and also deal with these demands for payment. At this point, Julia perhaps begins to doubt a little bit about her fiancé's wealth. He loses credibility, and at one point, she comes up with the idea of asking him for access to his account. She wants to see if he really has as much money in that account as he claims to have, whether there is anything on that account at all, because she pays for everything. However, nothing comes of it because Sven categorically refuses, gets nervous again. And once again, the topic ends in a big argument. In addition to the increasingly frequent arguments, Julia notices that Sven is changing, and he is changing beyond recognition because he starts to be rude towards her, and sometimes even aggressive. Sometimes Julia is afraid of him. Julia's father is becoming more and more annoyed because Julia stops answering his calls. He feels that something is really wrong, and that he should react in some way. So finally, he decides to Google Sven and search for some information about him. He absolutely doesn't believe in the story that Sven presents about himself and doesn't trust him at all. After digging through the entire internet, the man is shocked. It turns out that the guy with whom his daughter plans a future together is just a common scammer. He even finds out that Sven was in prison. According to the information, when he was awaiting trial, he fled to Africa with his then partner. However, he was caught there and brought back to Germany to serve his sentence. Holger also learns that Sven lied even about his age because it turns out he is older. Julia's father decides to confront Sven, so he calls his daughter. He asks her to turn on the speaker mode and openly asks her partner why he was in prison. Sven is, of course, very upset and initially leaves, but then comes back and explains that he was indeed in prison, but he was actually innocent. He was falsely accused, and Julia knows about it, so he doesn't understand why this call is necessary. Interestingly, Julia confirms this version of events and hangs up, telling her father not to call again. It must be admitted that Julia's father really stubborn and decides to go to Sven's parents' house to maybe find out more about him. So he sets off on a journey because they live several hundred kilometers away from him. When he arrives, no one opens the door at Sven's parents' house. No one reacts. So after knocking several times, he asks a few neighbors if they know what's going on with Sven's parents. They explain that his father is in a nursing home because he is already old and sick, and they haven't seen his mother for a very long time, and they don't really know what happened to her, whether she is fine or not. There was also information from one of the neighbors that Sven's mother was supposed to live with him somewhere in Sweden. Holger also learns that this man has been married several times, has children, and is unemployed. While still on the spot, an idea comes to his mind to report Sven's missing mother to the police. It seems quite suspicious to him. He also decides that he must go to his daughter and take matters into his own hands. Still on the way, he calls Julia and orders her to immediately leave the house and preferably go to someone's place where she can wait until he arrives. He says it very seriously, and the tone of his voice makes Julia not question it at all. She just does what her father asks her to do. When Holger finally arrives in Sweden, he tells his daughter about what he learned in the last few days. At first, Julia doesn't want to believe it at all. Her father had prepared for such a situation and recorded a conversation with the neighbors of Sven's parents, revealing all the information about him to Julia, that he had been in prison, that his mother had disappeared, and no one had contact with her for a long time. The gravity of the situation finally dawns on the woman, and she realizes that she must return to Germany as soon as possible, leaving behind the new life that has not yet begun, temporarily abandoning her plans to settle in Sweden permanently. Julia wants to take her belongings from the house, so she goes there with her father, who refuses to leave her alone with Sven even for a moment. He is worried that something else might happen to her, so he informs the Swedish police about everything. However, there are no items belonging to Julia in the house. She is unpleasantly surprised. Stepping out into the backyard, she smells burning. She finds the remnants of a chair that once belonged to her grandfather. The man who promised her a future together has burned all the important items to her in a bonfire. Sven is not at home. Both her father and Julia have no intention of contacting him and return to Germany together. And just when it seemed that everything would fall into place from now on, that Julia was in a toxic relationship and her partner turned out to be a fraudster, but everything would soon be back to normal, Julia receives another message. German police contact her. They inform her that the body of Sven's mother has been found. The woman was cemented in a flower bed right in front of her house. The autopsy revealed that Sven's mother died from extensive head injuries inflicted by strong blows from some tool. Moreover, it was determined that the woman's body was cemented about 2 weeks after her death. Investigators suspect Sven of murder. During the investigation, it is determined that the murder weapon was a poker, and for 2 weeks before the body was cemented, Sven's mother's remains lay in the house wrapped in a carpet. It turns out that not only did Julia live with a fraudster, but she also lived with a murderer. Sven is finally arrested in Sweden, caught during a routine traffic stop. Consequently, he is quickly transported back to Germany, where charges are brought against him, claiming that he is innocent and has absolutely nothing to do with his mother's death. During the trial, the prosecution argues that there was a serious argument between Sven and his mother, during which he beat her to death. It may have been about money, because they constantly argued about finances. Sven did not work and abused his mother's kindness, who supported him financially, giving him money when he needed it. Sven was heavily in debt. Perhaps then he came to his mother and asked for money. She refused, and an argument ensued which ended fatally for the older woman. Of course, Sven denies this version of events. In 2019, a verdict is reached. Sven is sentenced to 13 years in prison for the murder of his mother. It is not proven that Sven planned to kill his mother. He probably acted in the heat of the moment. Julia, in one of the interviews, admitted that she was really shocked when she learned about the death of Sven's mother and who was responsible for it. She didn't want to believe that he could be responsible for her death. Everything hit her so harshly when he was convicted. Apparently, during the trial, experts were called and diagnosed him with narcissistic personality disorder. Other women who had previously been involved with Sven also testified, confirming that he had deceived them in many ways. Julia still wonders why Sven wanted to participate in the Goodbye Germany TV program, because he risked the truth about him eventually coming out. Fortunately, however, Julia's father exposed him, and the episode in which they were supposed to appear was ultimately not aired on TV. Julia talks about how their relationship looked at the beginning. She often experienced rejection and longed to finally meet the one to find love. So when Sven appeared, who pursued her, who cared for her, who was completely the opposite of all the men she had met so far, she truly fell in love. She wanted to believe that everything would work out between them and that she had finally found happiness. She didn't suspect him of anything, nor did she thoroughly check his past. She simply believed him without question, and Sven exploited that trust. He also tried to isolate Julia from her friends, acquaintances, and family. He often slandered them, and even encouraged Julia not to talk to her father. Only after the truth about him came out, Julia realized the danger she was in, and that she could have been his victim too, and that it could have ended very badly. She also wonders to what extent Sven could have gone against her, since he was capable of murdering his own mother. She also said that Sven ruined her financially and mentally. After he went to prison, he still tried to contact Julia, sending her letters, but she wants nothing to do with him and does not intend to respond. Julia, after everything, signed up for therapy and wanted to work through her issues and trauma with a specialist. She explains that during the trial she was mentally exhausted, and those were 2 really tough months in her life. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that she trusted Sven, that she allowed him to manipulate her and control her entire life. When asked what advice she would give to other women who have experienced something similar, who have found themselves in a situation like hers, she responds that it's best to seek help from a specialist, work through your problems, and also not rush into a new relationship with such emotional baggage. Julia also started a closed group on Facebook to provide a place and platform for women to share their stories. Story 4. I will tell you about the events of 2018, which took place in the United States in Austin, Texas, where Ted and Corey Shaughnessy live. They met in the 1980s and immediately noticed how much they had in common. One of those things was a love for jewelry. And it wasn't just that they loved owning something pretty. Ted was already working in a jewelry store, but dreamed of owning his own. And after they married, the couple opened such a store in 1999. The work gave them a lot of satisfaction. They loved to see people trying to pick out a gift for someone close to them to make them happy. Their store prospered better and better. They were financially stable, and the young couple then began to think about expanding their family. Corey became pregnant several times, but failed to carry any of them to term. With each miscarriage, she took it worse and worse. So she came to the conclusion that she would not try for a child again. But because she really wanted to be a mom, the couple eventually decided to adopt. To speed up the process, Ted and Corey decided to adopt a child from outside the United States, specifically from Ukraine. And in 2000, a 16-month-old boy came into their family. The couple immediately loved him, and from the very beginning, they devoted as much time to him as they could. They were always inseparable to the point that their friends referred to them as the Three Musketeers. The boy was the apple of their eye, and since Ted and Corey had no shortage of money, Nicholas was pampered from an early age. He was given everything he could think of. When he was a little bigger, the boy spent a lot of time with his dad, who was fascinated by fast cars, and sometimes participated in their races. The boy always accompanied him. When Nicholas was in high school, he met a girl with whom he immediately fell in love, and since then, he and Jacqueline Edison were inseparable. They spent a great deal of time together, mostly hanging out at the boy's house. She was there so often that despite the fact that Nicholas was only 17 years old, his parents allowed her to live in their house. The couple didn't settle there for long, however, as just a year later, in August 2017, they moved out of Nicholas's family home and settled in College Station, a city about a 2-hour drive from Austin. Jackie intended to study there while her boyfriend was busy investing the money he received from his parents. After they moved away from their home, Ted and Corey stayed there alone and had time just for themselves. It was not given to them to enjoy themselves too much because already in March 2018, something happened that no one would have expected. The 1st of March 2018 was exactly like any other day. It was a Thursday and Ted was in the store that day. When he got home, the couple had dinner, after which they went out for a walk with their dogs, 2 Rottweilers that had been in their family for some time. After walk, they spent the rest of the evening in front of the TV. When they went to bed, they didn't assume that this one would completely change their lives. The two had already been asleep for quite some time when they heard one of their dogs start barking. They looked at the alarm clock. It was after 4:30. They were a little concerned that the dog started barking at such an hour. So Ted grabbed a gun, of which they had about 20 in the house, and went to check what had happened. He thought that perhaps the dog had spotted some wild animal. It wasn't uncommon for a deer or a possum to appear near their house, expecting that in a moment Ted would return there as well. But shortly after her husband left the room, she heard the first gunshot followed immediately by another. She guessed that they were coming from the kitchen, which was not far from the room she was in at the time, and immediately grabbed the gun lying as always on the shelf above the bed. She saw the flashlight lights approaching the bedroom and could only guess that she would be next. She completely failed to see who the person was, who had invaded their home. The flashlight light was extremely intense and shone right into her eyes. When she heard the first shot aimed at her, she didn't think any longer. She started pulling the trigger. She heard the man in front of her continue to shoot, but despite the fact that she was convinced she was about to die, none of the bullets hit her. When she ran out of ammunition after a while, Corey grabbed her phone and headed toward the closet with all her might. The only thing on her mind at the time was to hide and call for help. She expected that in a moment, someone would open the closet door and she could be killed at any moment. But if she had time to dial the emergency number, maybe the operator would hear that there had been a shooting in their house. Since no one had looked in the closet, she started talking to the operator and told her what had happened in their house. She didn't know if the man was still there, so she tried to speak as quietly as she could. All the time, she could hear someone hurting in the kitchen. She guessed that it was Ted, and she really wanted to get out of the closet at that moment and go to him. Maybe he could still be helped, but the woman she spoke to prevented her from leaving that place. She was to stay where she was until the police showed up in front of her house. Roughly 15 minutes had passed when Corey heard on the phone that she could now go open the door for the police officers. To do so, she had to walk past the kitchen, and that's when the woman noticed her 55-year-old husband, Ted. He was lying on the floor and showed absolutely no signs of life. Near her husband lay one of the dogs. He certainly had not survived the break-in. Corey, with all her might, opened the front door, but despite the fact that the emergency number operator assured her that the police were already there was no one in front of her house. It turned out that they had mixed up the addresses and went to her neighbor's house. However, when the police officers appeared outside the door of Corey's house after a while, the woman could breathe a sigh of relief. She already felt safe, but after a while, she heard what she had suspected from the moment she saw her husband lying in the kitchen. Ted had unfortunately not survived. It was terrible news for her. Her whole world collapsed in an instant, and she still had to inform their son about everything. She knew very well that it would not be easy for him to come to terms with what had happened. When she called Nicholas, he decided that he and his girlfriend, Jackie, would come to Austin, which should take them roughly 2 hours. And in the meantime, the police officers were doing their job. They all suspected that someone had broken into the house in order to rob them. It was quickly determined that all the windows and doors were locked, except for one window located on the first floor. Normally there was a mosquito net in it, but the burglar had removed it and placed it next to the window. Most likely, this is how the man got inside. This window led to a bedroom, which was empty at the time, no one living in it. But police officers noticed that one of the drawers in the dresser was open, and a gun had disappeared from the box that was there. After checking the shell casings found in the kitchen, it could be suspected that it was the one used to kill Ted. But in addition to these shell casings, other shell casings were found that came from another gun. Could this have meant that 2 people had broken into Shaughnessy's house? Initially, police officers, as well as Corey herself, thought it was a robbery. People knew that they were the owners of a luxury jewelry store, and probably expected that maybe they kept some of it in the house. But soon after police officers arrived at the scene, it was determined that absolutely nothing had disappeared from the couple's home. If it wasn't money or any valuables, why did someone break into their home and kill Ted? When Nicholas and Jackie showed up in Austin around 8 a.m., and along with Corey spoke with police officers, all 3 declared they were willing to help with the investigation. Nicholas and Jackie couldn't say too much because they were in a completely different city when the murder occurred. From what Ted's son told police officers, the last time he was in Austin was to see his parents a month earlier. As for Corey, during her interview with the officers, she recounted exactly what happened that night, and without hesitation gave the investigators her phone so that it could be checked. After they interviewed her, she started to realize that she was being treated as a prime suspect, because indeed the whole story was a bit strange. Someone breaks into their house, takes a gun from a drawer, which he later uses to kill just one of the people present in the house. Why did he let her get out of the situation unscathed? Was Ted the only target? If so, then maybe Corey was the one who killed her husband, especially since after his death, she would be the one to receive all the money from the insurance policy, which was $1 million. Also, why was nothing taken from the house? Nothing was taken from the safes that contained the money, but nothing was taken from the house either. Corey had her jewelry, Ted had his watches. None of these things interested the burglars. Also, how did they know where they could find weapons? The house was quite large, and for someone who didn't know it, it wouldn't have been so easy to navigate. They also didn't have that much time to be able to quietly find the weapons. There were many questions, but from the very beginning, everything pointed to the fact that the person responsible for the break-in and Ted's death was someone from the family or friends. Of course, his wife was the most suspected. She would not be the first woman who wanted to get rid of her husband in order to get her hands on the money from his policy. After his death, she would not only receive $1 million from the policy, but would also become the owner of a stately home and a store. Investigators were even more inclined to believe this version of events after they checked the house and found no fingerprints there that did not belong to the family. But when a few weeks after Ted was killed, Corey tried to withdraw money from her insurance policy, investigators were convinced that she was responsible for his death. She wasn't poor and she didn't need the money so suddenly, but she could explain it. She must have used it to buy jewelry for her store. Corey, of course, admitted nothing and was even outraged that she was the one suspected instead of being involved in the search for the real perpetrator at the time. But investigators did not rule out the possibility that someone else might have wanted Ted dead, and they continued to try to determine who killed him, all the while looking for clues in Mr. and Mrs. Shaughnessy's house. An alarm was installed there, but according to Corey, they were not in the habit of turning it on every day. Rather, they only did it when they went out and the house was empty. But even so, thanks to the app operating this alarm, the police officers obtained some information. It was already known that the bedroom window was opened at 4:27 a.m. After that, the burglars stayed in the house for several minutes until the first shots were fired 17 minutes after they entered, one of which hit the glass in the window. And as far as these time frames were concerned, everything agreed with what Corey testified. However, what were the burglars doing in their house for several minutes if they didn't steal anything? Everything that happened that night did not add up to a logical whole. Once the police had completed their work at the Shaughnessy home, Corey was finally able to return there. At first, it was not easy for her to live alone in such a big house. So Nicholas and Jackie decided to move in with her for a while. They went to their house from where they took all the things they needed and returned to Austin. The three of them would find it easier to get through their grief. But shortly after they moved in, Nicholas and Jackie gave Corey information she didn't expect. In fact, they must have done so because in order to rule out Nicholas's involvement in the murder, the cops also searched the house where he lived in College Station. And then they found a marriage certificate which showed that more than 6 months earlier, in the summer of 2017, he and Jackie had married. They didn't tell anyone about it, neither their relatives nor the police at the time they were interviewed. The couple had no choice but to tell Corey everything. She was very surprised by the news. She believed that both of them were still too young for marriage. They were only 19 years old. And since their wedding was a very modest ceremony, Corey decided that they should have a decent wedding. They started planning an engagement party, which allowed them to forget about the ongoing investigation, at least for a while. Sometimes they felt that the investigators would not be able to figure out who killed Ted. Everything had been going on for so long, and still nothing was known. Nicholas and Jackie had been living in Austin for some time, and Corey then got the idea that it would be much easier for her if they could both help her in the store. She knew she wouldn't be able to take care of it herself. If her son and daughter-in-law refused to help her, she would have to start thinking about closing the store. But to Corey's surprise, Jackie decided to take a dean's break, and her son, who was in charge of selling and buying auctions, decided to suspend his business for a while. And then all three of them concentrated on their work at the jewelry store. And investigators continued to work to determine who might have killed Ted. And just as at first they were convinced that his wife was responsible, over time they began to suspect someone else. They suspected his adopted son, Nicholas. Admittedly, at the time of the murder, he was at his home 170 kilometers away, which was confirmed by the location of his phone. But it also made it possible to establish that he was not telling the police officers the whole truth. At the outset, he told them that he had not been in his hometown for a month, but it was established that he had been there just 2 days before Ted's murder on February 28th. The strange thing was that since he had traveled so many miles, he had not visited his parents. Could it be that he was putting the final touches on everything at the time? Text messages that Nicholas and Jackie sent to each other were also suspicious. First of all, their phones had their factory settings overturned, which meant that any messages sent before Ted's death could not be found there. But police officers managed to recover them. They were very vague, but they implied that Nicholas would try to arrange something, and therefore had to pay someone $50,000 in cash, $25,000 before and the rest after. Investigators guessed that it could have been about payment from the order to kill Ted. Another thing that wasn't immediately pointed out, but could indicate that Nicholas knew more than he was telling them, was how, immediately after arriving at his parents' house and talking to the police officers for a while, went to see the location of the window through which the burglars had entered. Only that it was only after some time that the policeman realized that no one at the time had told him how it happened. Nicholas had not been told by them about the mosquito net being removed and entering through the window. So how did he know exactly where to go? That window was not visible from the front of the house. He could not see it while standing in front of it, but that wasn't the only thing that pointed to Nicholas as being responsible for killing Ted. He had an app on his phone that allowed him to access the alarm system in his parents' house. With it, he could turn the alarm on and off, but he could also see exactly which window had been opened. And Nicholas logged into this app on the morning of March 2nd at 5:39 a.m. It was only a few minutes later that Corey called him to tell him about his father's death. This behavior by Nicholas was very suspicious, as if he was checking to see if the plan had been carried out. But investigators found something else when they checked the house where he and Jackie lived together. They found a safe that contained a lot of jewelry and watches, but also guns and ammunition. What was surprising? The ammunition was exactly the same company and caliber as the shell casings found in Shaughnessy's house. There was a fair amount in the safe, but 6 pieces were missing. There were increasing indications that he may have wanted Ted dead, but a conversation with his friend, who was the man giving them the wedding, only confirmed that investigators were getting closer to solving the case. Spencer Patterson knew Nicholas back in high school. They had been friends for many years. They had no secrets from each other and knew they could always rely on each other. But sometime before Ted's death, Nicholas came to him with a request that he could not fulfill. He told him about the fact that in the event of the death of his parents, he would become the sole heir and everything he inherited would be worth $8 million. However, he had no intention of waiting for their deaths. There was no telling when this would happen, and he might have to wait many more years for the estate. Therefore, he came up with the idea that both of them must die. He knew that he could not do it himself because as a family, he would be immediately in the circle of suspects. But after all, no one would suspect his best friend. To confirm that he was telling the truth, Spencer showed the investigators the messages he had received from Nicholas. He wrote that he only needed to enter their house and kill them, and then steal a few items. He also wouldn't have to put on any mask since they would both be dead afterwards anyway. Spencer, of course, did not agree to his proposals. In fact, he did not think Nicholas was serious about it. But sometime later, it turned out that he wasn't joking after all. Someone had killed Ted. Spencer's testimony led to the fact that on May 29, 2018, Nicholas and his wife were arrested, which came as a shock to everyone, especially Corey. She did not believe that her son could have had anything to do with his father's death. Maybe the investigators were wrong about him, just as they were wrong at first, suspecting her. But when she saw the message her son sent to his friend, she realized that everything that happened in March was planned by him. For her and Ted, he was the whole world. They did everything they could for him. All the time he lived with them, bought him everything he wanted. When he decided to move and start working in the stock market, Ted and Corey lent him $30,000 at the time, so he would have something to invest. He had already taken an interest in the stock market in high school and knew that he didn't want to waste his time studying further, but was going to start working right after school. His parents weren't too happy with his choice, but they hoped that maybe the job would quickly bore him and he would eventually decide to continue his studies. But in addition to the fact that he could always count on his parents to lend him money, even though he was already living separately, they still covered most of his expenses. They were the ones who paid his bills, paid for his insurance, or even paid for his petrol. Admittedly, Nicholas was supposed to return some of that money to them, but he was in no hurry to do so. For their part, Ted and Corey noticed that Nicholas and Jackie had to spend a lot of money on new clothes or furnishings for their apartment. They were more focused on fulfilling their whims than on settling their obligations. And at some point, Corey decided that it couldn't go on like this. She and Ted work hard morning to night, while their son spends money with a light hand on something he can't afford. Therefore, shortly before Ted's death, they stopped funding their son's expenses. He was not very happy with this decision, but sometime later, he returned part of the loan to Corey. She thought that he had finally begun to take life seriously, that maybe he finally understood what life as an adult was like. First of all, you have to pay all your obligations. Only later can you afford to spend money on pleasures. What she didn't realize at the time, however, was that her son was already planning her and her husband's death. But investigators continued to wonder who really killed Ted. They already knew that it certainly wasn't Nicholas or Jackie. The CCTV footage they had installed in their home confirmed that they were 170 kilometers from Austin at the time. So who were the people who were supposed to receive $50,000 from them in exchange for killing the Shaughnessy couple? Neither Nicholas nor Jackie, who were in custody, had any intention of making the investigators' task easier and giving them the names of these people. Therefore, they began reviewing the footage from the cameras installed in Nicholas's home. Maybe he had met with these people at his home, and they then noticed that 2 days before the murder, on February 28, 2 men came to his house. One of them wore a company t-shirt, which led police officers to a window installation company. The cameras installed in Nicholas's home were of fairly good quality, and the man's face was clearly visible. Therefore, the investigators went to this company's network to ask about him there. They immediately recognized him, despite the fact that he had only worked there for a few days, and on top of that, for years earlier. Police officers got his name and address, and immediately went to his home. Unfortunately, Cameron Vosbeck was not at home at the time, but before the investigators had time to say anything to his wife, they heard something that surprised them incredibly. The woman was supposed to know why they showed up at her house. Most likely, the policeman wanted to talk to her husband in connection with this boy, who wanted to kill his parents, and was looking for someone who could do it. That was probably the last thing the investigators expected to hear that day. Cameron's wife then explained that her husband didn't know the boy personally, but one day his friend, Johnny Leon, told him he had an extra job for them. They were to help someone move. It was then that they went to Nicholas's house. But when they got there, the conversation began to take a completely different turn. Nicholas then talked about the people living in Austin, to whom he has to pay $10,000 a month, so they should be taken care of. Cameron didn't immediately understand what he meant, but when he heard that the less he knew the better for him, it occurred to him that it wasn't about any small favor, but about depriving someone of their life. Since he was not a man who could agree to this, he immediately left his house. And indeed, on the CCTV footage, he can be seen leaving earlier than Johnny. Further investigation was able to confirm that he was telling the truth. He was not one of the people who were in Shaughnessy's house that night. Cops decided to talk to Johnny, especially since he was the other man who came to Nicholas' house on February 28. At first, he denied everything, only when he saw himself entering Nicholas' house on a surveillance camera photo. Then he started talking. He admitted that he had received such an offer from him. He was supposed to kill his parents, for which he was to receive $100,000, but he did not agree to it. For this, on February 28, he went with him to Austin. Nicholas was then to kill his parents himself. They stopped the car near their house, and he was about to go inside and do what no one wanted to do for him. But after a while he returned to the car. He lacked the courage to go in there and take their lives. According to Johnny, that was the last time he had to deal with Nicholas and anything related to him. But it turned out he wasn't telling the whole truth, because just 2 days later, on March 2nd, his phone was logging near Shaughnessy's house. Investigators already knew that he was one of the people who killed Ted that night. Unfortunately, he did not want to admit who the other person was, but again, his phone proved helpful. Because before Ted's murder, Johnny had often been in contact with one of his friends, Arian Smith. Like Johnny, he was also well known to the police. When he was taken in for questioning, Arian insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder of the jeweler. He had spent that night with his girlfriend, and she could confirm everything. But when the police officers talked to her, the girlfriend admitted that she was alone that night. Arian had gone somewhere by car, and was gone for most of the night. She tried repeatedly to call him, but he wouldn't answer the phone. Eventually, Arian confessed. He told in detail what happened that night, and he pointed out the place where he hid the gun taken from Shaughnessy's house, and which he used to kill Ted. Investigators also learned why Corey managed to survive. In fact, she was also supposed to die that night. But when Ted was already lying on the floor and Johnny was walking toward the couple's bedroom, Arian realized that he didn't want to kill the woman, especially since he had heard the sound of gunshots coming from that room, which meant that they might not make it out alive either. He asked Johnny to spare her life, and after a while, they were both already running out of Shaughnessy's house. Thanks to the fact that Corey had learned how to handle a gun and did not hesitate to use it when threatened, she managed to survive. Investigators have already arrested all 4 people linked to the murder: Nicholas and Jackie, who planned everything, and Johnny and Arian, who agreed to kill the 19-year-old's parents. During further questioning, Jackie cooperated willingly with the police, all the while blaming everything on her husband. It was his debts that led to his decision to kill his parents. In fact, his private account, as well as the account from which he used the money to invest, were empty. Not even $2 were there. He urgently needed the money his parents had, and was not only owed money to them, but had previously borrowed money from his neighbor as well. He borrowed $2,600 from her, and as the deadline for when he should pay it back had passed, and Nicholas did not have the means to repay the debt. The woman threatened to contact his parents and tell them all about it. He had to get the money quickly. However, Nicholas initially tried to convince Jackie that he had a completely different reason for killing his parents. Apparently his father had been battling depression for a long time. Jackie didn't see it in his behavior, but it's clear that not everyone shows their emotions. Nicholas believed that his father no longer felt like he wanted to live, and he would only try to make it easier for him. He also knew that his mother was very attached to her husband. They spent many years together, celebrated their 30th wedding anniversary in January 2018, and she certainly won't be able to imagine life without him. Therefore, the best solution would be for them both to die. Jackie didn't really believe his words. She thought he was just saying that and really had no intention of harming his parents. Before the trial took place in April 2021, Nicholas with Johnny and Ariane agreed to a plea bargain, according to which they would plead guilty, and in return, the death penalty would no longer be considered. All three received the same sentence, 35 years in prison with the possibility of early parole. But what about Jackie's case? She was not charged with Ted's murder, but with planning to commit the murder. She herself believed that there was little involvement in all the planning. It was her husband who cared about the death of her parents. She had all the time hoped that this would not happen. And finally, in July 2023, she was offered a plea bargain that was surprising compared to the sentences of the other three. She was given a 120-day prison sentence. And in addition, for the next 10 years, she would have to return to prison for 2 days on each anniversary of Ted's death. If she broke the law during those 10 years, then she would be jailed for 20 years. Such a sentence was surprising to everyone. It was believed that the girl had actually escaped responsibility, having spent 4 months in prison, while the others involved in planning this murder must spend a minimum of 17 years there. No one could explain why there was such a difference in these sentences. Story 5. When a loved one goes missing, those left behind often fear the worst. But no one could have imagined the dark truth that lay behind Shannon Medill's disappearance. Her husband, Joshua, seemed like the perfect husband. He helped with the search, supported the family, and begged everyone to hold on to hope. But what if it was all a deception, and the real threat had been hiding in plain sight all along? Shannon's body was buried just a few yards from where they had once made plans for their. How could someone who swore love and devotion turn it against the very person they claimed to cherish? What drives a person to make such a terrible choice? And what if it wasn't just a tragic mistake? What if it was premeditated? Can you really trust someone who says they love you? Or is there always a hidden danger behind those words? The evening of November 2014 was the moment that shattered the Medill family's world. A young actress from Alberta had just landed a long-awaited role, the very break she had worked so hard for. She had planned to meet her brother, Brett, at the theater to celebrate this achievement, but her seat remained empty. At first, Brett didn't think much of her being late. He assumed she'd been held up at rehearsal or had some last-minute details to take care of. But as the evening turned to night and Shannon still hadn't shown up, Brett's worries started to grow. He called her repeatedly, sent messages, left voicemails, but got no response. As the hours passed, his concern deepened, but there was little he could do but return home with a heavy heart, unsure of what to think. The next morning, Brett's anxiety only intensified. He tried calling his sister again, but her phone was still silent. Desperate, he contacted their parents, hoping for any information. They were just as baffled. Shannon's mother tried to calm herself with rational explanations, thinking perhaps Shannon had been caught up in a last-minute filming schedule change or was working a night shift. After all, her acting career was full of unpredictable hours. She even told herself that Shannon might simply be sleeping after a long night on set, unable to hear the phone ring, but deep down, none of these explanations seemed to fit. The family's fear grew, and soon they would uncover a reality far darker than any of them could have ever imagined. Even these explanations seemed far-fetched. Shannon had always been responsible and made an effort to stay in touch, especially when a new opportunity for her career was on the horizon. She wouldn't have simply ignored all the calls and messages. To calm her growing anxiety, Shannon's mother sent another voicemail, assuring her that they weren't upset about her absence and just wanted to know she was safe. Unfortunately, this message also went unanswered, and the feeling that something was terribly wrong only grew stronger. Soon after, 6 members of Shannon's family, including her husband Joshua, arrived at the police station. They knew Shannon was supposed to travel from Edmonton to Calgary and feared she might have been in an accident. They urged the authorities to begin a search, but the police responded with indifference, stating that as an adult, Shannon had every right to go wherever she wanted without informing her family. However, the family continued to plead with them, emphasizing that Shannon had never disappeared for this long and that her absence was completely out of character. After much persuasion and emotional conversations, the police finally agreed to check local hospitals and begin a search operation. But no results came. No hospital had reported any accident involving Shannon. Days began to blur into one long stretch of waiting and worry. Her family had no idea how to cope with the uncertainty and the silence. During this time, Shannon didn't use her credit cards, make any purchases, or show up anywhere with her car. It was as if she had vanished without a trace. What was perhaps most concerning was normally she was very active on her blog, sharing both her successes and setbacks, posting updates about auditions and shoots. But this time there were no new updates, no posts, just a haunting silence. This only added to the fear and uncertainty in the hearts of her loved ones who remained suspended in a state of limbo, feeling like they were sinking deeper into the darkness of the unknown. The waiting became unbearable. Each new day, without any word from Shannon, felt like an eternity. A few days after Shannon's disappearance, her husband Joshua suddenly informed the police that he had found her cell phone at home in the pocket of a pair of pants lying in the bedroom. This was the first red flag that made detectives start questioning whether things were as simple as they first seemed. Moreover, Joshua revealed that he had discovered her car parked just a short distance from the house. These findings were handed over to the authorities, but no signs of a violent crime or struggle were found. For almost 2 weeks, Shannon's family and friends were stuck in a tense state of limbo, anxiously waiting for any news. Then 2 strange photographs surfaced, landing in the hands of investigators. The pictures, taped to trees in one of Calgary's parks, showed a red-haired woman with her face obscured by her hair. This sent a wave of alarm through everyone involved. The resemblance to Shannon was too striking to ignore. Both the police and her family were shocked. It seemed like someone was deliberately toying with them, perhaps a kidnapper or a disturbed individual trying to mock their suffering. In response, authorities decided to launch a large-scale search operation in Big Creek Park, one of Canada's largest nature reserves. Several teams were assembled, including not just law enforcement officers, but also volunteers. Among the searchers were Shannon's family members, including her husband Joshua, who hadn't lost hope of finding her alive. Search dogs specially trained for such missions were brought in, and even a helicopter was used to scan the vast area from above. For 2 days, the search teams combed through the park, meticulously scanning every inch of ground, hoping to find any clue that could lead them to Shannon. But all efforts turned up empty. Soon, it was revealed that the photographs, initially thought to be connected to the case, were actually part of an art project created by local college students. Once the students realized the unintended impact of their work, they came forward to the police to explain the misunderstanding. This revelation was a crushing blow to Shannon's family and the investigators, who had hoped these images would provide a vital lead. Once again, they were left with nothing, back to the frustrating uncertainty and despair. Meanwhile, Shannon's parents and husband remained in constant agony, waiting for news each day, trapped in fear and grief. With every passing day, the situation grew more unbearable and more questions piled up. Would they find Shannon alive? If they did, what condition would she be in? And most terrifying of all, how would they cope if they found out she was no longer alive? While the theory of abduction seemed unlikely, no one had contacted the family to demand a ransom. They didn't rule it out completely. In their desperation, they clung to any possible explanation for her disappearance, even though deep down they feared the worst. With each passing day, the chances of finding Shannon alive seemed to dwindle. Then, sometime later, Joshua shared a disturbing incident with the police, something he had kept to himself until that moment. He revealed that a few months earlier, Shannon had called him in a state of distress, telling him she wanted to jump off a bridge. This happened after yet another failed audition that she had pinned her hopes on. Joshua recalled how close she had come to a breaking point that day, but he had managed to calm her down. Now he couldn't help but wonder, could those old emotional wounds have reopened? Detectives took Joshua's story seriously and began searching the bodies of water in and around the city. Given that there were several large bridges in the area, with divers and search teams, they scoured every river and lake, hoping to find any clue. But each day ended in disappointment. There were no signs, no traces, nothing to suggest where Shannon could be. By May 2015, nearly 6 months had passed since Shannon's disappearance. The police still had no leads, no witnesses, and no evidence to shed light on her fate. Law enforcement officers began to fear the worst, suspecting that Shannon might no longer be alive, though they refrained from officially informing the family to spare them from even more heartache. The situation reached a critical point, prompting seasoned Detective Christine White, to take over the investigation. Christine was known for her determination and her keen attention to the smallest details. Thanks to her, dozens of dangerous criminals had been put behind bars, and now she was ready to tackle this case. Christine decided to start with those closest to Shannon, as she knew that in such cases, the culprit is often someone within the victim's inner circle. The first person she chose to interview was Joshua. He appeared to be open and cooperative, had worked with the police from the start, and had even allowed them to search the house twice. He had always answered their questions without hesitation. Joshua was also present when Shannon's family first reported her missing to the police, and he maintained a close relationship with them. Shannon's family never doubted his innocence for a second. However, despite the family's trust in Joshua, Christine noticed a few subtle inconsistencies in their story. And this is where the full investigation began to unfold. On June 2nd, 2015, 7 long months after Shannon's disappearance, Detective Christine White, along with a team of officers, arrived at Joshua Burgess' home. This time, they came with warrants to search the premises, seize his phone, and impound Shannon's car. It was a turning point in the investigation, and Christine sensed that everything was about to come together. But when they knocked on the door, Joshua didn't answer right away. The detectives only heard his muffled voice saying he'd be out soon. He was stalling, and this delay made the situation all the more suspicious. Christine knew time was working against her. She felt an increasing sense of urgency, suspecting that Joshua was trying to hide something or buy himself precious seconds. The officers insisted he open the door immediately, not giving him the time to find his pants. Finally, when Joshua did open the door, they were ready for anything, even if force would be needed. But what they encountered was unexpected. Joshua stood there in tears and said, "I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who ended Shannon's life." His face was a mix of horror and despair, as if this confession was his last hope for some sort of relief. But to understand what led to this moment, we need to rewind several months to where it all began. At the time of Shannon's disappearance, she and Joshua had only been married for 7 months, but their relationship was already on the brink. After Shannon went missing, the investigation revealed that the couple had an open marriage, something even her family was aware of. This arrangement was Joshua's idea, and while he claimed Shannon agreed to it, it didn't bring her any real happiness. Their marriage allowed both of them to have physical relationships with other people. But for Shannon, it was more of a concession than something she genuinely wanted. Investigators learned that Joshua was actively seeing other women, and Shannon knew about it. In fact, she had even met some of his partners, and according to Joshua, didn't object. But things began to shift when Shannon expressed her desire to return to a more traditional relationship. She realized she no longer wanted to share her husband with other women and gave him an ultimatum. Joshua agreed to her terms, but it turned out his agreement wasn't entirely sincere. Not long after, Shannon noticed that Joshua had put a password on his phone, something he hadn't done before. This raised her suspicions, and feeling uneasy, she asked for access to his device. She discovered that he was still seeing one of his previous partners despite their agreement. Worse, in his texts with this woman, he was discussing plans to divorce Shannon, saying he intended to make this other woman his primary partner. This revelation devastated Shannon. She felt deeply betrayed, and after throwing the phone down, she began to think about her next steps. Shannon decided she needed a fresh start and planned to move from Calgary to Edmonton. At the time of her disappearance, she was already in the process of relocating. Although they were still living under the same roof, she and Joshua had arranged their schedules to avoid crossing paths. Shannon was performing at night as a stand-up comedian, while Joshua worked during the day. Their relationship had grown cold and tense. Detectives discovered that Shannon's last known activities ended abruptly on November 27, 2014. Used her phone, or had any presence online. Her phone's signal was traced to a city alley the next morning, after which Joshua claimed he found it at home. This statement immediately raised suspicions among the police. During further questioning, Joshua continued to insist that he had accidentally found Shannon's phone and car, but he failed to explain how exactly this had happened. His statements grew more inconsistent, and Detective Christine White decided to focus on him as the main suspect. The police filed requests to seize Joshua's phone and Shannon's car, but at that point, there wasn't enough evidence to obtain the necessary warrants. Their hopes rested on a judge's decision to approve their actions. When the warrants were finally granted, Christine and her team returned to Joshua's house. They knew they had caught him off guard and were prepared for anything, aware that he might try to hide evidence or even flee. But when Joshua finally opened the door, events took an unexpected turn. Now let's take a closer look at this critical moment. Standing before the officers, Joshua, with tears streaming down his face, confessed to the crime. His voice trembled, and it seemed like he was barely holding himself together. As Christine entered the house, she noticed an army knife lying on the floor, and Joshua himself was covered in blood. He had attempted to harm himself by cutting his neck, but fortunately, he hadn't hit any major arteries. Paramedics quickly transported him to the hospital, and his life was no longer in danger. After recovering from his attempt at self-harm, Joshua was sent for a psychiatric evaluation to determine whether he posed a risk to himself or others. There were still many unanswered questions about what had really happened that fateful night and why he had chosen such a desperate course of action. Imagine someone who appeared to be doing everything possible to find his missing wife. He cooperated with the police, participated in search efforts, and seemed genuinely concerned for her family. But what if, all along, he had been lying and hiding a horrifying truth? This is the story of Joshua Burgess and Shannon Medill, a story in which every action and every gesture was part of a carefully crafted plan to conceal a terrible crime. When Joshua finally sat in the interrogation room, all he could say was, "If I could see Shannon again, I'd tell her how much I love her." The police gave him the night to collect himself before continuing with the questioning. During that time, search teams with dogs began combing through his property. By morning they had found Shannon's body buried under layers of debris and dirt in the backyard. The forensic team conducted an exhumation, enough evidence to charge him, but the detectives wanted to hear the full truth from Joshua himself. A top interrogation expert was brought in. On the second day of his arrest, Joshua finally started talking. While his initial confession and the discovery of Shannon's body were already sufficient for formal charges, his account was crucial to understanding what had truly happened between him and Shannon, and how the situation had spiraled into tragedy. The police knew that only through his confession could Shannon's family learn the truth about her final moments. Joshua recounted how, on that fateful day, he came home to find Shannon sitting on the couch. She immediately began accusing him of infidelity, calling him a traitor for his affairs. Her words were sharp, and she was yelling. At some point, Joshua tried to silence her by covering her mouth with his hand, but Shannon broke free, bit him, and continued hurling insults, saying she was disgusted by his touch. In a fit of rage, Joshua grabbed her by the neck and began to strangle her, not stopping until she stopped breathing. When he realized Shannon was no longer alive, he panicked. He tried to revive her, but when that failed, he couldn't bring himself to call for medical help. According to his confession, he didn't want anyone to know what had happened. Joshua admitted that for 8 months, he lived with this lie, concealing his crime. He kept Shannon's body near the house, first in a container and later burying it in the backyard. The police had searched the house twice before, but had missed the hidden containers on the back porch. Joshua had intentionally concealed them with trash bags to avoid suspicion. In his twisted reasoning, he chose that spot to bury her because he didn't want his beloved to leave him, even in death. Shannon's family finally learned the truth. They were horrified to realize that Joshua, who had been by their side all along, not only participated in the search efforts, but had been deceiving them the entire time. 2 years after these events, the trial began, drawing widespread media attention. Reporters closely followed every development in the case. Initially, Joshua faced life in prison for second-degree murder. He admitted to the crime, claiming he hadn't intended to end Shannon's life, that it had happened in the heat of the moment. Throughout the trial, his defense team fought for the possibility of parole after just 10 years, a prospect that came as a deep shock to Shannon's family, who believed his actions were entirely premeditated. Interrogations revealed many details that helped piece together the tragic events. On the day Shannon disappeared, an argument between her and Joshua escalated. In an attempt to reconcile, Joshua suggested they be intimate, but Shannon refused. He tried to persuade her, but she responded by saying she regretted ever marrying him. This remark sent Joshua into a rage. He lunged at her, grabbed her by the throat, and started strangling her. When his hands grew tired, he reached for a belt and finished what he had started. Once he realized what he had done, Joshua made a makeshift coffin out of a plastic container where he kept Shannon's body in the backyard until the spring, when the ground thawed and he was able to bury it. Despite the cold, Shannon's remains had undergone significant decomposition. Experts confirmed that the cause of death was strangulation. There were no other injuries, which supported Joshua's account. However, despite his confession, Joshua refused to attend the court hearings, stating that he couldn't bear to face Shannon's family. Her relatives believed he was simply too cowardly to confront them. Ultimately, the judge handed down a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Shannon's family was outraged by this decision, believing that someone who had committed such a terrible crime didn't deserve even the slightest chance at freedom. They argued that his lifestyle and deceit had led to this tragedy, and that he had tried to avoid accountability at every turn. Recently, Joshua filed for parole. Shannon's family plans to attend the parole board hearing to remind the court and the public of the dangers of releasing the man responsible for her death. What do you think? Should someone who so cruelly deceived everyone and took his wife's life be given a chance at freedom? Can regret and remorse ever erase the pain he caused? Story 6. In the early days of February 2000, a shocking crime in the heart of a bustling city captured national attention. The city, known for its vibrant culture and dynamic economy, was rocked by the brutal and highly publicized murder of a young woman named Sarah Johnson. Sarah, 23, had been a college student at a well-regarded university, where she was known for her intelligence, kindness, and her promising future. Her life was tragically cut short under mysterious and violent circumstances. It all began on the night of February 5, 2000, when Sarah left her university library around 10 p.m. She had spent the evening studying for her final exams, working diligently on a paper for one of her sociology classes. Sarah's friends remembered that night well. She seemed anxious about her upcoming exams, but was optimistic that she could finish her paper on time. Her route home took her through a quieter area of the city, a neighborhood that was typically peaceful, but had seen a recent uptick in petty crime. Sarah was used to walking this route, and despite the occasional unsettling feeling, she had never had any serious issues before. On this particular evening, however, Sarah would not make it home. Around 10:30 p.m., a passerby noticed a woman in distress near an alleyway between two large buildings. The alley was poorly lit, a place that most people avoided after dark, and the passerby immediately called the police. When authorities arrived, they found Sarah in a state of severe trauma, her body showing signs of a violent attack. She had been strangled, and her face bore signs of blunt force trauma. A single item was found next to her, her purse, which seemed to have been rifled through. Forensic experts would later confirm that Sarah had likely been attacked from behind, with the perpetrator overpowering her before using a belt to strangle her. The brutal nature of the crime sent shockwaves through the local community, leaving residents terrified that a predator was on the loose. The investigation into Sarah's murder began almost immediately, with the police canvassing the neighborhood for any potential witnesses or surveillance footage. Detectives interviewed several people who lived and worked nearby, but no one had seen or heard anything suspicious that night. The police scoured local businesses, hoping that nearby security cameras might have captured the killer's movements. However, the area was poorly surveilled, and no clear footage was found. In the initial stages of the investigation, there were few leads. Detectives combed through Sarah's background, questioning her friends and family. They discovered that Sarah had no known enemies, and there were no signs of personal or romantic issues in her life. Sarah was described as friendly, hardworking, and trustworthy. The investigation slowly ground to a halt. No obvious suspects emerged, and the killer remained unknown. Yet, detectives were certain that the crime had been premeditated. The fact that Sarah had been attacked in such a secluded spot, without any obvious motive of robbery, suggested that the perpetrator had planned the attack ahead of time. As the days passed, the case attracted local media attention. News outlets began reporting on the mysterious murder, and the city became gripped by fear. Sarah's parents, devastated by the loss of their daughter, pleaded for anyone with information to come forward. Meanwhile, police doubled their efforts to track down leads. Despite the mounting pressure, the case seemed to stall. Then, on February 12, 2000, a break in the case came when a witness came forward. A man, who had been walking his dog late that night, reported that he had seen a figure lurking in the shadows near the alleyway around the time Sarah had been attacked. The man described the figure as a tall, slim man wearing a dark jacket and a hat. His recollection was vague, but it provided investigators with their first concrete lead. Detectives began searching the area around the alleyway for any other clues that might help identify the killer. They soon discovered that the area, while poorly lit, was not entirely deserted. A local deli owner recalled seeing a man matching the description of the witness's suspect earlier in the evening, but he couldn't recall any further details. The case was starting to take shape, and the hunt for the killer began in earnest. As February 2000 progressed, the investigation into Sarah Johnson's murder continued to unfold with growing intensity. The discovery of the witness's account about a tall, slim man in a dark jacket and hat had reignited the hopes of the investigators. Detectives were now laser-focused on identifying this man, but the lack of solid details in the description made it a challenging task. The challenge was compounded by the fact that no other witnesses had come forward, and there was still no obvious connection between Sarah and the potential suspect. The first break in the case came when forensic analysis of Sarah's belongings revealed something unexpected. Her purse, though initially thought to be simply a sign of a robbery attempt gone wrong, contained a series of personal items that raised new questions. Among the items in her purse, police found a small, folded piece of paper with an address written on it. The address was located in a rundown neighborhood several miles from where Sarah had been attacked. This was the first physical piece of evidence that hinted at a possible connection between Sarah and a specific location, one that was far removed from her usual surroundings. Detective Laura James, who had been assigned to the case, was particularly intrigued by the address. She speculated that it might lead to someone Sarah had been involved with, either through school or a personal relationship. The address, though located in an area of the city known for its high crime rate, was a house that had recently changed ownership. James quickly gathered a team of officers to visit the address. Upon arriving at the location, detectives found the house in poor condition, with graffiti on the walls and broken windows. It was the kind of place that many residents avoided after dark, a symbol of the decaying parts of the city. After knocking on the door, they were greeted by a middle-aged man named Raymond Parker, who appeared to be in a state of nervous agitation. Raymond claimed that he had recently moved into the house, and that he didn't know Sarah personally. However, when James showed him a photo of Sarah, his reaction was subtle but noticeable. A brief, fleeting look of recognition crossed his face. Raymond denied knowing Sarah, but insisted that he had never seen her before. Skeptical of his story, Detective James pressed further, asking about the address written in her purse. Raymond hesitated for a moment, then claimed that the address had come from a previous tenant, someone he had never met. His story seemed inconsistent, and James was suspicious of his reluctance to answer certain questions. However, after searching the house and questioning Raymond extensively, they found no immediate connection to Sarah. Despite the dead end at Raymond's house, the detectives now believed that the address was indeed significant, though they were still unclear about how it fit into the larger puzzle. It was clear that Sarah's movements before her murder were more complicated than initially assumed. The piece of paper in her purse suggested that she had been involved in something or someone outside of her normal circle of friends and family, something or someone she had not shared with others. Detective James decided to dive deeper into Sarah's life, reviewing her school records, her social media presence, and even her bank transactions in the weeks leading up to her death. What she found was surprising. While Sarah's academic life was exemplary, there were also a number of small, unexplained withdrawals from her bank account that were made in the days before her murder. These withdrawals were from ATMs in areas far from her home, and the last one occurred on the same day as her death, just a few hours before she was killed. It became evident that Sarah had been involved in something more complex than anyone had imagined. Was she involved with someone who was dangerous? Or had she unknowingly become entangled in something criminal? These new questions only added to the growing tension surrounding the case. Meanwhile, the police department had begun to receive tips from the public. One call in particular stood out. A woman named Jessica, who lived near the university, reported seeing a man with a dark jacket and a hat following a young woman matching Sarah's description on the night of the murder. Jessica had thought it odd that the man was so persistent, but she had not thought much of it at the time. In the days following the tip, police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby businesses and managed to capture a blurry image of a man wearing the same dark jacket and hat described by the witness. While the footage was not clear enough to identify the man, it was the first solid visual evidence that linked a potential suspect to the area around the time of the murder. Detective James began to compile all the pieces of the puzzle: the mysterious address, the bank withdrawals, the witness descriptions, and the new surveillance footage. She had a growing hunch that the killer was someone who had been watching Sarah for some time, perhaps even someone who knew her. But who was this person, and what was their motive? These questions hung heavily over the investigation. At the same time, the city began to react to the murder. Residents, already on edge due to the increasing crime rate in the area, grew fearful. Panic spread, especially after the media caught wind of the mysterious circumstances surrounding Sarah's death. Rumors began to circulate, and every corner of the city seemed to be scrutinized for any clues that might explain the horrific crime. The police department held multiple press conferences, urging the public to come forward with any information. Yet despite the media frenzy, there were still no concrete leads that pointed to a clear suspect. Detective James was increasingly under pressure to solve the case. The community was in turmoil, and the higher-ups in the police department wanted answers, and fast. As she dug deeper into Sarah's life, it became increasingly apparent that she had been hiding something. There were no clear signs of violence in her personal relationships, but the more James investigated, the more she realized that Sarah had been involved with people or activities she had kept secret. The investigation was reaching a critical juncture. Was the killer someone Sarah knew? Or had she simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time? The truth, it seemed, was just out of reach, but Detective James was determined to find it, no matter how long it took. By mid-February, the investigation into Sarah Johnson's murder was gaining momentum, though still mired in uncertainty. Detective Laura James knew that time was working against them. The pressure from the public, the media, and her superiors was mounting, and the lack of definitive evidence was becoming a barrier. But she also knew that with every new detail uncovered, the truth was getting closer. Despite the complexity of the case, she felt confident that the pieces were slowly starting to fall into place. The investigation took a significant turn when police finally tracked down a potential link to the address found in Sarah's purse. It turned out that the address had once belonged to a man named Carl DeVries, a 32-year-old with a criminal history that stretched back several years. Carl had been involved in several minor offenses, including drug-related charges and theft, though he had never been convicted of any serious crime. But a deeper look into his background revealed something disturbing. Carl had once been a member of a local gang, a group that had been known for its ties to organized crime in the city. This discovery raised the possibility that Sarah's involvement with him might have been more dangerous than anyone had realized. A team of officers was dispatched to find Carl, and within days, they managed to track him down. He was living in a different part of the city now, in a modest apartment, but he had been keeping a low profile. When detectives arrived at his apartment, Carl was noticeably surprised, even nervous. He initially denied knowing anything about Sarah, but was unable to offer a convincing explanation for why his old address had shown up in her purse. Detective James pressed him further, suggesting that he was somehow involved in Sarah's death. Carl became defensive, claiming that he hadn't seen Sarah in years, and that he had no idea how her purse had come to be linked to him. His story was full of holes, and his evasiveness only made the detectives more suspicious. Finally, under intense questioning, Carl broke down. He admitted that he had known Sarah briefly in the months leading up to her murder. According to Carl, Sarah had been a one-time acquaintance who had approached him for help with a personal matter. Sarah, it turned out, had been struggling with a financial issue, one that involved her family. Carl explained that she had asked him for assistance, likely thinking he could connect her with people who could provide some financial relief. She had been desperate, and though Carl had initially been hesitant, he had agreed to help her, but only on the condition that she meet with some of his associates. It was during these meetings that Sarah had made it clear that she wanted to distance herself from the situation. She had become uncomfortable with the people Carl was connected to, and had started to cut off contact with him. This revelation painted a new picture. It seemed that Sarah's death wasn't just the result of a random attack, but might have been tied to her brief involvement with the criminal underworld. According to Carl, Sarah had contacted him for help out of desperation, but she had soon realized the dangerous environment she was becoming entangled in. This could explain why she had become increasingly withdrawn in the days leading up to her death. She might have been trying to extricate herself from something she no longer wanted to be part of. The detectives began to dig deeper into Carl's associates. Several of them had known Sarah as well, though most claimed to have little to no interaction with her. However, one name kept resurfacing: Victor Harris. Harris was known as a local enforcer, a man who had ties to both small-time street gangs and more organized crime syndicates in the city. He had a reputation for being ruthless, and his name had come up repeatedly in connection with Carl's criminal past. Detective James decided to focus on Harris. If Sarah had been involved with Carl to the extent that she had sought his help, it was likely she had come into contact with Victor Harris as well. As they tracked Harris's movements, they learned that he had been in the area around the time of Sarah's murder. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store showed him walking past the alley where Sarah's body was found just hours before the crime occurred. With this critical piece of evidence, detectives quickly obtained a warrant to arrest Victor Harris. They tracked him to a rundown apartment building, where he was arrested without incident. Once in custody, Harris initially remained silent, refusing to answer any questions. However, after several hours of interrogation, he eventually cracked. His confession was chilling. Harris admitted that he had been the one to kill Sarah, but his motive wasn't simple or straightforward. According to Harris, Sarah had become a liability. After meeting with Carl and learning about the dangerous circles he ran in, Sarah had tried to back out. She had become scared of the people she was involved with, and had made it clear that she no longer wanted anything to do with them. Harris explained that Sarah's attempts to distance herself had created a problem. People like him and Carl couldn't afford to have loose ends, especially someone like Sarah, who had been exposed to their world. Harris claimed that he had been ordered to take care of her, not as an act of personal vengeance, but as a matter of business. Sarah's refusal to cooperate with the people who had helped her made her a target. On the night of the murder, Harris had tracked Sarah to the alley and confronted her. According to his account, Sarah had tried to reason with him, but he wasn't interested in listening. She had been scared, begging him to let her go, but Harris said he had no choice. The attack had been quick, he claimed, a moment of violence fueled by the pressure of his criminal world. He had strangled her to ensure she wouldn't be able to expose the people involved in their operation. Afterward, he had left the scene, and the purse had been discarded as an afterthought, a deliberate move to mislead the police into thinking the crime was a robbery gone wrong. Harris's confession shocked everyone involved in the case. The brutal nature of Sarah's murder, coupled with the calculated indifference with which he spoke, underscored just how deeply she had become entangled in a world of criminal activity. With Harris in custody, the investigation was officially closed. But for Sarah's family and the community, the truth was both a relief and a further source of sorrow. Sarah's death had not been a random act of violence, but a tragic consequence of her brief and ill-fated involvement with dangerous individuals. The case had been solved, but the pain of losing Sarah, a bright young woman with a promising future, would remain with her family and the community forever. As for Detective James, she felt a sense of both accomplishment and unease. The killer had been caught, but the realization that Sarah's murder had been a result of something so avoidable weighed heavily on her. It was a reminder of how easily lives could be destroyed when people are dragged into the shadows of a world they don't fully understand. Story 7. On the cold, bleak morning of January 15, 2002, the residents of a small suburban town in the Midwest woke up to the unsettling news that 19-year-old college student, Elizabeth Liz Thornton, had gone missing. Liz, a bright and ambitious young woman, was a sophomore at a prestigious university about 40 miles away from her hometown. Known for her kindness, academic dedication, and vibrant personality, Liz's sudden disappearance left everyone in shock. It was out of character for her to vanish without a trace, and her family and friends immediately feared the worst. Liz had been home visiting her family for the winter break. She had planned to return to her college campus in a few days to resume her studies, and had made it clear to her friends and family that she was looking forward to getting back to her life. The morning she disappeared, Liz had arranged to meet a friend, Megan, at a local cafe. The two young women had been friends since high school and had spent hours chatting about the future and catching up over the holiday break. But when Liz didn't show up for their planned meeting, Megan became concerned. Liz had never been the type to simply forget or cancel plans. Megan called Liz's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Liz's mother, Diane Thornton, who had just finished making breakfast for her younger son, noticed that Liz's car was missing from the driveway. At first, Diane didn't think much of it. Liz had been known to go for early morning drives or to visit nearby friends. But when Diane attempted to call Liz's phone, she too received no answer. Still, Diane assumed that Liz was likely just out running errands. However, when hours passed without any word from her daughter, worry began to creep in. It was unlike Liz to be out of contact for such an extended period of time. By the afternoon, Diane called the police. When authorities arrived at the Thornton home, they began their initial investigation. Liz's room was found undisturbed, and there were no signs of a struggle. Her clothes and personal belongings were still in place, including her laptop and other items she often carried with her. There was no indication that Liz had planned to leave, or was even planning to be gone for an extended period of time. The most perplexing detail was that Liz's car, a dark blue sedan, was nowhere to be found. The police immediately began scouring the local area, interviewing neighbors and checking nearby parks and other spots Liz frequented. They reviewed any potential surveillance footage from businesses and public spaces in the area. Unfortunately, nothing of significance turned up in the early hours of their search. It seemed as though Liz had simply vanished into thin air. As the day turned into night, the mystery surrounding Liz's disappearance deepened. The local news stations picked up the story, and soon, the case became the focus of media attention. Investigators began looking into Liz's recent activities, hoping to uncover any clues that might explain where she had gone. Liz had been in touch with her family and friends throughout the break, and there were no signs of any issues in her personal life. She had no known enemies, and there were no signs of romantic troubles. Liz had been looking forward to returning to school, and had even been accepted into a prestigious internship program in the coming months. But then a breakthrough came, albeit an unexpected one. Late in the evening on January 16th, a tip came in. A local truck driver, Bob Connors, who had been driving along a rural stretch of highway about 15 miles outside the town, reported seeing a car matching the description of Liz's vehicle parked on the side of the road. The car was parked in a small, wooded area, near a seldom-used dirt road that ran parallel to the highway. Bob had noticed the car because it was unusual to see any vehicle parked in that remote location at that time of night, especially without any other cars in sight. The police immediately dispatched a team to investigate the location, hoping it might provide a vital clue in the case. As they arrived at the scene, they found Liz's car parked just as the truck driver had described, the engine still warm, though no one was inside. The car was locked, and there were no obvious signs of forced entry or damage. Inside, Liz's personal items were still there, her wallet, phone, and keys. However, her purse was missing, as well as her jacket, which she would have likely taken with her if she had planned to walk. The discovery of the car in such an isolated location raised several unsettling questions. Why had Liz's car been left in such a remote area, miles away from where she had been last seen? And why had she seemingly vanished without a trace? The investigation began to take a darker turn, as authorities started to suspect that Liz's disappearance might not be as simple as a young woman deciding to leave town on her own. The following days saw an intensification of the search efforts. Police scoured the wooded area surrounding the site where Liz's car had been found, hoping to uncover any sign of her. They enlisted the help of K-9 units to track her scent, but the dogs were unable to pick up any trail beyond the area where the car had been found. There was no evidence of foul play near the vehicle, but it was becoming increasingly clear that Liz's disappearance was not a case of voluntary runaway. A number of theories began to circulate. Had Liz been abducted? Was she involved in some sort of accident? Or had she been coerced into leaving the area by someone she knew? As the investigation continued, the Thornton family remained hopeful that Liz would be found, but the lack of concrete leads was beginning to weigh heavily on them. Authorities also began looking into Liz's acquaintances, reaching out to her friends, classmates, and even professors from her college. But no one seemed to have any answers. It became apparent that Liz had no known problems or anyone who might have had a motive to hurt her. Her disappearance remained a mystery. Then, just as the investigation seemed to stall, a crucial piece of the puzzle emerged, something that would set the course for the entire case. A local man named Frank Holloway, who lived near the area where Liz's car had been found, came forward with information that would change everything. As the days passed after the discovery of Liz Thornton's car, the investigation took on a sense of urgency. The media frenzy surrounding her disappearance grew, and every lead, no matter how small, was followed up by law enforcement. But the case remained frustratingly elusive, with no concrete evidence pointing to where Liz might be, or who could have been involved in her disappearance. The remote location where her car had been abandoned continued to baffle investigators, and the absence of any sign of struggle made it difficult to determine if she had been abducted or had left voluntarily. It wasn't until the evening of January 18th that the case took a pivotal turn. Frank Holloway, a 45-year-old local man who lived in a small cabin just off the same highway where Liz's car had been found, approached the police with a startling piece of information. Holloway was a reclusive individual who rarely left his home and had no known connection to Liz or her family. but he claimed to have seen something unusual on the morning of January 15th, the day Liz went missing. Holloway told detectives that he had been walking his dog along the edge of the forest near his home when he noticed a dark blue sedan, the same make and model as Liz's car, parked on the side of the road. He had been out early that morning, around 6:30 a.m., when he first saw the car. It was parked in a spot that was barely visible from the main road, tucked behind some overgrown bushes. Holloway said that the car's engine was still warm, but there was no one inside it. At the time, he had thought it was odd, but since he was in a secluded area, he didn't think much of it. However, what Holloway reported next made the hairs on the back of the officer's neck stand up. As he walked further along the trail with his dog, he noticed something else. He saw a man walking away from the car, heading into the woods. Holloway described the man as tall, in his mid-30s, wearing a heavy jacket and carrying a small duffel bag. The man was moving quickly, almost as if he was trying to avoid being seen. Holloway didn't recognize him, but the encounter had struck him as suspicious at the time. Holloway didn't immediately report this sighting, thinking that the man might simply have been someone out for a walk or possibly someone involved in a legitimate activity. But after hearing about Liz's disappearance on the news, he began to wonder if there was a connection between the car he had seen that morning and the missing girl. His conscience eventually prompted him to come forward with the information. Detective Sharon Matthews, who was leading the investigation, took immediate interest in Holloway's account. His description of the man was vague, but it provided a potential lead in a case that had been stuck in limbo. Matthews arranged for Holloway to accompany police to the site where he had seen the car and the man, hoping that he could provide more details. As they approached the area, Holloway confirmed that it was indeed the same location where he had seen the car parked on the morning of January 15th. The investigators began to piece together the timeline. Liz had gone missing the morning of January 15th, and Holloway had seen the car parked early that day, likely just hours before Liz's mother reported her daughter missing. The fact that Holloway had seen someone walking away from the car only added to the suspicion that Liz's disappearance was not voluntary. Someone had been at the scene, and the possibility that the man had been involved in Liz's vanishing was now a real lead. The police immediately began searching the woods and surrounding areas. Using K-9 units and experienced search teams, they combed through the dense forest, hoping to find any trace of Liz or the mysterious man Holloway had seen. After several hours, they discovered something unsettling, a set of footprints in the snow, leading away from the car and deeper into the woods. The prints appeared to have been made by someone walking briskly, but there was no sign of Liz's belongings, no indications that she had been dragged or forced. This confirmed the theory that Liz might have been taken against her will. While the search teams continued to explore the area, Matthews decided to focus on the man Holloway had described. The fact that he was carrying a duffel bag immediately caught her attention. Could he have been involved in something more than just a casual encounter with Liz? Was he connected to her disappearance in some way? Matthews instructed her team to investigate local records for anyone who might fit the description provided by Holloway. It didn't take long for the police to identify a potential match. A man named Mike Sanders, 34, had a criminal record that included several charges related to theft, assault, and possession of stolen property. Sanders had been living in the area for several months, having recently moved into a small apartment in a nearby town. According to his neighbors, Sanders was a loner who rarely socialized with others. They had noticed him taking frequent, long walks in the woods near his apartment, though no one had seen him interact with anyone, let alone a young woman like Liz. Upon checking Sanders' background further, the police learned that he had been previously involved in a series of minor crimes that were never fully investigated or resolved. His criminal history and his somewhat suspicious behavior in the neighborhood made him an immediate person of interest. Matthews ordered a background check on Sanders and soon discovered a troubling connection. He had worked for a time as a contractor at a local business that had been frequented by Liz and her family. It seemed that Liz had likely crossed paths with Sanders at some point, although it was unclear whether they had a direct relationship. In light of these developments, the police moved quickly to bring Sanders in for questioning. On January 20th, 2002, officers arrested Mike Sanders at his apartment, where he was found alone. When asked about his whereabouts on the morning of January 15th, Sanders initially denied any involvement in Liz's disappearance. However, his demeanor was nervous, and he appeared to be avoiding eye contact with the detectives. After several hours of questioning, Sanders eventually cracked under the pressure and admitted to having been in the woods that morning, but he denied any direct involvement with Liz. He explained that he had been walking in the area early that day to clear his mind, but had been startled when he saw Liz's car parked in the same spot. Sanders claimed that he had no idea who owned the car, but was curious when he noticed a young woman walking towards him from the direction of the car. He described Liz as looking lost and confused, but he insisted that he had no interaction with her. According to Sanders, he had simply walked away from the scene when Liz seemed to notice him and had started walking in the opposite direction. The inconsistencies in his story and his failure to provide clear details prompted the detectives to pursue further investigation. The case was not yet solved, but Sanders was now firmly at the center of the investigation, and the search for Liz took on new urgency. The days that followed Mike Sanders' arrest saw the investigation intensify as law enforcement sought to piece together the details of his involvement in Liz Thornton's disappearance. His statements, though initially vague, seemed to hold contradictions that the detectives could not overlook. The fact that he had been in the woods near Liz's car on the morning she vanished, and the appearance of his nervousness during questioning, were concerning red flags. Detective Sharon Matthews and her team were determined to find out what had happened to Liz, and Sanders, with his criminal history and suspicious behavior, seemed to be the key to unlocking the mystery. The investigation into Sanders' background revealed a troubling pattern. His history of theft and assault, combined with his unexplained presence near Liz's car, raised more questions than answers. He had been arrested several times in the past, though most of his charges had been related to petty crimes or drug possession. However, his involvement in minor assaults hinted at a potential for more dangerous behavior. Police were convinced that Sanders was not telling them the whole truth. Detective Matthews, knowing the pressure was mounting to solve the case, decided to dig deeper into Sanders' life. They searched his apartment, hoping to find evidence that could tie him directly to Liz's disappearance. After hours of searching, they found a series of unsettling items in his home. Among them were several pairs of gloves, an assortment of rope, and a stack of newspapers with news articles clipped from local crime stories. But the most disturbing find was a small notebook, hidden in a drawer under a pile of clothing. The notebook was filled with disturbing, disjointed entries. Some of the pages contained strange, cryptic phrases that seemed to indicate obsession with women he had met or seen in passing. Other pages had been torn out or scribbled over, suggesting a lack of coherence. However, one entry in particular stood out. It mentioned a young woman in distress who had been lost and needed help, followed by a list of instructions that seemed almost like a plan. There was no direct mention of Liz by name, but the timing of the entry coincided with her disappearance. The discovery sent a chill down Matthew's spine. As the detectives continued to piece together their case, they received another crucial lead. A forensics team had been working around the clock to analyze the contents of Liz's car, which had been recovered from the remote stretch of highway. Hidden in the trunk, under the spare tire, they found a small bloodstain that had been overlooked in earlier inspection. The stain was not enough to suggest a violent struggle, but it was enough to indicate that Liz had been in the car at some point after it was parked. The blood matched Liz's DNA, confirming that she had been in her own vehicle before it was abandoned. With the blood evidence pointing to a deeper connection between Liz and the car, Matthews decided to confront Sanders again. This time, they had something tangible to press him on. When Sanders was brought back into the interrogation room, his demeanor had changed. He appeared agitated, sweat beading on his forehead, and his previously calm exterior began to crack. Detective Matthews presented the blood evidence, showing Sanders that his story was quickly falling apart. The moment Sanders saw the forensic report, he visibly stiffened. He sat in silence for several moments, his hands shaking slightly. Matthews knew that the walls were closing in on him. After a long pause, Sanders finally spoke, his voice low and filled with frustration. "I didn't mean for it to go that far," he said, his eyes darting around the room, avoiding direct eye contact. When Matthews pressed him further, Sanders broke down, confessing to his involvement in Liz's disappearance. He admitted that, on the morning of January 15th, he had indeed seen Liz's car parked by the side of the road. He said that when he approached the car, he saw Liz sitting inside, looking lost and distraught, and offered to help her. He claimed that Liz had been asking for directions, but as he spoke to her, he became fixated on her vulnerability. Over the course of their brief conversation, Sanders' demeanor shifted. His calm facade slipped into something darker, as he manipulated the situation to his advantage. According to Sanders, he convinced Liz to get into his car, claiming he would take her to a nearby cafe, to help her find her way. Once she had gotten inside, he drove her out to the isolated woods, where he parked the car. It was there, in the quiet and secluded area, that Sanders made his move. Liz, he said, became frightened when she realized he wasn't taking her to a cafe, and she tried to escape. In the chaos of her panic, Sanders said, he made the decision to abduct her. "I wasn't thinking straight," he told Matthews, his voice trembling. I didn't want her to scream or make a scene. I thought I could control the situation. But things spiraled out of control. Sanders admitted that Liz fought back fiercely, and in the process, he hit her. In his panic, he became more violent, and Liz's blood began to stain the inside of the car. The intensity of the situation took a dark turn as Sanders, in a desperate attempt to quiet her and prevent her from fleeing, made the fatal decision to strangle Liz. Her life was taken by his hands, cold, calculated, and without remorse. Afterward, Sanders disposed of her body in the woods, hiding it in a nearby abandoned building. He made sure to remove any trace of evidence, including cleaning his car and leaving it on the side of the road to throw off investigators. He had hoped that the confusion surrounding Liz's disappearance would work in his favor, but the mounting pressure from the investigation had caused cracks in his carefully constructed alibi. With Sanders' confession in hand, police quickly located Liz's body in the abandoned building, hidden under a pile of leaves and debris. The scene was as chilling as it was heartbreaking. The life of a promising young woman had been senselessly cut short by a man who had used manipulation, deceit, and violence to take control of a situation that could have easily been avoided. Liz's family, devastated by the loss, now had a sense of closure, though it was a painful one. On January 22, 2002, Mike Sanders was formally charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and several other related offenses. His trial would later reveal more about his troubled past and the twisted path that led him to commit such an unspeakable act. The case of Liz Thornton's disappearance and murder shook the community to its core. It highlighted the vulnerability of young women in the face of strangers and the lasting impact of trauma that could be triggered by even a seemingly harmless interaction. For Liz's family, the painful journey toward justice was a bitter one, but they were determined to honor her memory by making sure that her story was not forgotten. Though Liz's tragic death left an irreplaceable hole in the lives of those who loved her, the investigation and eventual conviction of Mike Sanders brought a small measure of justice. As time passed, the Thornton family found solace in knowing that Liz's legacy lived on. A young woman with dreams and a future, whose life was stolen too soon by a man who never should have crossed her path. Story 8. On the evening of March 12, 2004, the peaceful town of Shrewsbury, a small community located in the heart of Massachusetts, was thrown into turmoil when 22-year-old Brooke Sutton went missing without a trace. Brooke, a graduate student at Boston University, had been home visiting her family for spring break, looking forward to the simple pleasures of time off, spending time with her parents, catching up with old friends, and relaxing after a hectic semester. Brooke had been staying with her parents in their modest, two-story house on a quiet residential street. She was close to her family, particularly to her mother, Lisa Sutton, with whom she shared a strong bond. The last time anyone had heard from Brooke was around 9:30 p.m., when she called her best friend, Sarah, to talk about a date she had gone on earlier in the evening. She sounded upbeat and happy, telling Sarah about the dinner they had shared and how it had gone surprisingly well. The conversation ended with plans to meet up the following afternoon, but by the next morning, everything had changed. Brooke's mother woke up early on March 13th and went to check on her daughter. They had planned to go out for breakfast, as it was a Saturday and Brooke had the whole day free. But when Lisa entered Brooke's room, she was shocked to find the bed empty. The sheets were rumpled, indicating that Brooke had spent the night there, but there was no sign of her anywhere. At first, Lisa thought that her daughter might have gotten up early to run some errands or to go for a walk, a habit Brooke often had when she was at home. However, after hours passed with no word from Brooke, Lisa grew increasingly anxious. By mid-morning, Lisa had called Brooke's cell phone several times, only to be met with voicemail. Panic began to set in. Lisa reached out to Brooke's father, Richard Sutton, who was working out of town, explaining the situation. Richard immediately returned home, and the couple began searching for their daughter. They checked all of her usual spots, the nearby park, the coffee shop she frequented, even calling local friends to see if anyone had seen her. But there was no trace of Brooke. By early afternoon, Lisa contacted the Shrewsbury Police Department to report her daughter missing. Detectives arrived at the Sutton residence shortly thereafter. The scene inside the house did not immediately suggest anything suspicious. Brooke's room was neat, and there were no signs of a struggle. Her belongings, including her wallet, keys, and purse, were still in the house. Her car was parked in the driveway, undisturbed. However, the police quickly noticed something that set the case apart from others. Brooke's cell phone was missing, and the last activity on the phone indicated that she had sent a text message just before midnight the night before. But there was no record of any calls or messages since then. The disappearance of Brooke Sutton quickly became a point of focus for the Shrewsbury police, and the case was rapidly escalated to a missing persons investigation. Investigators interviewed the Sutton family, friends, and anyone who might have had contact with Brooke in the days leading up to her disappearance. The most puzzling part was the absence of any clues. There were no indications of foul play in the home or the immediate area, and no one had reported seeing anything unusual the night Brooke went missing. As the hours ticked by without any solid leads, Detective Brian Hayes, a seasoned investigator with the Shrewsbury Police Department, took charge of the case. Detective Hayes was well known for his methodical approach and his ability to make connections where others saw none. He immediately ordered a thorough search of the Sutton household, as well as a review of any surveillance footage from businesses and traffic cameras in the area. But nothing was coming up that suggested any immediate cause for alarm. No witnesses, no leads, and no evidence. The breakthrough came when the police turned to the details surrounding Brooke's text message. After consulting with the phone company, investigators discovered that the message had been sent to an unknown number, a number that had not been previously associated with Brooke. The message had been short, only a few words, but it was enough to raise suspicion. The phone number appeared to be a burner number, untraceable to any specific individual. Brooke's family was beside themselves with worry. Lisa Sutton had been calling hospitals, hoping to hear any news, no matter how small. But nothing came. The authorities began to focus their attention on the phone number, believing that whoever had contacted Brooke the night before may hold the key to understanding what had happened to her. The next day, as the search for Brooke continued with no sign of her, Detective Hayes and his team started to dig into the people who had been closest to her. They began interviewing Brooke's friends, co-workers, and acquaintances from college. Through these interviews, they learned something crucial. Brooke had recently met a man named Rob Turner, a 24-year-old mechanic who lived in a neighboring town. Rob had been a subject of conversation among some of her friends, as they had met at a local bar a few weeks prior. Brooke had mentioned him a few times, though there had been little detail about their relationship. From the outside, it appeared that they were casually dating, but no one knew much beyond that. Detective Hayes had Rob Turner brought in for questioning. The interview took place in a sterile, fluorescent-lit room at the Shrewsbury Police Department, and it quickly became clear that Rob's demeanor was both nervous and evasive. When questioned about the night Brooke went missing, he was unable to provide a concrete alibi. He claimed that he had been home alone watching television, but when asked for more details, his story was inconsistent. Rob admitted that he had texted Brooke the previous evening to ask if she wanted to go for a late-night drive, something the two had done before. He said that she had agreed to meet him at a secluded park on the outskirts of Shrewsbury, but after arriving, he claimed she had suddenly changed her mind and left abruptly. However, when the detectives pressed him on this story, he could not explain why he hadn't tried calling her afterward, or why he had failed to mention any of this earlier in his initial statement. A search of Rob's phone revealed a disturbing detail: a series of text messages exchanged between him and an unknown number in the days leading up to March 12th. The texts were cryptic but included plans to meet in person, though no details were given about the exact nature of their meeting. The police realized that the number was the same one Brooke had texted the night before she went missing. As the investigation took a new direction, Detective Hayes began to wonder if Rob was more involved in Brooke's disappearance than he had let on. The police knew that something was amiss, but they needed concrete evidence before they could make any arrests. Rob Turner became the prime suspect, but the detectives were not yet ready to make their move. The investigation into Brooke Sutton's disappearance took a sharp turn on March 16, 2004, when new evidence surfaced that implicated Robert Turner more directly in her sudden vanishing. Detective Brian Hayes and his team, after scrutinizing every possible lead, began to piece together a disturbing picture of what had transpired on the night of March 12th. Despite Rob's repeated denials, the circumstantial evidence mounting against him was impossible to ignore. Brooke's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, was growing increasingly anxious. Lisa Sutton, desperate for any word of her daughter, had been tirelessly calling every local and regional hospital, hoping for some sign of life or even a hint of where Brooke might be. Richard Sutton, her father, spent his days leafing through the papers, hoping the police would make a breakthrough. But each passing hour without any solid leads seemed to deepen the hole of despair. As investigators delved further into Robert Turner's past, they discovered troubling details. Turner had a history of minor run-ins with the law. He had been arrested twice for assault in his younger years, but had never been convicted. While his criminal record was relatively light, the pattern of aggressive behavior was concerning, especially in light of Brooke's disappearance. According to friends of both Brooke and Rob, the two had only been casually seeing each other, and while it had started out as a friendly relationship, those who knew Rob described him as possessive, with a tendency to get jealous over small things. Detective Hayes and his team also conducted a thorough search of Rob Turner's apartment. While there were no obvious signs of blood or violence, investigators found a number of items that suggested Rob's growing obsession with Brooke. There were several photos of her, taken from various angles, some of which seemed to have been taken without her knowledge. In one, she was captured sitting alone in a cafe, looking down at her phone. In another, she was walking through a park, laughing with a friend. They were innocuous at first glance, but in the context of the investigation, they painted a picture of someone who was perhaps following Brooke more closely than he had let on. Yet, it wasn't just the photographs that raised alarm. In Rob's closet, investigators found a black duffel bag containing a set of gloves, a rope, and a small, serrated knife, the kind typically used for outdoor activities like camping or hunting. While these items were not inherently incriminating, the timing of the discovery, combined with Rob's evasive answers, made it clear that his involvement in Brooke's disappearance could no longer be dismissed as a coincidence. The breakthrough came when Detective Hayes examined the phone records in greater detail. While it had already been confirmed that Rob had texted Brooke on the night she disappeared, further investigation revealed something even more telling. It was discovered that Rob had made several attempts to contact Brooke after their meeting at the park. These calls, which had gone unanswered, seemed to indicate that he had been trying to reach her for hours after she left, despite his earlier statement that he had not seen her again. What was even more troubling was the discovery of a phone call made from Rob's cell phone to an unknown number at exactly 3:12 a.m., just a few hours after Brooke had disappeared. Investigators traced the call to a burner phone, one that had been registered under an alias. The burner phone was tied to a small prepaid phone service provider that had no records of ownership, adding another layer of complexity to the investigation. The call was made to a voicemail box, and the investigators couldn't retrieve the contents of the message. However, given the timing and the fact that it had been made immediately after the park meeting, Detective Hayes believed the call was no coincidence. Hayes also noted that the disappearance appeared far too deliberate, too methodical, for it to be an impulsive act. As detectives continued to close in on Rob, they sought out surveillance footage from the area near the park where Brooke had agreed to meet him. Finally, they obtained footage from a nearby gas station, showing Rob's car in the area at the same time Brooke had been there. The footage revealed something even more shocking. Rob's car had been parked just a few yards away from where Brooke had parked, and the timestamp showed that he had been in the area shortly before Brooke had left in her own vehicle. The evidence against Rob Turner was beginning to pile up. It was becoming increasingly clear that he was not just a concerned individual or a harmless acquaintance. He was a key player in the disappearance of Brooke Sutton. Despite this, Rob maintained his innocence. He insisted that he had no idea where Brooke had gone after she left the park, and that he hadn't heard from her since. He claimed that he had driven home, watched TV, and gone to bed, but investigators found no verifiable evidence to support this claim. He was the last person known to have been with Brooke, and the circumstantial evidence made it impossible to ignore his role. By March 18, 2004, Detective Hayes and his team were ready to confront Rob with what they had uncovered. They brought him in for questioning once again, this time armed with a mountain of evidence that left little room for him to wiggle out of the truth. They told Rob about the burner phone, the photos, the rope, and the knife. They confronted him with the phone records, the failed attempts to contact Brooke, and the surveillance footage from the gas station. Rob's previously confident facade began to crumble. During the interrogation, Rob's demeanor changed dramatically. He became visibly distressed, sweating and shaking in his seat. For the first time, He seemed to realize that his lies were no longer holding up under the pressure. At around noon, after hours of tense questioning, Rob Turner finally broke down. His confession, chilling in its matter-of-fact nature, sent shockwaves through the room. "I didn't mean for it to happen," Rob said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I just wanted to get her attention. She was pulling away from me, and I couldn't handle it. I asked her to meet me that night, but she wasn't the same. She seemed distant. I couldn't stop myself." Rob confessed that after their meeting at the park, he had become enraged when Brooke had told him that she didn't want to pursue their relationship further. He had pleaded with her to stay and talk, but when she insisted on leaving, he snapped. In a moment of overwhelming frustration, Rob had physically restrained Brooke, pulling her into his car. There, in a fit of rage, he had attacked her. It was a brutal, senseless act of violence. Rob confessed that in the heat of the moment, he strangled Brooke with his hands, cutting off her breath until she was lifeless. Afterward, Rob had panicked. He drove to a remote area outside of town, where he buried her body in a shallow grave, hoping the authorities would never find her. He disposed of any evidence that could tie him to the crime, including his phone, which he had discarded. He even went so far as to erase all traces of communication with her, deleting texts and calls, in a vain attempt to cover his tracks. With Rob's confession in hand, the investigation moved forward quickly. Rob Turner was arrested and charged with the kidnapping, murder, and concealment of Brooke Sutton's body. His trial began later that year, and the evidence against him was overwhelming. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Brooke Sutton's tragic death left a gaping hole in the hearts of her family and friends, who had known her as a bright, promising young woman with a future full of potential. Her loss was not only a personal tragedy, but also a stark reminder of the dangers posed by controlling and obsessive behavior in relationships. The conviction of Robert Turner on November 5, 2004, after a lengthy and emotionally draining trial, did little to ease the devastation felt by the Sutton family. Brooke's murder was a senseless act, one that tore apart the lives of her parents, Lisa and Richard Sutton, and left her friends and the community of Shrewsbury in shock. The trial was a public ordeal, with media outlets covering every detail, making it impossible for the Suttons to escape the constant reminders of their loss. Yet, despite the overwhelming grief, they found strength in knowing that justice had been served. Brooke Sutton had been more than just a college student or a bright young woman with a promising future. She was a daughter, a sister, and a friend. Her sudden and violent death left a profound impact on those who knew her. Lisa Sutton, Brooke's mother, became an advocate for victims of domestic violence and relationship abuse in the wake of her daughter's murder. Lisa's journey from unimaginable grief to activism was not an easy one, but it was one that she believed would honor her daughter's memory. "I want people to know that there are signs, that there are ways to stop something like this before it gets to the point where it's too late," Lisa Sutton said in an interview years after the trial. Brooke didn't deserve this. No one does. The Sutton family took their pain and turned it into a mission to raise awareness about unhealthy relationships and the dangers of controlling behavior. Lisa began speaking at local schools and community events, sharing her family's story to educate others about the warning signs of abusive and obsessive relationships. She worked closely with organizations dedicated to supporting victims of relationship violence, hoping to give others the tools to recognize when they were in danger before it was too late. In addition to her mother's advocacy work, Brooke's friends established a scholarship in her name at Boston University. The scholarship was created to honor Brooke's love of learning and her dream of becoming a teacher. Each year, the scholarship was awarded to a student pursuing a degree in education, ensuring that Brooke's passion for helping others would live on. It was a small but meaningful gesture that allowed her legacy to continue, even after her life was tragically cut short. The community of Shrewsbury, too, struggled to come to terms with the loss. Brooke had been a beloved figure in the town, known for her kindness, intelligence, and the warmth she brought to every room she entered. People who had known her for years spoke about her contagious laughter, her bright smile, and the way she would always lend a helping hand to anyone in need. Her murder shattered the sense of safety that had once characterized the town. What was once a quiet, suburban community now found itself grappling with the harsh reality that something so horrific could happen in their midst. In the years following Brooke's death, Detective Brian Hayes remained in contact with the Sutton family, offering them support and checking in on their well-being. Hayes had been instrumental in solving the case, and he too struggled with the emotional weight of the case long after the trial. There are some cases that stick with you, no matter how many years pass, Hayes said in an interview. Brooks was one of them. It was one of those cases where you just think, why? Why her? But I think of the Suttons every day, and I hope that in some way, their story helps prevent another tragedy like this from happening. As for Robert Turner, his life in prison was bleak. Though he had initially tried to portray himself as a victim of circumstances, his role in Brooks' murder was undeniable. Prison life was harsh, and Turner spent his days isolated, a shadow of the man he had once been. In interviews conducted in the years after his conviction, Turner showed no remorse for what he had done. Instead, he continued to justify his actions, blaming his anger and his feelings of rejection for the violence he had committed. His lack of remorse only further cemented the horror of his crime, as it became clear that he viewed Brooke as an object to be controlled rather than a person with her own autonomy in life. The effects of Brooke's murder extended far beyond her immediate circle. Her case sparked conversations about dating violence, the psychological impact of obsessive relationships, and the ways in which society overlooks the early warning signs of potential danger. Experts on domestic abuse and violence against women began to highlight the fact that many of the behaviors exhibited by Rob Turner, control, jealousy, isolation, and manipulation, are common in abusive relationships but often go unchallenged until it's too late. Brooke's story became a case study in these conversations, and the Suttons continued to fight for change even as they grieved. They worked with local law enforcement to train officers on recognizing the signs of intimate partner violence and helped establish new protocols for handling missing persons cases, ensuring that every possible avenue of investigation was pursued, especially when the victim was last seen with a potentially dangerous individual. The case also drew attention to the concept of stalking, which, though often dismissed as harmless, can escalate quickly into more dangerous forms of violence. In the months following Brooks' death, state legislators in Massachusetts worked to pass stronger stalking laws, which would make it easier to prosecute those who exhibited obsessive and predatory behavior. Brooks' case highlighted the critical need for preventive measures and for law enforcement to take any signs of stalking or obsessive behavior seriously before a tragedy occurs. While the Sutton family's fight for justice and change was ongoing, there were moments when it felt like Brooks' memory was beginning to fade from the public's consciousness. However, her friends and family refused to let that happen. On the anniversary of her death, they would gather at the Boston University campus and hold a candlelight vigil in her honor. These events, though somber, were reminders of the power of love and community, as well as the ongoing need for awareness and action against relationship violence. For the Suttons, there would never be a full sense of closure. Brooks' absence was a hole in their lives that could never be filled. However, through their advocacy, their work in the community, and the scholarship in her name, they made sure that her legacy endured. Brooke Sutton may have lost her life in the most tragic of ways, but her story, the story of a vibrant, intelligent, kind young woman with dreams and aspirations, became a beacon of hope for others. Her death, though untimely, became the catalyst for change, a reminder to everyone that the warning signs of violence and obsession should never be ignored. In the wake of tragedy, the Suttons found purpose in their grief, transforming their pain into a force for good in the world. Brooke's story did not end with her death. It lived on in the work of those who knew and loved her, and in the countless lives she touched even in her absence. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life, because there is only one life.